Common Proficiency Test, CPT. So before that, actually, I decided to do CA when I was in my second standard, I guess. Now, don't think that when I was in my second standard itself, I knew what CA was and all. No. At that point of time, actually, my cousin had cleared CA, and the kind of respect that he got the moment he cleared, our own family members, the way they started looking at him was tremendous. There was a day and night difference. Just what happened overnight was that the result was announced, and after that, that guy, the very same guy, got tremendous amount of respect. So I didn't know as a child what that CA stood for and all, but one thing I knew for sure, that if you do this, people will start recognizing you for something. So that was when I decided, fine, let me do that. I asked my dad, why are everyone after him? So my dad said he has done something called a CA. So from then on, it just stayed close to my heart. I always wanted to do CA, no matter what. So every year, when our teachers used to ask what you want to become and all that. So some students say doctor, lawyer, and all that. I used to say CA. So teachers used to say, oh, so you are a big guy, you know what CA is. I said, I don't know what CA stood for, but anyways, I want to do that. That's all. And then, so in my 10th, after my 10th, I took commerce stream just because I wanted to do CA. And then, long story short, I joined my foundation, I cleared my foundation and all that. And then I entered into my CA intermediate, and that was when I got introduced to this beautiful subject called Cost and Management Accounting. Right? So I do realize that I use the word beautiful. It might not be as beautiful as it sounded for me, but yes, let me tell you. So it is actually such a beautiful subject. Of course, direct tax is beautiful as well. Anyways. Okay, so yeah, so he's Rahul, by the way, so a direct tax faculty. So yeah, so basically I got in touch with this subject for the first time, and many students were telling that this is one of the most toughest subject. Costing is very tough, very difficult. This is the subject where you will fail in group 1 and all those things. Even I have heard it. I have heard it just like how I know that you would have also heard. So I also heard these things. And many people used to say that it's difficult to crack, people fail in group 1 because of this subject and all that. So especially having heard all these things, I think my interest in this subject spiked a little. So I was even more interested. Then I doubled my efforts in this subject. And earlier it was 50 marks was for costing and 50 marks was for FM. And trust me, it was the same syllabus. The costing syllabus was one and the same except for a chapter called ABC. It was one and the same syllabus was earlier tested for 50 marks, and for you it's being tested for 100 marks, which means you are in a better off position right now. For the same efforts, the institute is testing you for 50 marks. No, now it's for 100 marks, right? So basically things have been eased out right now, and number one. Number two, if institute is doing something, it is always for a reason. What was earlier for 50 marks, they have now changed it to 100 marks. It means such is the importance of this subject, right? So back then we were doing all this FM and costing together. So it was all as just like how you guys are right now. Some mixed opinion. Some students are saying it's very difficult. Some students said I don't like it only. So all these things happened. But anyways, if you are able to give your entire focus, if you start liking it first, I'm sure that this subject is going to be a breeze. It's going to be just another subject for you. It is going to be very easy. Now, I ended up scoring a 94 in the subject. Now, I did that. I will not say that I did it because of all my efforts and all that. No, only thing I did was I had interest in this subject. So, all I'm asking you for is only one thing. If you don't love this subject, it's okay. Please don't hate it. Please don't hate it, and have an open mind. Have an open mind. Let the subject unfold before you. Let it unfold. Have an open mind. Anyways, whether you like or not, one question is irreversible. You are going to write the exam for sure, for which, for you to clear this particular level of your exam, you need to ace this paper. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes, guys. So obviously we don't have an option. We need to do it. So let's make peace with it. Let's make peace with it. Have an open mind when you're studying. Just have an open mind. I don't want you to feel that the subject is going to be difficult. Always I've already failed. Whatever it is, it really doesn't matter which attempt this is for you. Always study as if this is your first attempt, and that is the only way to ace anything that you want, to clear anything that you want. This holds good for everything in life. Clear with this, guys. Clear with this. Fine. So I just wanted to give this background before we start. Now, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of the schedule. So that's the reason why I just wanted to start this session with the schedule. So this is the schedule for, just a minute. So yeah, this is the schedule. This is our schedule. So today is 4th. So we will be having classes from Sunday to Thursday. The class timings will be 1 to 8. The class timings will be 1 to 8, and will not be having classes on Friday and Saturday because it's deliberately kept as your study leave. So how this has been planned is a total of 60 hours is what we are going to spend together. So the first 30 hours we'll spend, it gets over on Thursday. After this, we will cover the 50% mark, after which I want you to take 2 days of leave and revise whatever would have been covered till then, okay, right? After which we will cover the remaining 50%, post which you will get another 2 days leave, and finally you will sit for a costing model exam. This will be at par with your institute standards, as per exactly same as per the institute pattern and all that. So I have designed that paper, so which you guys, I would request you to do it exactly at 1:45 to 5 o'clock. 1:45 to 2 is your reading time, and 2 to 5 should be your exam, the writing time, the execution time. So have this in your mind. Exactly, we are going to recreate an exam situation so that when you sit for an exam, it should not be the first time you're doing something. It's just another day. You've already seen it before, and it's going to be as easy as possible. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Fine. Now, how many of you still feel, or how many of you really feel that, it's difficult to crack this subject? It's difficult to crack this subject. How many of you feel? You can be very vocal about your opinion. And by the way, I really want this class to be interactive. Now, I know you would have always heard faculties say, the class should be interactive. Very cliche, but I really mean it, guys. Trust me, if it's not interactive, it's not going to be of that much use for you. So please let it be very effective, and let's be interactive. Yes? Yes, right? And I'm not going to penalize you for anything. Even if you get your answers wrong, I'm not really going to penalize you. So we all fight for our freedom of speech only on social media handles. When it comes to the classroom, you guys are not answering only, then it will become a big problem. So please enforce your freedom of speech in the classroom. It is going to be beneficial for you only. The learning experience will certainly enhance if you communicate back to me. Okay, are you clear with this? And even the online folks can communicate, absolutely no problem. If you have any doubts, stop me then and there and get it clarified. Don't go home with a doubt on your mind, because that will really hurt. That will really hurt. You will still not get that sense of a completeness. That will not be there. So always get your doubts sorted, and then we will proceed. Clear with this, guys? Now, at times if you ask certain doubts, don't worry. You don't worry about asking doubts. You ask me the doubts. If it can be answered on spot, I will answer it. Or if I tell you to wait for some time, maybe if that will be covered in a future concept, then please wait. Or else if I ask you to get it clarified after the classroom, I will do that. But you don't put any filters. You keep asking me whatever doubts you have. Are you clear with this? Because this session that we are having, this is only for your benefit. This is absolutely for your benefit, and time is the most essence right now. Time is of utmost essence, and we need to make the maximum use of whatever time is left with us. Correct, guys? Yes? So your exams start on the first week of November, right? Yes? We are just about 2 months away from your exam. Yes? So this, whatever time is left, let's make sure that we make the maximum use of it. Yes, guys? Shall we do that? Right? Fine. Now tell me, now this costing subject, some people feel it's too voluminous, difficult to crack and all these things. Yes, volume wise, yes, it is. There are a lot of concepts that you need to really understand and do. I am not denying it. But if someone says that clearing this paper is difficult, absolutely not. Trust me, it is definitely not difficult. In a few minutes from now, you guys will be convinced, and I am very much sure about it. You guys will be convinced, because I will show certain things. My past trend analysis I will show you. I have done a few analysis on the past exam papers, the RTPs and all that. With that, I will be showing you something. And one very important thing is, please have the habit of catching up running notes. Please have the habit of catching up running notes. If you've already attended my classes, you already know how it works. But most of you are new people. Please know that you need to take something called as running notes. Running notes is nothing but whatever I say, your ears have to listen, your mind has to process, your hand has to write it. In your own language, you scribble, it's okay. You scribble, it's okay. Take a blue ink and write running notes. Now, this multitasking is actually you are giving little stress to yourself, right? This is exactly how those 3 hours inside the exam hall will be. You will be in a pressurized environment and you should be at your level best. Correct or not? Correct or not? So I will deliberately push you a bit so that exam is just going to be another day for you. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Please take running notes. Now, if you just see the book that I've given, that book will have only certain things. It will have only certain things. Most of the conceptual background will be covered only by way of lectures, which you need to take by way of running notes. And since you put it in your own handwriting, it won't take much time for you to revise it. And a 6-hour session can just be finished in a span of 45 to 50 minutes when you're sitting at home and revising. That's all it is. That's all it is. It is time tested. You need not worry about it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes? Right. So now, let's get into the strategy part. Let's get into the strategy part. Now, so your new syllabus, that is the current syllabus, the current exam model that you guys are sitting for, it got introduced in May 2018. It got introduced in May 2018. So 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. So that's 4 years plus another half year has gone by, which means 4.5 years into 2, 9 attempts we have crossed with this new syllabus, new pattern. Correct or not? I have analyzed the past 9 attempts of your exam question paper, and every question wise I have made it into which topic they are testing this from. Are you clear with this? This is what I have done. This is some work that has gone behind it. To put it short, I have summarized and kept it here. Now, your exam question paper, let me just tell you how it will look like. Guys, please start taking running notes for this. Now, your exam question pattern, this is how it will look like. We will broadly classify it into 3. Question number 1, then question number 2 to question number 5, and question number 6. Question number 1, question number 2 to question number 5, and question number 6. Totally 6 questions will be printed in your exam paper, right? And this is how I divide it. Question number 1, 2 to 5, and 6. Now, question number 1 is called as a compulsory question. This will generally every time it has 4 questions each carrying 5 marks. It will have 4 questions each carrying 5 marks, and this question number 1 is a compulsory question, meaning what? You need to attend it no matter what. Clear with this? And each of these 4 questions will come from 4 different chapters, and this question number 1 is it doesn't have that much amount of trend to it. They can pick this question number 1 from any corner of the book and they can test you. Are you clear with this? Yes. Now, question number 2 to question number 5, each of these questions, how many questions are there? 4 questions, right? We have a total of 4 questions. Each of these questions carry 10 marks plus 10, each of these questions carry 20 marks each. Each of these questions carry 20 marks each. Now, if you see in this question, it can be in a model of 10 marks plus 10 marks, or it can be in a model of 10 plus 5 plus 5, or it can also be 10 plus 6 plus 4. It can be in any of these three models. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Question number 2 to question number 5, each question carries 20 marks. The breakup for the 20 mark can be 10 plus 10, or 10 plus 5 plus 5, or 10 plus 6 plus 4. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And finally, this question number 6 is nothing but your theory question. This question number 6 is nothing but your theory question. Only theory questions will come from this particular area. Clear? And in this question, they will give you 5 questions, 5 subdivisions, and each of the questions will carry 5 marks each. Now, out of these 5 questions, there is an internal choice. You need to write any of the 4 only. Are you clear with this? That is question number 6. It also carries 20 marks in total. It will have 5 theory questions each carrying 5 marks. out of which you need to write only 4. That is, if you are attempting a theory question, there is an added advantage for you. You have an internal choice also. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? This is how your exam question paper will look like, and overall the rule is question number 1 should be attended compulsorily. Between question number 2 to question number 6, you can attempt any 5 questions. Sorry, you can attempt, any 4. Yes, you can attempt any 4 questions. Are you clear with this? So, totally the exam paper gets printed for how many marks? How many marks? How many marks? 125, no? This one is 20 marks. This is 4 questions, each carrying 20 marks each. So, how much is that? 80 marks. And this one is 25 marks, correct? So, a total of how much? 125 marks, out of which you need to write only for 100 marks, correct? This is how your exam paper is going to look like. And question number 1, and of course, this also I need to tell you, question number 1 to question number 5 is going to be generally from your practical area. That is, all these things will be your problems that you need to solve. And question number 6 will definitely be a theory question. Are you clear? So, which means out of your 125 marks, 100 marks will be from the practical portion, 25 marks will be from your theory portion. Now, what many students do is, they directly omit this theory area. They directly omit this theory area, which means institute is ready to give you a choice. And at the time you are entering the exam hall itself, you are denying yourself that beautiful choice. Now, tell me, is it wise to omit theory and go? Is it wise to omit theory and go? Definitely not. Trust me, it is definitely not, because the biggest challenge in this paper is finishing it in a span of 3 hours, correct? Finishing it in a span of 3 hours, and theory questions take the least possible time. If you take chapters like overheads, ABC and all, conceptually you might understand, but actually putting it on a piece of paper and writing will take a lot of time for execution, correct or not? This way, the extra time that you take in certain chapters like overheads and all can be beautifully set off or offset using your theory area. So, theory please don't omit. Go to the exam hall and then decide whether you want to write theory or not. Please don't deny yourself this choice that the institute is giving you. Are you clear with this? It's full of strategies. Always I'm telling you, it's definitely easy to crack. It's very, very easy to crack. And the biggest blunder that students do is they do certain wrong things like, omitting theory and going, not having a plan before they enter into the exam hall. So that is the main reason why many people find this difficult. Now that we have, we know how the exam paper is going to look like. Now, let's get into the past trend analysis. Let's see from which chapters generally the institute is testing you more on. Clear? Now, you have a total of 16 chapters as per your ICAI study material. You guys know that? Yes, I hope you guys would have already, you have a background about costing? Some background? Yes? You at least know that there is a paper called costing? Yes? That is good enough? No, not good enough, but anyways, we'll try to account for that also. But jokes apart, so now you guys have 16 chapters as per your study material. You guys know that, right? Now, if you see, let's take this question number 2 to question number 5. Let's take this question number 2 to question number 5. Now, this is your 20 mark questions, right? 20 mark questions. This can be 10 plus 10 or 10 plus 5 plus 5, 10 plus 6 plus 4. Nowadays, institute is testing more like 10 plus 5 plus 5 and all they are testing. They are also keeping it hybrid. They are also keeping 10 plus 10 into the picture as well. Now, if you see, out of the last 6 attempts, cost sheet has always been tested for 10 marks. Always, cost sheet, there has not been a single attempt where cost sheet, the paper got printed without a cost sheet question. 6 out of 6, this 6 out of 6 means, this one, this cell, this means 6 out of 6 means the count. Out of 6 attempts, how many number of attempts it has appeared for. And if you see, cost sheet has appeared for each of the 6 attempts in the last 6 attempts. Are you clear with this? Which means, can you ever afford to miss this chapter? Can you ever afford to skip this chapter? Absolutely not. It's on the topmost priority. Now, some people, what they do is trend analysis. They will give all the 16 chapters. Sidely, they will give this average they will add all the past attempts question divided by 9. They will give average 8.5, 8.6 and they will say, and then they will do some ABC analysis. They will do. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that, because they will have some numbering 8.5, 8.6 and all. They can't test you for 8.5 marks and all. Instead, this way of knowing it, I feel, was better. This way of looking at the perspective at which you look at the subject, if you do it this way, the strategy part will be better, is what I felt. Now, overheads in ABC. Actually, ABC, there's a chapter called activity based costing, right? Now, that chapter is nothing but a small extension of overheads chapter, and that's why I'm clubbing the two together. And if you see in the past 6 attempts, these two chapters put together, I'm saying, all 6 out of 6 attempts they have asked. There has not been a single attempt where this has been missed out. And look at this, it's been tested for, collectively, it's been tested for 15 marks. It's been tested for 15 marks, and there is a small observation here. If you see this, there's a small observation here. ABC and overheads may come as 2 10-mark questions between question 2 to question 5. That is 10 marks for ABC, 10 marks for overheads. Or definitely they will put one ABC, they will definitely test it in this between 2 to 5. Question number 2 to question number 5 as a 10 mark, they will definitely test it. Apart from that, overheads will at least appear in your question number 1 as a 5-mark question. So, which means guaranteed 15 to 20 marks comes from these 2 chapters. Correct or not? Correct or not? And again, this lies in the topmost priority for us. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct or not? Correct or not? Next, standard costing, again 6 out of 6 attempts. Service costing, 5 out of 6 attempts they have tested. Ideally, this is 6 out of 6. 5 out of 6 between this, in this range, that is question number 2 to 5. I think in the last attempt, service costing was tested in question number 1 as a compulsory question. So, generally service costing gets tested only for 10 marks. At times they are also testing it. Twice I think they have tested it for 5 marks. So, if you look at this, service costing is also a never miss. It's a short exam area. Correct, guys? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, marginal costing, 4 out of 6 I have put, because initially when they started this new syllabus and all, they were not testing much, but this last 4 attempts they have tested marginal costing left, right and center. So, marginal costing is again on a top priority list. Are you clear with this? And process costing and joint and byproducts, these 2 chapters put together, it's another 10-mark question for sure. It's another 10-mark question for sure. Now, one very small hack I'll tell you. Very small hack I'll tell you. Now, if you see any cricketer, how many of you follow cricket? Huh? Oh, you guys, come on, you can raise your hands if you do. Okay, fine, good, right. Now, if you see any of the top cricketers, what they will do is, now, when they have reached their 90, their runs I'm telling, about 90, till the time they reach 100, they will struggle a lot, they will play a lot of defense and all. They will just ensure that they don't lose the wicket. Correct or not? The moment they cross 100, their purpose is achieved. They will swing their bat in all directions. Correct? At times, bat will itself slip. Correct or not? So, they will swing their bat because they have nothing to lose. Correct? Always remember, there are 2 strategies, defense and attack. For you, if you want to score an 80 plus or a 90 plus, which I am telling you is certainly possible. If someone says, if you're going and telling someone that you want to score an 80 plus, people will say, are you mad? This is a CA exam. Why? Were you talking about passing in your 12th standard? In 12th standard, the question was only 80 or 90 or 100, correct? This is just another exam. This is just another exam. So, please, the problem is with our mindset. So, what I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to score an 80 plus, don't target for 80. What you do is, first, you need to score 40 marks. Correct or not? For you to pass this paper. Correct or not? 40 marks. I'm telling you, if you cover these 4 chapters, your 40 marks is taken care of. Correct or not? Can't you pass in this subject? Can't you pass in this subject, guys? Guys, answer no, please. Can't you pass? 4-5 chapters you finish. 1 subject guaranteed you will pass. Correct or not? Is this going to be a problem? Is this going to be a problem? Your defense is taken care of in the exam hall. Trust me, once you cover that 40 marks, tremendous confidence will be generated. You will have tremendous confidence. Now you will have nothing to lose. Anyways, I am passing. That's all. Next, aim for the next 20 marks. Aim for the next 20 marks. Exemption will come 60. You need not touch this paper again for your lifetime. Correct or not? Correct or not? Then what do you have with you right now? Whatever comes is a bonus. Now, if you go with this mindset, 80 plus is a sure shot. Definitely you can do it. I am telling you, strategize this way. Everyone says hard work alone is not enough. Smart work. They are not telling what that smart work is. Look, see, I am presenting things right in front of you. If you finish 4 or 5 chapters, you are guaranteed of a pass mark. Can't we do that? Can't we do that? You just need to know what to do, which chapters to pick, and inside which chapter, what are the concepts that generally get tested. If you are able to balance that, this is definitely something that you can put it on your comfort zone. Correct, guys? Correct or not? Just the perspective with which you look at the same subject should change. So that's the only thing that we are going to do in the next series of 10 days. In the order of importance, we will be doing the subject. Because in my regular class, I will not do it in the same format. In my regular class, I will do it conceptually. But right now, from our viewpoint, we are just 2 months away from the exam. Right now, the priority is to score as many marks as possible. Correct or not? Score as many marks as possible with the limited time that we have. Don't worry, we will be covering every single chapter. It should be like, we will not cover everything, but we will not omit anything also. A balanced level playing field is what we will be doing. That is perfectly sufficient for your examination perspective. Are you clear with this? So this is what we are going to do in the span of next 10 days, and the summary material has been designed such. It has been designed such. We will be discussing concepts in the classroom, and I asked you to bring 4 color pens. You guys have brought it. Black, blue, green and red. Black ink is for certain sums that we will be doing in the classroom, or if I dictate something, the formal part, formal note that we are doing along, you're doing it along with me, that you note it down in a black ink. Blue ink is for your running notes. That's very, very important. That's very important. Then red ink is for your, if you have made any mistakes, I want you to correct that. If there is any important thing, you need to highlight it and all these things. And fourth, your green ink. Green ink is basically for headings. For your headings, step 1, step 2, step 3. The biggest problem in our subject is, you don't know where to start and where to end, because our subject is slightly unstructured. It is unstructured, meaning what? You don't know. Accounts now, you know that you start with the journal, then go to your ledger, then go to your financials, correct? But here it's not like that, because this subject has multiple objectives. Certain chapters talk about stock valuation, profit computation. Certain chapters like marginal costing come back and they say that you have to do decision making here. Certain chapters like standard costing, those chapters talk about control area and all that. Different chapters have different objectives. So depending on the objectives of every single chapter, you need to move along with it. So you should know where to start and where to end. Since that problem is there, I have asked you to bring a green ink to note down the heading, so that when you do it, you will automatically know that, so this is the heading, or this is what I need to start. This should be step number 1. Then you should go to step number 2 and so on, because in the very same chapter, for question number 1, what comes in step 1 might come as step 3 in question number 2. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes, you guys have already seen the subject. At least you have a bird's eye view on the subject. Yes. So this problem is something that I've seen in students. Many students, they say that, sir, how are you able to find out that this is the first step, then we move to this step? It comes only by practice. It comes only by practice, and that's exactly what we are going to do now. Now, in the classroom, what I am going to do is, I will give you all the conceptual discussion. We will solve a few sums in the classroom. If you see, in all the chapters, we will be doing certain sums. And this batch, I have last batch, I got some feedback, and I have included those feedback also in my book. I have increased the number of sums. And what you need to do is, every day, when I finish a particular chapter, I will give you homework. Very simple, open secret. What is that homework? Past 5 exam questions, past 5 RTPs, I myself have compiled. I will share the soft copy on the Telegram group. What you need to do is, I would have written, how it will look like is, first the questions, maybe chapter wise, if you see maximum 10 to 12 questions, all are some important questions, past exam and past RTPs, fine. These questions will be given. At the back, solutions will also be given. Please don't look at the solution. Please don't look at the solution before you solve. Crack it by yourself. Crack it by yourself. Check the answer, whatever is given. If you have got it wrong, take a red ink and correct it. Have a separate book and do it. Guys, trust me, then and there you do, it's going to be very easy. And the trend shows that, the past trend shows that the exam questions, whatever comes for your exam, are all from past exam questions and RTPs only. Then what more do you want? Every chapter I will be covering the concepts in the classroom. I will be enabling you to do things on your own, but unless and until you do it, it will be of no use. So, will you do it along with me? Yes, will you do it along with me? Yes. So, we will learn the concepts in the class, get it clear. Any doubts you have, you ask me then and there, get it clarified. And once you do that, go home and practice on day 1 itself. Today, whatever we covered, it has to be completed by the time you appear for the next class. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear? And to take care of all this, only sufficient study leave is also given in between. So, I wanted this to be a complete package as a whole. As in, you should also prepare for your exam, not just attend the class, shut it and go. No, that will be of no use. You have to, because costing is such a subject, if someone tells you, come attend the class, you will automatically clear the subject. Absolutely not. This is such a subject where you need to put your pens on and write. Without writing, it will not come. Your hand will pain, but it has to pain. That's how your exam condition will be. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes. So now, if you look at this, so question number 2 to question number 5, if you see, a overall of 65 marks, you know from which areas it's coming from. Correct? Correct. Now, question number 1, I told you, they can pick from any particular concept and they can plug it. Correct or not? Reasonably, I was able to catch the trend only for 3 chapters. Marginal costing has appeared out of 5 out of 6 attempts. In the last 5 out of 6 attempts, marginal costing was definitely appearing in question number 1 somewhere or the other, be it a break-even point question or be it an indifference point question. Somewhere or the other, it was appearing in question number 1 area. Even material cost, this EOQ problems and then stock level problems. In fact, last 2 attempts, they have been testing this inventory turnover ratio. Simple sum, inventory turnover ratio, I think 12th standard syllabus itself that is there, but they have asked for comments and all, so that we will see in the classroom, we will see what inventory turnover ratio is with the comments. So all those things you need to do. 5 marks, it's coming from this area, so obviously you know how to take care of this question number 1, because question number 1 you don't have a choice. Correct, guys? Yes. And of course, process costing and joint and byproducts put together, it's getting tested for another 5 marks somewhere or the other. Nowadays, they have a recent trend of testing this statement of equivalent units. You know this statement of equivalent units. In process costing, we will be seeing it in detail. So that alone, one part of one full-fledged problem, they are testing for 5 marks. They are testing for 5 marks. Joint and byproducts, different methods of apportionment of joint cost, that can also come. So this is how actually the past exam trends show that in these chapters they are testing it. Now if you see, marginal costing and process costing have already been included in this area. Correct or not? Can I say, if you cover these, how many chapters are there? 8 chapters, no? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus ABC and joint and by. So I have added 2. If you cover these 8 chapters, 65 plus another 10. So 75 marks are over. Correct or not? Correct or not? 8 chapters, 75 marks. Out of 16 chapters, 50% of the chapters represent 75% of your exam weightage. Just look at this. This is typically your ABC analysis, which we will be studying in material cost. But anyways, the top priority chapters, the cream of the chapters, we will finish those 8 chapters, no? That will be the top priority for us. Once we finish that, we will move to the balance. Are you clear with this? And guys, I want you all to practice your questions along with me. Then this is going to be an easy task. I'm telling you, no, I will not give some false promises and all. Honestly, I'm telling you, classroom, after the classroom, you just go home and do these sums, solve it. That is sufficient for your exam. That is definitely sufficient to score an exemption. I can tell you that, 100%. Clear? Because what I'm doing is nothing. From the institute publication only, I've just analyzed all these things and I'm telling you, I'm not doing anything out of my own creativity. This is all I'm doing you. For me, I have only 1 subject. I have time to do all this. You have 8 subjects to study. So obviously, you can't do all this. That's the reason I am enabling you. I'm saving your time. And that's the reason why you're attending a crash batch also. CA exam is nothing but a self-preparation exam. It's ultimately, you can do it on your own. just that if someone is helping you out with it, it saves a lot of your time, and time is the most important factor right now, and that's the reason why we are having this batch. Are you all clear with this? Now guys, if you see any person who has suffered a fracture, yes, any person who suffered a fracture on his leg, now the doctor gives him a walking stick, right? The doctor gives him a walking stick, correct? Now I am like that walking stick to you. I am like that walking stick to you. I am a support. I am a support. But unless and until the patient decides to stand up and try to walk, this walking stick is of no use. So basically I am here to give you the direction, solve your doubts, tell you how to prepare and crack the exam. But unless and until you are ready to walk along with me, this will be of no use. Or let me put it in positive sense. Are you guys ready to walk along with me? Yes. Yes, guys. Yes. So we'll make the maximum use of whatever time you're spending together. Ask doubts, make the maximum use of it. It's there in your hands, and let it be interactive. I am not a very strict guy and all. You can ask a few students who've already attended my classes. Fine, I am not a strict guy and all. These guys know all kind of activities they do in the classroom. So you can, let's have a fun-filled session, and understand this subject is such that you need to understand the concept and do it. If you don't understand the concept and blindly if you solve it, 10 sums, mug up, go right, it will not work out. It will definitely not work out. Know the concepts, why you are doing it. That's why I'm going to give you the background before we start every single chapter. I'll give you the background and all. You know the concept and then you do it. No one can take away this knowledge from you. And in the exam, even if some surprises come, if you see this, if you see the past exam trends, I have highlighted a few things in red ink, correct? You know what is that red ink? Every exam, last 4 attempts if you see, one question what they are doing is, they are keeping it as a bouncer. In every over, one bouncer is allowed, you know. Correct, you know, in cricket. Similarly, in every exam, one bouncer is allowed for them. Look, in the last attempt, they merged marginal costing and budgeting and tested one question. Limiting factor question they tested. Clear? So now, these kind of questions, sir, surprise element, how will I be able to do it in the exam? Know the concept, no one can touch it. No one can actually pluck the marks from you. Know the concept and do it, no one can take it away from you. The mark will belong to you. Are you clear with this? Yes, and you need not worry about it, especially Bharati, you need not worry. I will be giving a lot of breaks. Sufficient breaks will be given. Whenever you feel like you want a break, of course, be reasonable. So whenever you want a break, please let me know, because I don't believe in, you know, making you sit and thrusting it on you. The class timings have been planned in such a way that sufficient breaks in between will be given, so that you will also not get tired, because the attention span is always very less for everyone. Even you might be, you know, I'm not like Albert Einstein, not to have that much amount of IQ. So obviously even I need a break. So let me put it this way, let me take the blame. So guys, so basically jokes apart, if you need a break whenever you want reasonably, so please ask me the break, so that the effect, whenever we are doing the session, it will be very effective. Okay, clear with this, right? And have this very important thing with you on your mind. Conceptual knowledge is required. Conceptual knowledge is required. I am enabling the concept to you right now. Go home, practice whatever extra sums that I give you, and we are done. That's all. We are done. 15 days, one subject, you can close it off. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? No, so know the concept, and actually look. So this is one thing that I wanted to share with you. Yeah. See, if you practice whatever question bank that I am giving you, or whatever question, without knowing the concept, you will have a lot of confidence while entering the exam hall like this only. But inside the exam hall, whatever twist they keep, I showed that red ink and all, no? Yes, that red highlighted and all, no? So exam will be like they will merge many concepts together and ask some tricky questions and all. If you don't know the concept, you will enter the exam hall like this, but when you come out, it will be like this only. So basically, what I'm trying to drive home is, know the concepts. It's not just enough if you solve some 100 sums, mug it up once again, go there and vomit, it doesn't work out. So the strategy for this subject has to be such that you at least know. I am not asking you, sir, we are just 2 months away from the exam, so I don't have only costing paper, I have other papers also, 4 papers or 8 papers as the case may be. So you are asking me to study all the concepts? No. But I am strategizing it for you. I am telling at least important concepts, whatever we are doing, know it conceptually and solve it. Know it conceptually and solve it. Don't say important questions. I will use it as important concepts. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes. So we will go in the same order in which I have prepared this. So first we will be doing cost sheet. Okay. First we will be doing cost sheet. Then we will go to overheads, then ABC and so on. This is how we will be going. This is our batting lineup. This is our lineup for us, and this is exactly the way. As and when we hit one milestone, tell yourself that. So once we finish cost sheet, tell yourself we have finished 10 marks. But that 10 marks will get complete not after the class, only after you finish that questions for practice. Correct? That questions for practice you need to do. Simple questions for practice. I am only going to give you past exam questions and past RTP questions. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Yes, open secret. Many people are knowing this and they are not doing it only. Open secret, you do it, guaranteed exemption. Are you clear with this, guys? Yes? Fine. So before we actually get into cost sheet, I just wanted to share one small story with you. Generally, I do it. So I just wanted to share a small story with you. So how many of you know this guy called Elon Musk? How many of you know this guy called Elon Musk? Yes, all of us know. Fine. This guy, what is he known for? I know he's known for many things, but what exactly? He's an entrepreneur. Yes, so that guy has 2 little babies. Yes, SpaceX and Tesla, correct? So you guys know his story. This guy started way back. He was born in South Africa to a very middle class family on a very, he wasn't subject to a lot of exposure and all. Some point in his life, he felt during his childhood that only if he goes to the US, he can make it big in his life. That was his idea. So he went to US and all. And then he started a small startup. He started a startup way back in 1997, 98, around that time. He started a fintech. It was a fintech startup, that is a finance technology related startup. So he started something which was basically a payment gateway. You know this InstaMojo, the other one, what is that? Razor Pay and all, correct? So today, you know, there is some one company called as PayPal. Yes, that was actually a company founded by Elon Musk. Not in the name of PayPal. He founded it, and that was taken over by PayPal later on. And today, whatever in today's world is known as PayPal was originally founded by this fellow, Elon Musk. What he did was he sold to that fintech startup, which is currently PayPal. This guy got a lot of money. Let's assume, I don't know how much exactly. In today's worth, let us say he got about 100 crores. Example, solra. So what would you and I do had we got this 100 crores? First question, will we study CA? Guys, huh? 100 crores, life settled, no? Lifetime settlement only, no? Correct or not? Lifetime settlement only, no? Yes? Now this guy said, no, I don't want to settle with this. He had a lot of hunger. So he split this money into 2 and invested a portion of it in a company called Tesla, which was an ongoing company that he bought some stake. And he started his own company called as SpaceX. Now let's reserve Tesla for another day. SpaceX, this company, what they wanted to do was, this guy has a very crazy plan. You know what he said? Now let's say you are traveling from Chennai to Bangalore. You're going by your own car. Okay. So you drive a car, you go to Bangalore. Once you go to Bangalore, will you discard the car and take a new car and come back to Chennai? Huh? No, right? He said, why can't we use the same logic in space technology also? Why can't we make some reusable rockets? Because rockets cannot be reused generally, because it has to travel a lot of distance and it has to carry a lot of fuel. The fuel, it can carry fuel only that is sufficient enough only for a one-way distance, not for up and down. But this guy said, I will make some reusable rockets. And what was this guy known for? No, he didn't have, he was not a scientist. He didn't have any fancy qualifications and all that. When people asked him, what do you know about space technology? He said, I have read a few books. That's all he said. Really, he said this. I have read a few books, so that's all I know. Now, people were saying this guy is such a, he's really crazy. He's not going to do much. But somehow he convinced his investors and all. He started up. So a lot of years of research went behind this. And then his first date of launch was scheduled. Now, the spacecraft has to take off 3, 2, 1. And then in the launching pad itself, it bursted. The first time he started this, it was a crazy idea. And if we are talking about rocket science, the amount involved and the time involved is huge. It is not like CA exam, 6 months lang kadiyadu. Exam fee 1,500 lang kadiyadu. It's like it runs into thousands, billions of crores, and the efforts are huge, and he was venturing out into something that he never knew. I mean, that was the first time he was venturing into it. He said, I'm going to try again. People now concluded that this guy is really mad. So some people left off. He again, convinced his shareholders and all. Then again, 3-4 years down the lane, another launch was scheduled. Then again, 3, 2, 1, and this rocket beautifully took off. But within the first level of the atmosphere, the stratosphere or whatever they call it, it bursted again, which means this was a failure once again. Now this guy has failed 2 times, not just him. He has actually pulled down all his investors, everyone's money was at stake, and people started highly criticizing him. They were saying this guy is anti-national, so many things, whatever they were telling him, what not, they were telling him everything. But this guy said, I'm going to try for a 3rd time. Now even those people who were feeling that this guy is going to make some sense, they also started disbelieving him. Somehow he managed. He said, last attempt, you give me one final attempt. If not in this attempt, I will shut down this business, repay all my debts. Now repaying debts would make this guy a pauper. This guy was one of the richest man. It would make him a pauper. Now this guy had everything to lose, no? Still he said, I'm not going to give up. 3rd time he started, after a lot of years, lot of struggle, lot of research, this guy started. The rocket beautifully took off, it went to space, and then whatever satellite or whatever work it had to do there, it finished it, and then it came back beautifully and stood vertically on one of their launching pads, and then the rest is history. Now we all know where Elon Musk is, one of the richest guys. In fact, he was the world's richest person. I'm not sure even if he's currently the world's richest person. Had he not attempted that particular thing, had he given up after that 2nd attempt, just imagine, would we even be talking about this guy today? After so many years, would we even be talking about this guy today? Now, the same thing applies for all of us in all walks of our life. Now, what we do is, if we see one failure, we get bogged down, we feel, I'm going to fail again. Look, we have nothing to lose. We really have nothing to lose. Have this in your mind, max 6 months. I am not undermining, I'm not saying you should fail. I'm saying when you are on the verge of quitting, tell yourself this, just a span of 6 months, that's all, no? Okay, fine, let it be. Now I will give my best, whatever comes my way, I will take it. Because what is there in your hand is only your preparation. Result is not there in your hand. MS Dhoni, you know this guy MS Dhoni, obviously all of us know him. He says focus on the controllables. You know that T20 World Cup, the first ever T20 World Cup when India won the match against Pakistan, just imagine, number 1, it was a World Cup, number 2, it was a final, number 3, it was against Pakistan. Now had India lost that game, people would have called MS Dhoni as anti-national. They would have called so many things. He took money from Pakistan and all this, everything they will say, because such is the fighting instinct that we all have. I don't know why we have it only for Indian cricket team. We should have for ourselves also. Now that guy, and at the end India won that tournament. Now, so that guy was asked, MS Dhoni was asked, so what was running in your mind when I know it would have been such a tensed environment. What was running in your mind? It would have been such a pressurizing environment. He said only one thing, win or lose is not on my hand, but the next delivery, how to bowl it, how to make the team, how to set the field, that is very much in my control. So I always focus on the controllables, not on the result. That's exactly what even the Bhagavad Gita says. That's exactly what even whatever religion that you believe in, every religion says that, or why they say, all our elders, everyone says, focus only on your actions. And that's exactly what we are going to do right now. Just focus here on whatever is the process. Whatever is the process, let's focus on that. Automatically the results will be taken care of. I have seen certain students who have come to me with their printed exam answer sheets. They say, sir, I've written it correct, but they have not given me marks. Yes, I have seen certain things happening like that. Forget about all those things happening. Assume that's not going to happen for you. That is not in your control. What is there in your control? Prepare and write. Do it really well. Do it really well. Everything else will fall in place. Trust me, everything else will fall in place. Are you all clear with this, guys? With this, let's get started with the session. Let's get started with cost sheet. This was one background that I wanted to give you. So have one thing in your mind, take running notes, have some conceptual knowledge, whatever is happening in the classroom, please participate. Please participate. It motivates me to actually share more examples, because if you are more participative, more reciprocative, then it actually motivates me also. And number two, it helps you. It will enhance your learning experience. So one time if you are attentive in the classroom, it stays with you forever. Now, I am not saying this to brag about myself. Trust me, what I used to do, I am just telling you. During my back when I was in my intermediate, or when I was a student, I'm still a student. I'm doing some other courses. But when I was a student, I used to take notes in such a way that when I look back at the notes, even 3 or 4 months after, I will be able to relive the classroom moment. I know that at this point of time, sir did one example, he cracked this joke, or he said something, or some student asked some silly, whatever it is, you will relive that exact situation, so that learning is going to be very easy for you. Instead of reading everything from a printed material, that's the reason. Else I could have printed everything and given it to you, correct or not? Correct or not? So take this running notes. Now, I used to ask a lot of doubts in my classes also, and students who used to sit next to me, they used to feel that this guy is an idiot, he always asking doubts, troubling the class and all. But trust me, 1 month before the exam, I was in heavy demand. 1 month before the exam, I was in heavy demand. People were after me for my notes. That's how it is. That is the importance. We all are chilled out. Generally, regular batch, people are chilled out because they will be having a lot of time till their exam. But crash batch students generally are quite, they are already into the exam mode, so they are quite serious. Fine, let's do our work while we work, play while we play. So when you are working, let's give her 100%. When you are taking a break, don't even think about this. That break time should be completely yours. Okay, are you clear with this? But that doesn't stop you from asking me any doubts. The break time is only for you. If you still want to ask me doubts, you can ask me doubts then and there and get it clarified. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this, right? And today we started little late. That was because of the setup. So generally, I started sharp 1, and today looks like I need to finish it little early because we have this Vinayak Chaturthi, this immersion thing going on. So I think I'll have to finish it little early, but don't worry. We will anyways, with mutual this thing only we will do it. Okay. So I will ask you guys, so when you are comfortable in leaving and all, and only then we will do it. Okay guys, clear with this? Fine. So shall we get started with the subject? Yes, guys? Yes. Fine, let's get started. Now, please start taking running notes. Now, what's the first chapter that we are going to do? Cost sheet. Yes, cost sheet. So, take the heading, cost sheet, cost sheet. Now, so I have a material with me that I think is being shared with you. Wait. Yeah, so this material is being shared with you. Yes. So you have a soft copy in case you want have you taken a hard copy? Yes, either printout or whatever it is. You have contacted the admin for the printout, whatever it is. You have a hard copy with you. It's better if you have a hard copy with you. Fine, and I think students who are doing this, appearing for this demo, I think the material has been shared. The first 2 handouts have been shared. Fine. So even you guys have access to it. Just a minute. 1 second. Hello. 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 Tatna mattum varudilla. Hello. 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 I know. Hello. 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 Okay, let's get started. Okay, fine. So, and I have given the same lineup in the same order only. The index has been prepared. So, you need not worry about it. Things have been taken care of. And guys, do you want me to share this? You want me to share this? Do you want me to share this? Huh? Okay, fine. Right. I'll share it to you. I'll share it to you after once the class gets over. I'll put it on the Telegram group. Okay. This alone will do. This alone will do. I'm not sharing the entire file and all. That's of no use. Too much of data is also not good. Just know what you need to do. That's all. And if you notice, in this, all the chapters will not be there. Basically, I am just strategizing. It doesn't mean that we will not be covering all the chapters. We will be covering all the chapters in our session. But the priority, how I have done it, I am just telling you. Okay, are you clear with this? Remember, 8 chapters, 75 marks. Such is the importance. Such is the importance. So that's the same order in which we are going to do. Let's hit the milestones one by one. Let's take care of the defense and then go to attack. Are you clear with this? We are going to do the same thing. If you see, even in big movies like Bahubali and all, they'll see even the big warriors, what they will do is, they'll have a shield and they will have a sword. Shield is for your defense. The sword is for your attack. You take anything in real life, these two will always go together. So we will also follow that in our classes. Are you guys clear with this? Yes, guys, clear with this? So let's get started with cost sheet. Now, so before we get into this cost sheet, I will give you certain background, conceptual background about certain areas. I'll give you certain conceptual background. Please take running notes. I'm telling you again and again, listen, process, write. 3 things happening simultaneously, and right now the time is what? 2:15, no? This is exactly the time when you will be writing your exam also. 2 to 5 exam, correct period only we have taken. So you should be at the height of your energy level during this time. Practice it, every day practice it. Please don't ever sleep during this time, not during the classes obviously, that I will take care. Even after the classes get over, please don't have the habit of sleeping between 2 to 5. That's very, that is going to hurt you bad if you sleep. Please don't sleep during this time. Before, after, you do whatever you want. During 2 to 5, it's a practice. It's a practice. Please don't sleep during this time, because you should be at the peak of your preparation. You should be at the peak of your mindset. And that's exactly, because exam is just another day. Every day if you're sleeping during that time, exam also will fall asleep only. Okay, clear with this? Yes, guys? Fine. So before we get into cost sheet, I will give you certain conceptual backgrounds that I want you guys to note it down parallelly. So you also need to participate on top of it. So for multitasking. So here, process, write and participate, 4 things. So I know it might be difficult. It might be difficult. It shouldn't be difficult for people who have already attended before. But for those who are doing it for the first time, it might be difficult, but please don't give up. Remember that Elon Musk, that guy has done, he had everything to lose in his life, still he didn't want to quit. We have nothing to lose, no? We have nothing to lose. So let's just give our best. Enjoy yourself. That's all. Clear with this? Fine, guys? Right. Now, just a minute. Hello. Hello. I don't even know how to use this. So, hello. What happened? It's not. Fine. Let's leave it. I'm audible, no, guys. I'm audible enough? Fine, done. I know I'm shouting too much, but it's okay. Okay, fine. Guys, let's get started. Please participate. Now, first, let's say a company, they purchased 1000 kgs. They purchased 1000 kgs of some product at the rate of 10 rupees. Okay, so how much is this in total? Guys, how much is this in total? Please write. 10,000, correct? Fine. Now let's say they have sold, let's say they have sold 800 kgs. They have sold 800 kgs, let's say at the rate of rupees 20. How much is that? Guys, how much is that? So it's 16,000, correct? Right? So what's my profit? What's my profit? 6,000, correct? 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 Why? Someone said 6,000. Some people said 6,000. Who all said 6,000? It's okay, be honest. It's okay, be honest. Huh? It is? It is? Take a red ink. Please take a red ink. It is what? Absolutely wrong. Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong, guys? Why is it wrong? You are comparing the sale revenue that you generated out of 800 units with the cost incurred with respect of 1000 units, correct or not? The matching concept goes for a toss, correct? Correct or not? Correct or not? Can you compare the revenue generated out of 800 units with the cost incurred with respect to 1000 units? Can you do it? It's a sin. It's a sin. You can't do it. Absolutely not. Correct, guys? So what should you do? What should you do? So what should you do? Yes. Now what you'll have to do is this 10,000 rupees. This 10,000 rupees, what will you do? You will split it into two. Correct? You will split it into two. What and what? The cost incurred in respect of the units that is sold and the cost incurred in respect of the units that remains unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So each and every unit gets valued at how much? What is the cost you are spending on every unit? Whether it is sold or unsold, what is the cost you are spending? 10 rupees, correct or not? So can I say 800 into 10, this is going to be 8,000 is my cost, and here in respect of units unsold, the cost is going to be 2,000, correct guys? Correct, correct, correct. Now I call this as cost of goods sold. That is, the cost I incur in respect of units that I sell is called as cost of goods sold, and the cost I incur in respect of units unsold is called as closing stock. Correct or not? You don't call it as cost of goods unsold, it is called as closing stock. Are you clear with this? Closing stock means what? Basically, I have produced, but I have not yet sold, which means what? I have incurred some cost, but that is lying only with me. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct? So this is going to be your closing stock value. Correct, guys? Correct or not? Correct or not? And now this 16,000 rupees of revenue, what you will do? This 16,000 rupees of revenue, you will compare it with 8,000 rupees of cost. Correct or not? Why? Because 800 units revenue can be compared only with 800 units cost. Correct, guys? Correct or not? And only if you knock it off, you get your profit as how much? As how much? As how much? 8,000. Correct or not? This 2,000 will be carried forward to the next year. Why? Current year closing stock becomes next year's opening stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? So can I say that this 8,000 gets knocked off against my current period revenue to arrive at the profit? It expires in the current year, it dies in the current year to arrive at my profit. Correct or not? Correct or not? Whereas this 2,000 you tell me, does it expire in the current year or it gets escapes the next year? It escapes the next year. Yes or no? Hence, can I say this 8,000 is my expired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? And can I say this 2,000 is going to be my unexpired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? You guys tell me. The cost that gets knocked off against my current period revenue is called as an expired cost. Correct or not? And the cost that escapes the next year, carry forwarded to the next year, is called as an unexpired cost. Unexpired cost is nothing but your closing stock. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, can I come to this conclusion? Profit is equal to sales minus expired cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Because sales was 16,000, expired cost were 8,000. So 16,000 minus 8,000, my profit is equal to 8,000. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not, guys? Can I say that profit is nothing but sales minus expired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? Everyone, please participate. Yes. Are you all clear with this? So that portion of cost that gets knocked off against your revenue to arrive at the profit is called as an expired cost, and the other cost, that is your closing stock value that expires the next year, is called as unexpired cost. Okay, clear with this? Now don't think that we are spending a lot of time here and all. Don't worry about it. Please don't worry about it. My only thing for you is spend more time on the concepts. The amount of time that you will spend on your subject, on your sums, will be very less. It will be very less. More the time you spend in learning the concepts, lesser will be the time in execution. Abraham Lincoln, you know his saying, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, I will spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe. 4 hours for the preparation. The actual execution is only 2 hours. So if you spend more time here, obviously the time that you will spend in your sums will be very less. Today we will finish cost sheet. Yes, today we will finish cost sheet. You see that. You just see it by yourself. Fine, we will finish this chapter cost sheet today. Fine. First, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So profit is equal to what? Come on. Sales minus expired cost. So directly whatever cost comes, you can't knock it off. It has to be segregated into your expired and unexpired portion. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So this was the first discussion here. A discussion. This is nothing but expired cost versus unexpired cost. Expired cost versus unexpired cost. Please excuse me for this handwriting. Actually, I am using this pen tablet and all. So I will have to write it here. It displays on the screen. So it's quite as it is, my handwriting is pathetic. You can ask my past students and all. But now it's even more difficult. But don't worry, I'll ensure that it's legible. Is it legible, or you can understand? No, you can at least understand. No, okay, fine. Thank you. Right. Okay, guys. First, you guys are done with this. You guys are done with this. Done. Right. Let's move to the next concept. Let's move to the next concept. Now, let's move to the next concept. This concept I will give you the name after we take this example. Okay, after we take this example. Now let's say I'm giving you an example. Please note down parallelly. Please note down parallelly. Let's say the material cost is 50,000. This is the given data. So material cost is 50,000. The direct wages, let's say, is 30,000. Then admin expenses, let us say it's 10,000. Admin expenses, let us say, is 10,000. And selling expenses, let us say selling expenses is another 10,000. What's the total? What's the total? What's the total? 65, yeah. This is 50,000, 30,000, 10,000, 10,000. How much is it? 1 lakh, correct or not? Yeah, 1 lakh. And then another data is given to you. Selling price, they have given it to you as rupees 15. Units produced, that is the production. Units produced, they have given it as 10,000 units. And out of this, units sold, they have given it as 8,000 units. They have given it as 8,000 units. They have given it as 8,000 units. Correct? Fine. Now find the profit. Find the profit. Find the profit. How will you find the profit? You guys know. Can you say profit is equal to what? Your number of units sold. 8,000 units into 15. Whatever you get. That minus 1 lakh. Entire 1 lakh will you do? No. Why? Why? Sorry? Yes. So only a part of the entire production. This cost is in respect of units produced. You can't compare the cost incurred in respect of units produced with the revenue generated from goods sold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So matching concept takes for a toss. You need to adjust for that. Correct, guys? Yes, that you all know. That you all know. So now you tell me, how will you do it? How will you do it? Come on, tell me how you will do it. So how will you do it, guys? Come on, participate. So this 1 lakh is there. This 1 lakh is there. This you will break it into 2. This you will break it into 2. That is cost incurred in respect of units sold and closing stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now 1 lakh rupees is the total cost incurred for how many units of production? 10,000 units, you incur the cost not only in respect of units that you have sold, but even in respect of units unsold, no? That is for whatever you have produced, you incur the cost, correct or not? So, can I say the cost per unit is very important for us? Because only if you have the cost per unit, it can be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock, correct or not? What is the cost of, what is the cost per unit here? 1 lakh divided by 10,000, how much is it? Rupees 10 per unit, correct or not? Correct or not? So, can I say how many units were sold? 8,000 units into 10. And what's your closing stock? 2,000 units into 10. So, what's your COGS? What's your cost of goods sold? 80,000. And what's your closing stock? What's your closing stock? 20,000. Correct, guys? Correct? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? And is this correct? Is this correct? And is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? No. Why no? Right. Take a red ink. Please take a red ink, guys. Please take a red ink. I know these are all some common mistakes that many people make. That is exactly the reason why I am making you commit the mistake and rectify it in the classroom itself. Absolutely wrong. This is absolutely wrong. Without knowing all this, you can't enter cost sheet. I am telling you, if we spend more time here, cost sheet 5 minutes will get over. Trust me, 5 minutes cost sheet done. That's all. I will make you say that entire format. I will make you tell the entire format. In the classroom itself, you will tell the entire format. No need to mug up. Conceptually, you can learn it. Clear? Fine. What is the problem here? What is the problem here? Now, what we have done is, yes, no doubt, cost has to be segregated into cost incurred in respect of units sold and cost incurred in respect of units unsold. Correct? Absolutely correct. But you should know one thing. What we have done here is, we have valued every unit at the rate of 10 rupees. Meaning what? We have taken into account all these expenses. All the costs that I have incurred, I have added it up, divided by the total number of units, and every units I produce has been valued at the full cost. Correct or not? There is a thumb rule you should never forget in your life. Have this thumb rule in your mind. Now, every unit of product should only be valued at manufacturing cost. Should only be valued at manufacturing cost. Simple. You tell me, guys, you tell me, this trading P&L account, in your accounts you would have done, correct? Stock item, no? Where does it appear? Where does it appear? Trading account, P&L account. Trading account, P&L account. P&L. Trading. It appears in your trading account, correct? Now, in your trading account, you will have sales here, correct? And you will have some closing stock here, correct? Here on the debit side of the trading account, what expenses you will have? Only manufacturing related expenses will come there, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Only manufacturing expenses will come there. Don't say direct expenses. More details of that we will see. But only whatever cost you incur inside a factory will only be debited to your trading account. Correct or not? Correct or not? And that is the reason at this level only closing stock gets valued. Are you clear with this? This is why closing stock is not appearing in your P&L. It appears in your trading, because to value, for me to segregate between cost of goods sold and closing stock, I should only consider the manufacturing cost. Sir, then what are you saying, sir? Or will I ignore the selling expenses and all? No. Selling expenses is a full-fledged expired cost. There is no question of segregating it. If it is a selling or admin expenses, it has to take the full hit in your P&L account. Are you clear with this? Now to enhance your understanding, let me give you just this example. Now, if you see in any factory, in any company, there will be 3 places. Production based company, there will be 3 places. One is a factory. The other one is a corporate office. Head office in Solvangala. They will say head office, no? Corporate office. And then there will be a place called as sales depot. There will be 3 locations in a company. So a company has 3 locations: factory, corporate office, and sales depot. Logically, you think and tell me, in a factory what happens? Guys, what happens in a factory? Production happens, correct? Correct? In a corporate office, what happens? Administration happens. The board meeting and all will happen. That's where the place where they take decisions, correct? Your audit happens. So all those administrative activities happen in a corporate office, correct or no? What happens in a sales depot? Sales activity happens. The promotion happens. All those advertisement and all that, correct or not? Now, whatever example that I've given you above, now can I say that these two expenses are incurred inside the factory, correct or not? Material and wages, can I say it is incurred in this example, correct? There can also be other expenses like factory rent, whatever it is, but these two expenses are incurred inside the factory, correct? Now, any expense incurred inside a factory, I will call it as, I will put it under this bucket. How much is that? How much is that? In our example, how much is that? 50,000 plus 30,000. How much is that? So 50K plus 30K, that is K stands for 1000. So how much is this? How much is this? 80,000. Correct? Correct, guys? Now, what's the expense that you incur in a corporate office? Admin expense, how much is it? 10,000. Correct? Fine. So put another 10,000 here. And sales depot, they have said another 10,000. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, you know that every unit should be valued only at manufacturing cost. So when you are trying to find out the cost per unit, when you are unitizing it, why should you unitize? Only then you can segregate the cost between your cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why should you do that? Because only if you do that, you will get the expired cost, and after you get the expired cost, only you can find out the profit. Correct or not? To compute the profit, the ultimate objective for the time being, what you need to find out is the cost per unit. Correct or not? And the cost per unit, you can do it. Every unit can be valued only at your manufacturing cost. Correct or not? So now what I will do is, this 80,000 I will segregate it. This 80,000 I will segregate it between the units sold and units unsold. Cost of goods sold and closing stock. Now if you see, this 80,000 is a cost I have incurred for producing how many units? How many units? 10,000 units. Correct or not? So 80,000 divided by 10,000, what is the manufacturing cost per unit? What is the manufacturing cost per unit, guys? What is the manufacturing cost per unit? 8. Every unit of stock, by stock what I mean, every unit that has been produced should be valued at 8 rupees. Correct or not? Correct or not? Why? Because we should always value every single unit only at manufacturing cost. Correct, guys? Correct? Correct or not? Are you understanding this? Are you understanding this? Now, how many units were sold? How many units were sold? Come on. 8,000. So 8,000 units, each valued at 8 rupees. How much is that? How much is that? 64,000. Correct? Fine. Next, sorry, this is 64,000. Closing stock. How many units of closing stock are there? 2,000 units. How did you arrive at this? 10,000 I have produced, 8,000 I have sold, meaning 2,000 I have it with me, which is remaining unsold. So 2,000 units, and this also gets valued at 8 rupees. How much is the value of closing stock? 16,000. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now I will say this is an expired cost. Correct? Where will it come? If you imagine the trading account, what I will do, if you imagine this trading account, I will debit 80,000. Correct? Correct? But I will remove this 16,000 here. Correct or not? By way of stock. Correct? Net of what comes? Net of what comes? What comes? 64,000. So basically 64,000 expires in your trading account. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Whereas your admin and selling expense, they will expire in your P&L account. Correct or not? No segregation. Fully expired. Correct or not? Correct or not? So this admin and this selling, these two fully expires. These two fully expires. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? These two costs fully expires. Expires means what? Gets knocked off against your current period revenue. If you see this, how it will look like? How it will look like? Your trading account, if you see, whatever is the sales value, you will put it here. Correct? Now, you will put your entire production cost here. The cost of production, you will put it here. The cost of production, you will put it here. And this, if you net it off, if you net it off with your closing stock, the net of these two is only what? Your cost of goods sold, correct? So your cost of goods sold expires here in your trading account, correct? Now whatever is the gross profit that you make, it gets transferred to your P&L account here, guys, correct or not? It gets transferred here. From this, you will remove your administrative overheads and selling overheads, admin expense, selling expense, you will arrive at your profit, correct or not? This is what we do. So basically, can I say, listen carefully, can I say manufacturing cost, that is the production cost, that is the cost incurred inside the factory, expires only to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas my non-manufacturing cost will expire fully, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? You want me to repeat anything? I am ready to do it. You want me to repeat anything? Yes, I am telling you, look, only the manufacturing cost can be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why, sir? That's a thumb rule. That's a thumb rule, because only the cost incurred inside the factory should go into the product. You should not consider your administrative cost and selling cost to unitize and find the value of stock and all, because that dies. Let's say administrative expenses I have incurred, will I get any benefit in the future? Whatever administrative expense I do it in this year, it has to, the entire benefit has to be used only in this year only, no? The entire amount gets knocked off against the current period revenue. Whereas, look at this, 16,000 rupees worth of stock I have it with me. This can realize some benefit for me in the future, no? Correct or not? That's why I value my stock not at full cost, but at manufacturing cost. Are you clear with this? Only the manufacturing component gets segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock, whereas your admin and selling will expire fully. Those two are P&L item. This is a trading account item. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Basic level of understanding you should definitely have here. This is very much important. Trust me, this is where the subject builds in. First, are you all understanding this? So, can I say, to sum it up, can I say, what cost goes into your product valuation? What cost goes into your product valuation? Manufacturing cost. Now, since it goes into my product valuation, can I call it as a product cost? Yes, I will call it as a product cost. Correct? So product cost is what? Nothing but manufacturing cost. Correct or not? That is the cost that is considered for the purpose of unitizing or finding out the cost per unit. Are you clear with this? And all your costs that you incur outside the factory, remember, visualize those three locations: factory, corporate office, and your sales depot. Only the cost incurred inside the factory will be used for stock valuation. That is your product cost. Any cost incurred outside the factory, that is non-manufacturing cost, is called as period cost. Why is it called as period cost? Because it will be accounted for in the P&L in the period in which it is incurred. Correct or not? There is no question of carrying it forward to the next year by way of stocks and all. Because for stock valuation, we will not consider what? Your non-manufacturing costs. Correct, guys? Are you all clear with this? So can I say this is called as period cost? Are you clear with this? Sir, why are we studying this, sir? Now is where I am going to link it. Now carefully listen. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas period cost expires fully. Correct or not? Only if you know what cost expires, you will know what cost to knock off from the sale and arrive at the profit. Are you clear with this? And ultimately, you need to find out the profit. Yes, guys, ultimately, you need to find out the profit. First, we saw expired cost versus unexpired cost. Next, what expires and what unexpires, we need to know, no? That's where we are studying product and period. Product cost expires only to the extent of cost of goods sold. This happens where? In the trading account. Whereas period cost expires fully. Are you clear with this? So the second discussion, you can take the heading, that is B here, this B part, you can take it as product cost versus period cost. Product cost versus period cost. Please note it down. Product cost versus period cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? First two concepts are over. Any doubt? Yeah? Yeah? You guys are clear with this? Yes, guys? Fine. Shall we move to the next one? Shall we move to the next one? Yes? Shall we move to the next one? Guys, say yes or no, whatever it is you say. Please tell me, please be interactive. That's very important. Right? You got this, guys? First, fine. So, your profit is equal to sales minus expired cost. And what cost expires? Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully. What do you mean by a product cost? Simple. Any cost incurred inside a factory is called a product cost. Any cost incurred outside the factory, it can only be an admin or selling expense. It is called as a period cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes? Now, yeah. Wait. Carriage outward, what we will do, carriage inward. The treatment, I will tell you when we are following the format of cost sheet. So, what we are doing is pre-introduction to cost sheet. Once we finish this, the entire structure of cost sheet will be set for us. When I am doing the format of cost sheet, I will tell you every single line item. We have a separate page for that itself, every single line item. Beyond that, if you have doubts also, you can ask me. Okay, clear? Right now, I am just touching on the concepts. Okay, let's not get into the specifics. Are you clear with this? Okay, so you want to know whether carriage, what? Carriage inwards will be manufacturing. Carriage outwards, it is also related to your production activity only, no? What is carriage outwards? Basically, what is your carriage outward? When you are selling the goods. Sending the goods back to your supplier. Okay, so that's related to your production activity only, no? That's related to your production activity. Material handling cost, it will be under production overheads. Okay, clear with this? Fine. But if it is related to movement of your FG, then that will be a selling and distribution overheads related to sales activity. Okay, clear with this? We will see it in detail. Don't worry about it right now. First, this, are you clear with this? What is expired cost, unexpired cost? What is product cost, period cost? Are you guys clear with this? Next, one more concept we will see, and after this, this will be a proper introduction for us to get into cost sheet. Cost sheet will finish it quickly. Now, let's get into the next part. Let's get into the next part, the very important part. This is C. This is going to be manufacturing cost, admin cost, and selling and distribution cost. Manufacturing cost, admin cost, and selling and distribution cost. So, first A, what we saw? Expired and unexpired cost. Now, B, what we saw? Product period. Why? Because what expires, what unexpires, we will know only if we know what is the product cost and period cost. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully. Next, what are all the components inside your product cost, period cost? Now, manufacturing cost is nothing but your product cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Your admin and selling is nothing but your period cost. Correct or not? What are all the components of these two or of these three costs is what we are going to see right now in this leg of discussion. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Fine. Now, please, this is very important. Please note it down. Please note it down. This is very, very important. This is there as such, just like this in your study material. It's very important. Manufacturing cost. Manufacturing costs, branch it into three. Materials, that is material cost, labor, and expenses. Now, each of the components bifurcate into two: direct material, indirect material, direct labor, indirect labor, direct expense, and indirect expenses. Note it down. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Please note it down quickly. Done? Everyone done? Now, see, admin and selling is very simple, nothing great there. Any cost you incur in a corporate office is called an admin expense. Any cost you incur in your sales depot is your selling and distribution. The major problem arises only with respect to manufacturing cost. Let me tell you why. Now, first the objective of this leg of discussion is to find out profit, correct or not? Correct or not? Now, how will you calculate profit? Profit is what? Sales minus expired costs. So, basically for you to do that, you should segregate your product cost into product cost, that is your manufacturing cost has to be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock, correct or not? There is no problem with your non-manufacturing cost. Why? It expires fully, no? It expires fully, no? Now, for you to segregate your manufacturing cost into cost of goods sold and your closing stock, you need to necessarily find out the cost per unit, correct or not? Only if you have the cost per unit, if you multiply that with units sold, you will get the cost of goods sold. If you multiply that with units unsold, you will get the value of closing stock, correct? So, the crux point here is to find out the cost per unit, correct or not? Correct or not? And every unit is valued at what cost? What cost? Manufacturing cost, and that is the reason why for manufacturing cost alone we are seeing it in so many detail, because this is the only cost that can be unitized, correct or not? And what do you mean by a manufacturing cost? In layman words, any cost incurred inside a factory, that's all, don't mug up. Any cost incurred inside a factory is called as a factory cost, manufacturing cost, product cost, works cost, whatever way, different names are there, we will see it later when we are hitting the cost sheet format. Right now, what are the possible costs that can be incurred inside a factory? Is these three, material, labor and expenses. These are the three possible types of costs that can be incurred inside a factory. Now, under each of these category, you can either have, it can either be a direct cost or an indirect cost. For example, material can either be a direct material or an indirect material. Labor can be a direct or an indirect labor. Expense can be a direct expense or an indirect expense. No sir, I didn't understand. Give me some example. Let's take a company like Hyundai. You know Hyundai? Yes? Or Maruti Suzuki, any company. Let's take Maruti Suzuki, better example. Fine. These guys are into what business? Car manufacturing, automobile business, correct or not? These guys are into automobile business. Now, you know that every car requires a component called as piston. You know that? Piston, no? They call it as PISTON. Some engine, fine. Let's keep it as engine. One engine it requires, correct or not? Let's say the engine, they buy it and they assemble. These guys, they all just assemble things. Okay, these guys assemble. So, what they do is they are buying one component and they are fitting it in a car, correct? Now, you tell me, can I come up with this kind of relationship? Can I say, if you want to manufacture 1 unit of output, what is my output? Car. I need 1 engine. Can I come up with this relationship? Yes or no? If I want to manufacture 10,000 cars, I need to have 10,000 engines, correct or not? So, I can establish a direct relationship between a material and my output, correct or not? This is an example of direct material. So, example is what? Let's take the example as engine. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? If I buy this product, I know that I need to, example, doors. Every car requires 6 doors. 6 doors. The 4 doors for the passengers to enter, 1 bonnet and 1 dicky. Correct or not? So, can I come up with this relationship? 1 car, 6 doors. 2 cars, 12 doors. Direct relationship I can establish between my material and my output. Direct or not? Correct or not? And if I can establish this kind of a direct relationship for one component of material, it is called as a direct material cost. Are you clear with this? Then what is an example for indirect material? Now, these guys, Maruti Udyog, now these guys have a big factory, correct? They have a big factory, correct? They purchase raw material, they assemble, manufacture, they do all these things. Whatever components they purchase and assemble, these are all some direct materials we just saw. Now, will they buy only that? No. Let's say they buy this Castrol, Servo, this lubricants they buy. Why do they buy it? Why do they buy it? They don't buy it for their output product. They buy it for their machines, to maintain their machines. To only if the machines are maintained, they can ultimately produce the product. Correct or not? First, you tell me, where is this cost incurred? Factory or in your corporate office or in a sales depot? Factory, correct. What type of cost is it? Material, labor, expenses? lubricant, material. Now, can I say, if I pour 1 liter of castrol into it, 1 car will come out. Can I even make this kind of a relationship? It is a material, but it doesn't have a direct relationship with every unit of output. Correct or not? Correct or not? Such examples are only called as indirect materials. These materials are also incurred inside the factory, but I can't establish a direct relationship between them and 1 unit of output. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So, the example for this is lubricants. Correct, guys? Guys, please participate. Please, please, please. Fine. Next, direct labor. Quite simple. If you see in these assembly line and all, where these guys are actually manufacturing cars, now people will be standing, the workers will be standing, they will have some gloves and all, and they will be doing some work. Correct or not? Now, let's say door fitting, they have some structured time and all. Let's say for them to fit 1 door, it takes 2 hours. Can I come up with this kind of a direct relationship? Correct or not? The guy who is working on the assembly line, he will know, he will be given a job card and all. He'll say you can take a maximum of 2 hours to fit 1 door. 1 car has 6 doors. So, 6 into 2, you can take a maximum of 12 hours. Correct or not? I can establish this kind of a direct relationship between a component of workforce with my output. Correct? Correct, guys? Correct? So, this is an example of direct labor. Direct nullate means that I am able to establish between my cost component with my output. Are you clear with this? So, can I say assembly line worker is an example of direct labor cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, if in a factory, if you see, these workers alone will not be there. Obviously, for every 20 workers or 30 workers, 1 supervisor will be there. What will he do? He will tie his hands like this and see whether work is going on properly. Correct or not? Now, without his presence, will the work happen properly? No. His presence is required. Where is this fellow standing? Factory only. Correct? Think about the location. Please think about the location. This is all in cost sheet. We are doing only cost sheet. Please remember this. Fine, this guy, where is he standing? Factory. Now, for every 1 hour he stands, 5 cars will be manufactured. Can I come up with this kind of a relationship? Can I come up with this kind of a relationship? So, this is a labor cost, but it is not directly related to my output. So, I can keep my supervisor's salary as an indirect labor cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So, example is going to be supervisor salary. Supervisor salary. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes? You're clear with this? Next, expenses. Now, direct expenses and indirect expenses. Direct expenses, I'll give you one example. Now, the company that we are talking about is actually called as Maruti Udyog Limited. It's not called as Maruti Suzuki. The legal name is Maruti Udyog Limited. They have joined they have joined hands with Suzuki Incorporation of Japan, and basically they are using their technology or know-how. So, basically the agreement between Maruti and Suzuki is that for every car that these fellows Maruti manufacture, they need to pay certain amount, fixed amount. Let's say 1 lakh rupees as royalty to whom? To Suzuki Incorporation. Now you tell me, this cost I can directly relate it to 1 unit of output. Only if I produce at 1 unit of output, I'll have to pay the royalty. No, but this is a direct cost, but I can't call it as a material. I can't call it as a labor, so I will park it under direct expenses. Are you clear with this? Globally, there is no concept of direct expenses. Globally, they don't have something called as direct expenses, because they will say direct cost only has direct material, direct labor. There is nothing called as direct expenses. Everything else is indirect only. That's the global school of thought. That's a global school of thought. If you are doing courses like ACCA, CMA US and all, this is what they will say. But in India, we are following this. We have a separate cost accounting standard also for this. So, in India, as per your study material, this is what it is. Direct expenses are direct costs other than your material and labor. As simple as that. Are you clear with this? So, what is the example I gave here, guys? Come on. Royalty payments. Royalty payments. Correct? And an example of indirect expenses. Let's say factory rent. Factory rent. Factory rent. Now, this is a cost I incur with respect to factory. Manufacturing cost only, no? Is it direct? Is it direct? Is it direct? Can I say, if I pay monthly 1 lakh rupees as rent to my landlord, automatically some 2 units will be produced, 5 units will be produced. That landlord is not even bothered. That landlord is not even bothered whether you are producing 1 unit or 1 lakh unit. For him, for the space that you have occupied, you need to pay the rent, correct? Is there a direct relationship between the rent payment and the output? No. So this is an expense incurred inside the factory, but that is indirect in nature, and hence I can call this as what? Example. What is the example I can give? Factory rent. You can give any number of examples. Factory rent, depreciation of machinery, and all these things you can give. Fine. So now, sir, why are we reading all these things? You know, this is as if you have anyways told us manufacturing cost, any cost incurred inside the factory. Any cost incurred inside the factory should be used for unitizing, correct or not? Then why are you giving me all these things and making my life miserable? No, there is a reason. What you have to do is, please take a green ink. Guys, please take a green ink. Take a green ink. Now, club these 3 direct expenses. Club these 3 direct expenses, that is direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Pull it down, and in a green ink itself, call it as prime cost. I will tell you everything, don't worry. Call it as prime cost. Call it as prime cost. So link these 3 and call it as prime cost. Done? 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 Now take a red ink, take a red ink, link all the 3 indirect components. Link all the 3 indirect components and call it as production overhead. Call it as production overhead. I am using a short form, POH. Call it as production overhead. Production overhead. Production overhead. So basically what we have done is, we classified the manufacturing cost into many buckets, and we collated all the direct costs in one bucket and all the indirect costs into one bucket. Now can I say prime cost plus production overheads will be my full manufacturing cost, correct or not? Correct or not? Prime cost plus production overheads, nothing but these 6 costs put together. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct or not? Correct or not? No. Now, what is our objective? We need to find out the cost per unit now. Why should we find out the cost per unit? Only then the product cost can be classified into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why should you do that? Only then you can find out the profit, because profit is sales minus expired cost, not the total cost. Correct or not? Ultimately, you need to find out the cost per unit. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Now you tell me, this prime cost components are there, no? This prime cost components are there. Let me take a green ink myself. Now, these prime cost components are there. These costs can be readily available. These costs are readily available on a per unit level. Correct or not? Let's say for every 1 unit of car, I need 1 engine. 1 engine costs, let us say 10,000 rupees. Can I directly say direct material cost per unit 10,000? Correct or not? Correct or not? Let's say every unit of car requires 4 hours of direct labor. Every hour of labor costs me, let's say 1,000 rupees. 4 into 1,000, the direct labor cost per unit of car is 4,000. Can I directly say every car I need to pay a royalty of 10,000 rupees? Can I directly say? Now, can I say that the prime cost components are readily available on a per unit level? Correct or not? Correct or not? But is that the case with my overheads? Is that the case with my indirect costs? These costs are in total, no? Factory rent, they have given one amount. Lubricants, total amount is there. Now, ultimately, I need to find out the cost per unit, no? I need to find out even this indirect cost. Currently, I have it in bulk. I have it in total. But somehow I need to do something, and I need to arrive at the overhead cost per unit also, no? Because prime cost per unit plus overhead cost per unit is only my full manufacturing cost, and every unit should be valued at manufacturing cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? The problem is not there with respect to prime cost components, but there is a big problem for us with respect to production overheads. Production overheads. The other overheads are also there. Selling overheads, admin overheads, leave that. That need not be converted into unit, no? That will anyways hit your P&L in bulk only. Correct or not? Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? So what you need to do here, is you need to convert this. You need to convert this cost that are there in your bulk. That is, these line item of overheads need to be converted into per unit. Correct? And this is separately done through a roundabout process called as absorption. This is separately done through a roundabout process called as absorption, which we will be seeing in the second chapter, that is overheads. Overheads chapter fully talks about how to convert the bulk amount into overhead cost per unit. We will see it later. But for that, first you should know how to classify. Prime cost components, no problem, readily available per unit, but only the overhead cost from bulk to per unit you need to convert. So only if you segregate all this and keep readily, overheads chapter will work for us. Correct or not? Are you clear with this? And this is the reason why we are classifying this further into prime cost and overheads. Are you all clear with this? First, are you all clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Done? Are you all clear with this? So basically we started with expired versus unexpired costs, correct? Then we went on to see product versus period, and what comprises inside product, that is manufacturing cost. We broke it down into prime cost and production overheads. Prime cost is nothing but direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses, and your production overheads will have indirect material plus indirect labor plus indirect expenses. Clear with this? Why this segregation? Because prime cost is readily available on a per unit level, whereas production overheads, the amount is there in bulk, and this needs to be converted into per unit. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? First, are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Now, with this background, now let's get into the flow of cost. Let's get into the flow of cost. Trust me, guys, this flow of cost I will introduce you to the cost sheet area, and then we'll take a break. Okay? Fine. We'll take a break after that. Yes? Okay? Clear? Fine. We will finish this because it will cut the flow. That's why I'm continuing. Okay? We will take a break after this. Okay? Now, this is the most important thing. Now, we are getting into cost sheet. We are getting into cost sheet, the actual cost sheet area, we are getting into it. Now, you need to understand what is this flow of cost, how the cost flows inside an organization, inside a factory. This is very much required. This is very much required for you to understand. Now, okay, fine. So before this, what we will do is, let's go to this cost sheet area. Please open it up, cost sheet, whatever you have. Is it visible? I mean, for online. Okay, I can't touch that also. But anyways, is it visible here? Then it must be visible for them also. Okay, fine. Now, guys, this is the format of cost sheet. This is the format of cost sheet. It has all these line items, and 10 marks exam question, they are testing just the format. If you ask me, that should not be a CA question itself, but for some reason or the other, they have been testing this. Out of 6 attempts, all 6 attempts cost sheet chapter they have tested, but I think 3 or 4 attempts they have tested only the format, and we will be doing one sum. Don't worry about that. Fine, clear? Now, format of cost sheet, they have given so many things here. They have given direct material, opening stock, addition, deletion, so many components of cost they have given. What students generally do is, they mug it up, they blindly mug it up without knowing why they are doing what. And if a question comes along with stock valuation and all, that's all. They will feel like, oh, I have mugged up properly only, but somehow they have asked something else. So, wait, this entire format of cost sheet, there is a different way to learn it. And how are we going to learn it? That is by this flow of cost. First, if you know how a cost flows inside an organization, inside a factory, if you know that, automatically this statement, trust me, you yourself will do it. By yourself, you need not mug up anything. Deal? Shall we get started? Fine. Now, we are in what? We are inside a factory. Now, I told you in a company you have 3 places, right? In a company you have 3 places, that is factory, corporate office, and then your sales depot. Now, forget your corporate office and sales depot. We are entering into the factory. Now, this factory has 3 places inside it itself. Inside the factory, you further have 3 places. What are the 3 places you have inside the factory? You have an area called as stores. This is the place where the raw material is dealt with. That is, you purchase raw material, you keep it. Whenever the factory fellow, he asks you, you will issue it to him and all that. Okay. Then the next place is called as factory shop. What do you mean by a factory shop? This is the place where the machines are there. You will receive the material, raw material from the stores, put it in the machine, convert it into FG. converted it into FG, and once the FG is completed, it goes and sits in a place called as a warehouse. So warehouse, what is the duty? Receive from the factory shop, and then whenever there is a sales order coming, you will give it, you will issue it. Are you clear with it? Are you clear with this? These three locations in a factory, logical? Is it logical? Stores is a place which deals with raw material. Factory shop is a place which deals in WIP, that is work in progress. Work in progress. You take the raw material, try to convert it into an FG, and warehouse is a place where FG is actually stored, and you sell it, or you remove that FG to give it to your sales depot and all that. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now let's talk about stores. Let's talk about stores. Now, in your cost accounting system chapter, you will see, we will be seeing all this as ledgers. But this is nothing but the same cost accounting system chapter in a statement format. That is only cost sheet. Basically, your cost sheet is nothing but your trading and P&L account in a statement format. That's about it. That's about it. I'll tell you how this works. Now, if you see, let's say you are the stores manager. You are whom? You are a stores manager. You are sitting in the stores. Now, let's say this month in our subject, the period need not necessarily be 1 year. It can be 1 month. It can be 1 week, it can be 1 day, it's up to the company, because our subject is for internal reporting purpose. It is not for external reporting. You can't say the same thing for your financial accounts, because accounts need to be presented yearly, whereas this is all for your internal aspects, internal control purpose. You have all these things. So I can keep anything as a period. One month I can keep as one period and all that. Let's assume 1 month is the period. What is this month? So we are in the month of September. Okay. Now let's say as at the beginning of this month, let's say I had some opening stock of raw material. Possible or not? Possible or not? Which is nothing but purchased during the previous period but not consumed. That is only, I'm still carrying forward. Correct or not? Now, this year I could have made some purchases also, no? This year I would have made some purchases also, no? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? Let's say I have purchased, let's say opening stock of raw material, I have 20 units. I'm not giving any value to it. Unit wise I'm telling you. Fine, this is just for understanding purpose. Now let's say current period, I have purchased 100 units. I have purchased 100 units. So totally, how many units I have with me? How many units I have with me? 120. Okay, let me not use units, I will use kgs. Because output we will value it in units, input we will value it in kgs. These two are different units of measures. Let's take that. Fine. I have 120 kgs with me. Correct or not? Now during the course of this month, what I did was I issued 80 kgs. I issued 80 kgs to whom? To whom? The factory shop. The factory shop. Correct or not? So raw material introduced, raw material consumed was 80 kgs. Correct? Correct, guys. Correct, guys. Now tell me, I have consumed 80 kgs. What is left with me? What is left with me? What is left with me? 40 kgs. This is nothing but what? This is nothing but what? Closing stock of raw material. Correct? 120. Correct or not? Basically, I am trying to track my receipts with my issues. Correct or not? Correct or not? See, these are my receipts. I already have my opening stock of WIP plus current year I purchased 100. Overall, I have 120. Correct? Out of this, I have issued 80. So whatever balance that I have is how much? 40 kgs. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, just one pointer I want to ask you. You tell me, guys. You tell me. For me to produce the actual quantity of output, what material cost is relevant? Material cost purchased or material cost consumed? Material cost purchased or material cost consumed? I'm repeating. What is the kgs of raw material that get consumed for me to arrive at my production? That is, out of this 120 kgs, now I have how many kgs I actually use for the current period production? 80. So basically, whenever I say raw material cost, I only mean cost of raw material consumed, no? Correct. It really doesn't matter how much I purchase and keep, because this 40 kgs I have never used it. Correct, guys? Yes, correct, guys. So basically, always remember, raw material cost means cost of raw material consumed. Why? Because only that is being used for the actual production. This 40 kgs never even entered into my machine, no? Correct or not? Whenever it enters, at that point I will consider. For this period, only 80 is entered. The cost incurred in respect of units consumed should only be considered as a material cost. Are you clear with this? This problem is not there with labor and all, because labor, you can't stock it, no? You can't stock labor. You can't stock labor. Hours, how can you stock? Correct? This problem is there only with respect to raw material. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, let's enter into the factory shop. Let's enter into the factory shop. Shall we? Yes. Now, from the raw material stores area, I have received materials. Correct? Now, where are we? Factory shop. We are in factory shop. Correct? What happens in a factory shop? The production. Now, similarly, last period also some production would have happened. Yes. Out of which everything need not have been completed, no? Some units would have remained incomplete inside the machine only. That would have been a closing WAP in the previous period. Correct? Can I call it as opening WAP of the current period? Correct or not? Let's say that is some figure. Okay? Opening WAP I have. Current period raw material came from my stores. Then what are the expenses I will incur inside a factory? What are the expenses? We just see direct labor. Correct? Direct expenses. Correct? Then all the indirect costs put together is called as what? Production overheads. Correct or not? All these costs will be incurred. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct? 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 Now you tell me, I have incurred all these costs in the current period. Correct or not? Using this cost, is it always necessary that I will finish the entire production, or even some production, some units can be partly produced as at the month end, some units can remain partly produced inside my machine itself, no? Correct or not? So, can I say closing WAP can also be there? Closing WAP can also be there. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? So, these are the costs that I have incurred towards what? Towards units produced and units unproduced or units semi-produced. Correct or not? So, can I say this total, that is opening WAP plus raw material consumed plus direct labor plus direct expense plus production overheads minus closing WAP will give me my cost of production. Correct or not? This is the overall cost that I have incurred in respect of fully produced units. Correct or not? Correct or not? Because I incur this cost. I incur this cost only towards units completed and units incomplete. Correct? Now, this cost minus units and incomplete, the value of units incomplete will give me the cost of units completed. No? Correct, guys? Correct or not? This is nothing but my cost of production. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes? Yes, is everyone clear with this? Satisfied? Are you all really convinced? Yes, guys? Clear with this? Fine. Now what happens? The journey continues, right? So, what happens to the completed units? What happens to the completed units? It goes to the warehouse. Fresh units, current year produced units. Now, even in the FG, the same thing can happen. I might be having some opening FG, correct or not? Guys, I might be having some opening FG, correct or not? Correct or not? Now, totally, whatever I have, this is available for sale, correct or not? Now, out of this, I can actually sell only a few and remaining will be my closing FG, correct or not? So, can I say cost of production plus opening FG minus closing FG will give me my cost of goods sold, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Is everyone understanding this? How a cost flows inside a factory? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? We started from here. Opening raw material plus purchase minus closing raw material net off is what enters into my factory shop, correct? Now, on top of it, I also have direct labor, direct expense, production overheads, and then I will adjust for opening and closing WAP. I get what? Cost of completed units. It's called as cost of production. Now, this enters here, to which if I adjust FG, that is opening FG minus closing FG, I get cost of goods sold, and this is exactly what is given here in this particular table. This is only given in this particular table. You see it now. I told you material cost. The material cost that is relevant for us is direct materials consumed. Why? Because that is the cost that enters into my production facility. Correct or not, guys? Are you all clear with this? So, how will you compute the direct material consumed? How will you compute? The same thing, opening stock of raw material plus purchases minus closing raw material. That's what is given here. Clear? Clear? If you net these three off, you will get this figure, that is value of material consumed. Clear or not? Clear or not? On top of this, now you will enter into what? The factory shop area. Factory shop area, correct? Here you will incur what? Direct labor, direct expense. But wait, if you add all the direct costs, it is called as what? It is called as what? Prime cost. So this subheading you need to give it, that's all. Clear with this? On top of this prime cost, you will add your production overheads, you will get it as gross works cost. Why is it called as gross? Because before netting off your WAP stocks. Are you clear with this? So here also in your WAP, what happened here? We saw that, no, in your factory shop, what happened? You had some opening stock of WAP, correct? Then raw material, direct labor, then production overheads, all direct expenses, production overheads, then closing WAP. If you adjust for all this, you will get what? Cost of production. Correct or not? Correct or not? So basically what they are doing that factory shop account only they are doing it here. This factory shop account only they are doing it here. Just a minute, I'll erase it. I'll erase it once. Okay, fine. So what they are doing here is opening, okay, fine. So they have adjusted for opening WAP and closing WAP, and now they have got something called as a net works cost or simply works cost or factory cost. Are you clear with this? This is nothing but your cost of production, but wait. Now, are you guys understanding this? Are you guys understanding this? Are you all understanding till this? Are you all understanding till this? Yes or no? Now I told you what are the different costs that are incurred inside a factory. Components of prime cost, that is direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, and one more cost, that is club all your indirect expenses put together, call it as production overheads. Correct? These four costs are only coming for you to arrive at your cost of production and all, manufacturing cost. Correct? Now sir, what are these items? What are these items that are appearing on the face of cost sheet? What are these items? Quality control cost, research and development cost, admin overheads related to production, packing cost primary, less credit for recoveries or scrap. What are these? What are these? Now let us see this. Now I told you first let us see what is a quality control cost. Now in your factory you will have inspections. You will have inspection, obviously quality control. If you buy this plastic items and all, they will say QC passed or tested okay. Have you seen that in your jug and all? Yes, that is nothing but quality control. Inspection would have gone. Fine. Where are these people conducting the inspection? Where are these people conducting the inspection? Factory. Ideally, and is it a direct or indirect? Random samples they will do it and all. Correct? Direct or indirect? Indirect. Ideally, this should have been included in your POHs. Here itself it should have been included. No. Correct or not? Next, R&D cost. Research and development related to your production. Some technology let us use related to your production. This is also production related cost, indirect. Next, admin overheads related to production. What is this, sir? Now, imagine inside a factory, this factory head will be there, no? Factory head, there will be many factories for a company, but the factory head will be there, no? He will be working on the floor, or will he be sitting inside an AC cabin? Huh? That AC cabin will be inside a factory only, but he will be sitting inside an AC cabin, no? Generally, this is also incurred inside a factory, but this is administrative type, correct or not? Ideally, it should be a part of POH, basically incurred inside factory, correct or not? This is what they call as administrative overheads related to production. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And finally, you have something called as a packing cost primary. What is this? Only primary packing cost. I will give you an example. So every time I used to give this example. Now have you, you guys should have had this, what do you call, drinks, not soft drinks, your Coke and all. Yes, Coke or Pepsi or whatever it is, Slice, Maaza, whatever it is. Now, how are you getting it, or how can you buy it from the market? How can you buy in the sense, how are they able to sell it to you? By bottles, no? Can you go to their facility and say, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Without that bottle, they can't sell it. It's called as a primary packing cost, and that cost will be included in your. It's a very much a part of your manufacturing expenses. Are you clear? Upon a primary, then there will be something called a secondary. Yes, that they will put it in one crate. No, they will put it in one crate and give it to the wholesalers, retailers. Not that is for distribution purpose. that is for distribution purpose, that will come under selling and distribution cost, not related to your factory. So remember, primary packing cost alone will form part of your manufacturing related expenses. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now let's talk about these 4 additions. Minus we will see it later. Now these 4 additions, sir, these 4 expenses, you actually didn't tell us only. No sir, production overheads was there, you didn't tell us all these 4 expenses. Ideally speaking, these 4 expenses should have formed part of only your production overheads, but the institute, our institute, this is only there in our institute, even the costing institute is not saying this. Our institute, because cost sheet doesn't have a format by itself, you can follow any format whichever you want, any format you want, Rana, this is what the standard says. For your exam you need to follow this format. Please don't think that I said any format means legally as per the Companies Act, your cost accounting standards leave it is at the discretion of the company to follow any kind of format. For you in your exam you need to follow only this format. What they are doing is, these 4 costs are some important costs. What you do is pluck it from POH and park it separately on the face of your cost sheet. That's all it is. That's all it is. Ideally, it's also a part of production. Indirect expenses incurred inside a factory should come only under your POH, no? Correct or not? But they deliberately want to remove it and park it separately as 4 different line items. So that's why I put a bracket here. These are all there in your new format of cost sheet. Earlier in the old syllabus, this was not there. Now they have introduced for you. Now it's ever since this new syllabus, for the last 9 attempts, it's been like this. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Ideally, this should have formed part of your what? POH only, but they are removing it and parking it separately. Are you clear with this? So if you do all these things, and of course there is something called as less credit for recoveries or scrap income. Now let's say I incur so much cost to produce 100 units, right? I incur so much cost, let's say 10,000 rupees to produce 100 units. Out of this, 2 units become defective. What I do is, I just sell it, I scrap it up, and whatever proceeds that I generate, I will have it with me. Correct or not? Scrap, in this newspaper and all, you guys do it at home. Correct? Whether we read or not, it will directly go, no? Actually, we can make an arrangement. He will directly supply to the old paper mart only. But yes, this newspaper, something like that. So what happens is, the cost incurred in respect of units that are scrapped off is being shared by the good units, 98 units, no? Correct or not? That is what I am trying to say is, I incurred, let's say 1 lakh rupees. And I produced 1000 units. I incurred 1 lakh rupees to produce 1000 units. Out of this 1000 units, let's say 50 units were defective and I scrapped off. Okay. Now this entire cost of 1 lakh should be shared by 950 units, no? Correct or not? But wait, this 50 units is generating some revenue, no? The cost incurred in respect of 50 units was also incurred while computing the cost of the good units. So any benefit that this 50 units can give you, go and knock it off, so that only the net cost is being shared by the expected good units. Are you clear with this? And this is the reason why credit for recoveries, also called as scrap income, gets reduced on the face of your cost sheet. Are you clear with this? And if you adjust for this, you get your cost of production. Now guys, simple. Let's go back to this. You guys know that this is the store's place. Correct. So I told you, opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock gives you what? Raw material consumed. Correct. Now on top of this raw material consumed, you will have your direct labor and direct expenses, that gives you prime costs. On top of it, add your POH, exclude those 4 items, but add your POH, you get what? You get your gross works cost. You adjust for opening WAP, closing WAP, you get your works cost, factory cost. Now you add those 4 additions, 1 deletion, you get what? Cost of production. Correct. Now from your cost of production, you add opening FG and subtract closing FG, you get what? Cost of goods sold. And now you are out of the factory. Simply add the admin and selling expenses, you get something called as cost of sales. This is nothing but your total cost, and if you add profit to that, you will get your sales figure. As simple as that. Now remember, till this you are incurring inside a factory. Correct or not? Correct or not? And here is when you are moving out of the factory. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Now, whatever cost you incur inside a factory, is it only in respect of units that you have sold or in respect of all the units? Units produced or units sold? Units produced or units sold? And that's why in this per unit column, you need to divide till this. It has to be divided by units produced. Are you clear with this? Very important. Very important. Now, opening stock, closing stock and all, respective units will be given. From the cost of goods sold, you need to divide it with units sold. Why, sir, units sold? It's fully an expired cost, no? It's fully an expired cost. No, what do you mean by expired cost? That portion of cost that gets knocked off against my revenue, sales. And that's why when you are unitizing it, these costs, this column divided by what? Divided by what? Units? Divided by what? Units sold. Guys, are you understanding? You want me to repeat anything? Sure? You guys are clear with this? You guys are clear with this? Now, once again, shall we attempt the format of cost sheet? Can we attempt the format of cost sheet? Now, first, where are we positioned? Now, where are we positioned? So, where are we right now? Please don't look, try to attempt it by yourself. Yeah, tell me. First, opening stock of raw material. Then, add purchase of raw material. Less closing stock of raw material. You get what? You get what? Raw material consumed. Yes, this is my first line. This is my direct material cost actually. Correct. To this, what will I add? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. You get what? Prime cost. To which if I add production overheads, exclude those 4 addition, 1 deletion. What do you get? Huh? Gross works cost. Why is it gross? Because I am yet to adjust for WAP. Add opening WAP minus closing WAP. You get what? Net works cost or factory cost, whatever it is. Correct? Now you add those 4 addition, 1 deletion. Why? Institute is asking us to do it separately. Clear? What are those 4 additions? Quality control cost, research and development cost, administrative AC room inside factory, administrative overheads related to production and primary packing cost. Correct? And then deletion. What will be there in deletion? Scrap. Any scrap income that you generate. If you net it off, you get what? Cost of goods. Cost of goods produced. Cost of production. That is fully completed goods cost you will get. Correct? Now this will enter into your FG area. Correct? Warehouse area. Add your opening FG minus closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold. Now cost of goods sold. Now you add the outside to expenses. What is that? Admin, selling. You get your total cost called as cost of sales. And cost of sales add profit. You get your sales. That's simple. Now remember this conceptually. I told you product cost, manufacturing cost expires to the extent of what? Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Correct or not? Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully, I told. Now can I say 18 is what? This point number 18 is cost of goods sold. Point number 19 is admin. Point number 20 is selling. Now can I say this is expired cost to the extent of cost of goods sold. That is nothing but manufacturing cost to the extent expired. These two are non-manufacturing costs fully expired. Can I say cost of sale is nothing but my expired cost? Can I say cost of sale is nothing but my expired cost because it has my period cost fully and my product cost to the extent of cost of goods sold. Correct or not? Can I say cost of sales is nothing but my expired cost? And that's why if you knock off your expired cost of sales with your sales, you get your profit. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? And that's about it. If you master this, 10 marks in your pocket. As simple as that. We will solve sums. Don't worry, we will solve sums. We still have FG valuation we will do. Then we will have, I think, a few more sums, past exam questions we will solve. And then we will conclude this particular chapter. But don't worry. First, once again, I want you guys to tell me the format. Please tell me the format, guys. Come on, tell me the format. Opening stock of raw materials plus purchases minus closing stock gives you raw material consumed. Add direct labor. Add direct expenses. Prime costs. Add production overheads excluding. Okay. You get what? Gross works cost. Adjust for Opening WAP, add minus closing WAP, you get what? You get what? Net works cost or factory cost, whatever it is. Now you add that 4 addition, 1 deletion. What is that? Quality control, research and development, admin overheads related to production. Don't confuse this with admin overheads corporate office. Admin inside factory, admin related to production. Then primary packing cost, and then 1 deletion, scrap income. Scrap income, you get what? Cost of production. And now you will adjust for what? FG stock. Add opening FG minus closing FG, you get what? Cost of goods sold. And from this, just add your outside parties, your admin and selling, you get what? Cost of sales. And sales minus cost of sales will give you your profit. Profit generally is a balancing figure, or cost of sales plus profit gives you your sales. Are you clear with this? Now in one attempt, what they did, students knew the entire cost sheet format, but what happened in the exam, what they did, prepare a cost sheet clearly stating the cost heads in போட்டிருந்தாங்க. They had used the word cost heads. What do you mean by cost heads? Nothing. Each of these subtotal is only called as cost heads. Cost heads is nothing but prime cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold, and cost of sales. Are you clear with this? So cost heads, know this jargon, it is nothing but the subtotal that we've already seen. Don't think I didn't study this, what will I do? Nothing. Subtotal is only called as your cost heads. Once you prepare this fully, at the bottom write down each and every cost head, what is the value. For presentation purpose you do it. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So I have parked these things in gray items so that it will be easier for you to recollect it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? With this, the cost sheet format is over. Don't worry, we have not finished the cost sheet chapter. We have just entered into it. We spent a lot of time on the concept building. Now the balance is going to be very simple and we will clearly easily finish it off. Are you clear with this? This area has been tested time and again. You will not believe this question that I have with me here right now. This question was tested. This came in RTP for 10 marks. If you see nothing is there, you just have to plug the figures. This question might seem very big, but nothing is there. You need to plug the figures. For example, production overheads, they would have given indirect material, indirect labor, all these things you need to properly classify and do it. You are done. 10 marks, you are done just if you know the format. Are you clear with this, guys? It's that simple. Strategize and learn. It's going to be very, very simple. Are you clear with this? So now we can take a break. How long do you want the break to be? Just a minute, one sec. Okay, fine. So the time is now 3:35. Okay, so how long do you want the break? I will anyways give another break. That will be a little bigger break. So half an hour break later I will give you. 15 minutes? 15 minutes is okay, right? So we'll meet at 15 minutes and okay, so 3:50 we'll meet. 3:50 we'll meet, guys. Okay, 3:50 we will meet. 3:50, 15 more minutes. So you take a break, relax. If you have any doubts, you can ask me, no problems. Okay, guys, clear? Fine. So thank you all so much. See you after the break. Hello. Yep, guys. Shall we start? Yeah. So, am I audible? Audible now? Good enough? Yeah. Fine. So, let's get started. Now, so the format of cost sheet is what we've completed right now. So, once again, just tell me the format of cost sheet. Come on, let's do it together. Opening stock of raw materials plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material gives you what? Raw material consumed. Add direct labor plus direct expense gives you what? Prime cost, to which you need to add production overheads. Okay, all those four things apart, you will get what? Gross works cost. Adjust for your WAP, that is add opening WAP minus closing WAP, you will get your net works cost, or simply works cost or factory cost. Then 4 addition, 1 deletion. What are those 4 additions? Quality control costs, R&D costs, admin related to production, and your primary packing costs. Correct? The Coca-Cola example I gave you. Minus scrap income, if you get, it's called as credit for recoveries or scrap income. That's okay, fine, acceptable. So you get what? Cost of production. Now from this you will add what? Adjust for your FG stocks. Add opening FG minus closing FG, you get your COGS. So COGS is nothing but the expired portion of your manufacturing cost, correct? To which straight away add the non-manufacturing cost. It fully expires. That is, add your admin overheads and selling and distribution overheads. You get your cost of sales, and to which if you add your profit, you get your sales. Are you clear with this, guys? Yes, fine. Now in this there is one thing. The direct expenses is something that I want to tell you. I told you globally direct expense, there is no concept called as direct expenses, because prime cost comprises generally what can be a direct cost. It can only be either by way of material or labor. Globally they don't recognize anything apart from direct material and labor as prime cost component. But in India, we follow this. Direct expenses. So what comprises of direct expenses? This is actually given in your study material. So that's why I've introduced it here. So expenses other than direct material and direct employee cost, which are incurred to manufacture a product or for provision of service, and can be directly traced in an economically feasible manner to a cost object. That is, any cost that can be directly traced to every single output, and it should not fall under the category of material and labor. So the examples that we saw was royalty paid. That was one example that we saw. Now higher charges paid for hiring specific requirement. For example, it can also be I can also be in the nature of a job industry, wherein let's say I'm in a shipbuilding industry, and for me to manufacture this particular ship, I am hiring one specific equipment. So this is directly traceable, no? This is directly traceable to that particular. Cost object or job. Correct or not? In cases like that, this is not general hire charges for specific equipment. Meaning, if a customer comes and asks me for a particular product, And for that product, if I'm required, if I'm forced to use an equipment, the specific equipment for which if I pay some higher charges, these will be included in here because it's not a labor nor is it a material. So it will only fit into the category of direct expenses. Then cost for product or service specific design or drawing, again any specific designs or drawing. Then cost of product or service specific software. Then other expenses which are directly related to production of goods or provision of service. Don't worry, when we are doing this comprehensive sum, we will have certain areas there we will be seeing what exactly could be a direct expense and all that. So we will be seeing it, but just to give you a bird's eye view as to what comprises of direct expense, that is the reason why I have included this segment. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, guys, are you all clear with this? Fine. Next. Now, in these sums, in your cost sheet problems, you can have valuation of FG. Valuation of FG can be one particular testing part that they can ask you in these kind of questions. So basically you tell me FG is what? Your output, correct or not? Every unit of output should be valued at what cost? At what cost? Manufacturing cost. In other words, can I say cost of production? That is can I say every unit should be valued at this price, that is cost of production per unit, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? That is my full manufacturing cost, correct or not, guys? Fine. Now let's take these three examples. First, let us see what is happening here and then we will proceed forward. Now let's take an example. Where I am talking about my what? I am talking about my FG. Okay, I am talking about my FG. Now, let's say in this example they have given, let's say I have an opening stock. What is my opening stock? Guys, how many units of opening stock are there? Hello, how many units of opening stock are there? 8,000 units, correct? 8,000 units, each valued at how much? Do it now quickly. 10 lakhs by 8,000. 10 lakhs by 8,000. Opening stock means what? The production that was done in the previous period, unsold it, got carried forward to this current period, correct or not? So it is valued at previous period cost of production. So what is this value? How much is it? Valued at the rate of rupees 125, correcta? Next, current period, I have some production. How many units have been produced in the current period, guys? 10,000 units, correct, fine, 10,000 units. Now each of these 10,000 units will be valued at how much? 10 lakh divided by 10,000, how much is it? What is the current period cost of production per unit? How much is it? Come on, calculate and tell me. How much is it? 100, right? It's 100, fine. Now, totally, you tell me how many units do I have which is available for sale? How many units is available for sale? Correct, how many units is available for sale? I have 18,000 units that is available for sale. Out of this, I have actually sold only how much? Look at this. I have actually sold only how much? I have only sold 11,000, correct or not? I have sold 11,000 units. Now, you tell me, this 11,000 units that I have sold, have I sold it out of the opening stock or current year production or partly out of the two? First of all, this opening stock units are valued at a different rate, correct or not? The current period production is valued at a different rate. Sir, how is it possible? Maybe because the previous period's cost of production would have been higher. The current period cost of production is lower, correct or not? Opening stock means what? The units produced in the previous period remaining unsold, correct or not? Now, when I am selling something, I am in a fix or I need to really make some decision. I don't know whether I have received, whether I have used the opening stock units or the current period units or not, correct or not? This problem is there, correct or not? Now, always remember, this is called a stock valuation. Stock valuation issue will arise when two cumulative conditions are satisfied. Please write it down somewhere. When two cumulative conditions are satisfied. What are the two conditions? Condition number 1, where you should have multiple lots of receipts. You have multiple lots of receipts, correct? One lot is coming out of the previous period production, the other lot is coming out of the current period production, correct or not? So, stock valuation issue comes, number 1, when there is multiple lots of receipts, correct Correct, guys? Correct. And number two, each of these lots are valued at different prices. That is valued at different rates. Valued at different rates. The lots of receipts are valued at different rates. In this case, example, in this case, let's say the opening stock was also 100. Current period production is also 100. This 11,000, whether I take it from opening stock or the current period production, it doesn't make a difference because everything is valued alike. Correct or not? Correct or not? But when my opening stock is valued differently and my closing stock is valued differently, I need to choose between this FIFO, weighted average and all these methods. Correct or not? Correct or not? So when will you go for stock valuation methods? When two cumulative conditions are satisfied. Condition number one, you should have multiple lots of receipts, and condition number two, each of these lots should be valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Both the conditions should be satisfied. If only one condition is satisfied, no use. No use. If you have multiple lots of receipts but everything is valued similarly, then where is the question of using FIFO weighted average? Everything will be valued. Your entire sales, cost of goods sold will be valued only at 100 rupees, no? Correct? Or if you have only one lot of receipt, then where is the problem? Everything comes only out of that lot, no? Correct or not, guys? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Always remember, the stock valuation issue arises when you have two cumulative conditions. Condition number one, multiple lots of receipts, and condition number two, valued at different rates. Each of these lot of receipts are valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Multiple lots of receipts, each valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Only then the concept of using FIFO or weighted average or LIFO and all these things will even arise. Are you clear? Two cumulative. Never forget this. I am saying this again and again because in the sums when we are doing, you need to apply it. Are you clear with this? Now what is FIFO, what is weighted average, what is LIFO, you guys know already. Anyways, that is why I am not doing it. I have just given it as an illustration. Let us just have a look at it. Let us just have a look at it. Now if you see, now let's take this example only. Let's take this example only. Now I told that 8,000 units are valued at how much? 8,000 units are valued at 125. And come on guys, participate. 10,000 units are valued at how much? 100. Fine. Now I am selling how many units? 11,000 units. Now, and how many units are remaining unsold? How many units are remaining unsold? 7,000 units. 7,000 units are remaining unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? 7,000 units are remaining unsold. Now, if I follow FIFO method, what do you mean by FIFO? First in, first out. That is, whatever came in first or whatever got produced first should be sold first. Meaning what? This 11,000, out of this, first I will pick from the opening stock. Correct or not? That is 8,000 I will fully exhaust. Balance how much is required? 3,000. This 3,000 alone I will pick it from the current period production. Correct or not? That is, this 11,000 how it gets valued? 8,000 at the rate of 125 and 3,000 at the rate of 100. Correct or not? Which means my entire closing stock will invariably come out of my current period production only, no? Correct or not? When I am following FIFO method, my entire opening stock, first receipt would have been exhausted by way of sales, which means my entire closing stock is valued using what? My current year cost of production. Correct guys? Correct guys? And that's exactly what they have given. So that's why they have given this 10 lakh by 10,000. That is the current period cost of production into 7,000. This gives you 7 lakhs. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Is everyone understanding this? Correct guys? Now, what if I follow LIFO? What if I follow LIFO? Last in, first out. Last in, first out. What if I follow LIFO? Now, this 11,000 kgs, 11,000 units, what I will do? First, I will touch my current year production. That is, first 10,000 units, I will take it from the current year production. Balance 1,000 units, I will take it from the opening stock. Why? Last receipt will go out first. Correct or not? Which means in this case, my entire closing stock will come out of my opening stock, and that is the reason why they have valued it like this. 10,000 divided by 8,000. This is nothing but value of opening stock per unit into 7,000 units. They have valued it, the closing stock is valued at 8,75,000. Guys, are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Yes, you want any explanation further here? You guys already know this area, right? Fine, that's why I given an illustration. Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Now, there's another method called as weighted average method. This is the best of all methods. So average is always the king. because average takes into account the attributes in both the receipts, no. So both the receipts price will be considered. So that is the reason why weighted average is the best method. In the absence of anything mentioned in the exam, you can either use FIFO or weighted average. Don't use LIFO or not unless and until it's specifically asked in the question. So the question is silent, use either FIFO or weighted average. So weighted average, what you will do? So what they have done, so the first lot current year production, every unit is valued at 100 rupees. Correct, guys? Yes, how many units have been produced? 10,000. Total value is how much? 10 lakh. Next, opening stock they have taken, every unit is valued at 125. How many units of opening stock are there? 8,000. So what is the total value of opening stock? 10 lakhs again. So which means the total receipts total is going to be how much? 20 lakhs divided by total units in the receipt side that is available for sale, 18,000. Just to average it out, you will get how much? 111.11. Please use your calculator and do it. Please use your calculator. I am showing it here only so that you can easily do the calculation and not note it down. So please use your calculator. Pick it up and do the calculation and check it. Fine. So this 111.11 is the rate that you will use to value both your units sold as well as units unsold, uniformly valued, because here I am not saying partly I am taking from opening stock, partly from current year production and all. Are you clear with this? So first you tell me, guys, when will you have the concept of stock valuation? Two conditions should be satisfied. What is the condition number one? Multiple lots of receipts, and number two, each lots of receipts are valued at different rates. Only then you will go and touch your stock valuation. Stock valuation can be done either in FIFO, weighted average, LIFO, and all these methods are there. Are you clear with this? Maybe in a cost sheet itself they can include all this and ask you. So this is one concept inside this area. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Fine. Shall we go to the next one? Shall we go to the next one? Yes, let's go to the next one. Now, this was again a past exam question. I think they tested this for 10 marks, I guess. Look at this question. Please first don't look at the solution. I would just request you not to look at the solution, because just check yourself. See if you are getting it right. That's very important. Illustration 1. Now, this is the data given in the question. Direct material, 50% of the total cost. Okay. Direct wages, 30% of the total cost. Direct expenses and overheads put together, some 20% of the total cost. The selling price is 2,000. Next year, direct material cost will increase by 15%. Direct wage cost will increase by 10%. The profit will reduce by 20% as compared to the previous period if the same selling price is maintained. Prepare the cost sheet for the current year and the next year. This is what they have asked in the question. Now, just take 20 seconds time, read the question once, process it, and just think of the approach. Please don't look at the solution. Please don't look at the solution. If you look at the solution, you're killing your thinking skill. You're killing your thinking ability. Don't ever do that. Exam, you will be left all alone. You will be left all alone and you need to battle it. You need to battle it. Please don't ever look at the solution. It's only for your good. Fine. Just try to scribble something. Try to get it. Try to get something. What should be the approach? You just see. Try it by yourself. Because we don't have much time, I need to give it by way of an illustration. So please try it once. I'm giving you the time to attempt and then we will move forward. Come on, guys, make it fast. Yeah, done? Done? Hello, guys. Yeah, any lead on this? How should we do the sum? Huh? Come on, it's okay, attempt. Don't, first thing, remove that fear of failure or fear of rejection. It's okay if you're wrong. So what? You're just going to learn something new. That's all. It's okay if you're wrong. Come on, guys, attempt it. Come on, tell me what should be done. Hello? This is all is given, 10 mark question. 10 mark question, this is all is given. That's all is given, nothing more is given. Okay, fine. So let us just discuss it. Let us discuss it. Had it been a regular batch, I would have given you more time so that you can think. In fact, I did this sum in my regular batch. But anyways, right now we can't. No, Divakara. Okay, fine. So, yeah, please refer. Okay, so we've done it before. Okay, fine. But here, of course, limitation of time. So, let's discuss it. But guys, anyways, I'm giving you questions for practice. That please do it sincerely. Take all the time you want and do it. But I'm telling you, even if you take 2 hours to do one sum, it's okay. It's okay, but do it by yourself. Today it might take 2 hours for you, but once you crack it by yourself, it will never leave you. You will only have it for you. Okay, if you look at it and do it, will never stay even for 5 minutes. You can only have a temporary satisfaction that you have done one sum, but no, it's not good. Do it by yourself. Spend the time in your house and do it. Okay, clear? Now what have they given? They have given all the components of cost as a percentage of total cost, correct or not? So if I keep my total cost as X, can I say my direct material, direct wages and direct expenses 0.5x, 0.3x, 0.2x respectively, correct or not? Correct or not? And they have also given that the selling price is 2000, which means what? The selling price is 2000 means my profit will be 2000 minus X, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? This is the current period data. They have also given something with respect to the next period. What have they given? Next period, the direct material cost will increase by 15%, meaning what? As compared to the previous period's direct material cost, it will increase by 15%. Correct or not? Correct or not? Can I say it is 0.5x into 115%? Hello guys. Yes or no? Similarly, they have given direct wages. It will increase by 10%. Can I say it is 0.3x into 110%? Correct. Nothing has been given with respect to direct expense, which means it remains to be the same. Correct or not? Correct or not? So can I say the cost for the next period is going to be what? 1.105x. If I add the 3, I get this. Correct guys? Correct guys? Correct or not? Now what are they saying? Now they are saying that all this will happen, and if all this increase in cost happens, your profit will reduce by 20% provided you keep your selling price constant. Meaning what? I will not change my selling price also, correct? So my revised profit equation, can I say it is 2000 minus 1.105x? Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? What I am saying is, I have adjusted for increase in cost, I am retaining the same selling price, and I am saying that if I do this, the equation for profit will be 2000 minus 1.105x. Correct or not? Yes or no, guys? See, is this understandable? Any doubt, please ask me. Please ask me if you have any doubts. Is this understandable? Is this understandable? Yes. Now what they have done here is, they have picked this and they have parked it here. That is 2000 into 1 minus 1.105x is equal to, they have said no. Yep. Correct. I'm telling you, wait. I'm telling you. What happens? What they are saying is, as compared to the current period, in the next period, the profit will reduce by how much? Or it will reduce by 20%. Or can I say, the next year's profit is equal to 80% of the current period profit? Correct or not? And that's exactly what they've done here. Next period profit is equal to 80% of current period profit. They have equated the two and found out the X value. Are you clear with this? It requires some presence of mind. It's not that you don't know. It's not that you don't know. You know everything. What is this? This is nothing but a cost sheet. Sir, cost sheet so small? Yes, because opening WIP, closing WIP is not there. The 4 special items and all is not there, which means everything has been only production overheads you have. Correct? All this, we have bypassed all these things. This is nothing but cost sheet. This TC, this total cost is nothing but cost of sales. No? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? So basically what they have done, they have framed one equation with this. Then there is an increase in the components of cost and retention in the same selling price. They have framed one more equation for profit, and they have said year 2's profit is equivalent to 80% of year 1's profit. They equated the two and find out the X value. Are you clear with this? It requires presence of mind. Now, sir, conceptually, I know the entire format of cost sheet. Still, you might not be able to crack it, provided you have already done this sum before. Correct? Just imagine in exam this question comes up. In exam this question comes up and you have not solved it before. Now, first thing that should strike you is, you should frame 2 equations and equate it. Correct or not? This itself will not strike for many students. This itself will not strike for many students. Sir, how do you know, sir? Very simple. Once in every 6 months, that is once an attempt gets over, in your students journal, no, ICA students journal, there will be something called as examiner's comments, and this examiner's comments will be question wise. For each and every subject, question wise they will give you. How they will say is, for this question, students have gone wrong in this particular part, or for this question, students generally answered it correct, but in the last part they made a mistake while calculating FG. This amount of analysis they would have given. How many of you know that there is something called as examiner's comments? Based on, you know, many students know, very good, fine, right? So based on all these things only I picked this sum apart from your past exam questions. So all these things have gone behind this. So that is the reason I am telling you, if you don't know something, please don't feel bad for it. I know that many students go wrong here. If you know something and I am doing it back here, then what is the use? What is the use? I am only taking those areas which are slightly different and that are important from an examination perspective as well. Are you clear with this? So this question, what you need to do, frame two equations and equate it. Are you clear with this? This was on top of the world. This 80% equating it, the next year profit is equal to 80% of the current year profit. It should strike you. I'm telling you, an exam is a condition where you will already be pressurized, and in that kind of an environment, you need to properly answer it. I know it's going to be a difficult task, but for that to make it easy, if you practice it now, you will automatically get it. That's all I want to tell you. It's not impossible. Please don't get bogged down. Please don't get bogged down. Don't feel that, sir, I didn't get this solution by myself. I know. If you get the solution by yourself, it's very good. Why am I here for? This crash batch is meant only for those areas that are equally important from an examination perspective and that are fairly difficult to crack. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? So first we saw the format of cost sheet, then we went on to see stock valuation, and now we have seen one simultaneous equation. This is also in cost sheet only. Some people, in some authors, what they do is, if you see in some big publications and all, what they do is, they will classify the sum either under cost sheet or either under overheads chapter. They will do it either which ways. Anyways, that really doesn't matter, but you should cover the sum. That's what is important. It's a past exam question. Please mark it as important. It's a past exam question. It's a very important question. Clear with this? Look how small is the solution. And once you get the x value, what you can do, prepare this dabba once again, substitute the x value, you will get the entire cost sheet. That's simple. That's simple. And I didn't want to waste the time in doing all this. The problem here is, I know if you start, you will get it right. The problem is, we all have a starting trouble. Correct? We all have a starting trouble. Let's accept that. Let's accept that and work on it. Fix it, you will automatically get it. That's all. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? So this kind of sum, look how beautifully they have coined the sums. They are in your study material, I guess. Now, look how they have given. Everything has been given as a percentage. So they have given percentage vertically. They have also given some percentage horizontally. Based on this, frame two equations, equate, get the x value and prepare your cost sheet. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Is everyone understanding? Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Is everyone understanding this? Guys, is everyone understanding? Fine. Shall we move to the next one? Shall we move to the next one? Sure. Fine. Right. Now, there is a concept called as conversion cost. There is a concept called as conversion cost. Nothing great about it. What do you mean by a conversion cost? What do you mean by a conversion cost? Now, you tell me. Yes, you tell me. You tell me. Now, inside a factory, what are all the costs that will be incurred? Can you tell me? Come on. Prime cost components, direct material plus direct labor plus direct expense plus indirect expenses put together called as POHs. Correct or not? Now, only if I incur all these expenses, a raw material can be converted into a finished goods. Correct or not? Correct or not? Or in other words, can I say, apart from the raw material, I will be needing these costs to convert the raw material into FG, correct or not? So all the manufacturing cost except the raw material cost is called as conversion cost. Are you clear with this? The costs incurred for you to convert a raw material into your FG is called as conversion cost. In simple words, your entire manufacturing cost excluding what? Material cost. Are you clear? Because material is already there. The conversion is the cost incurred to convert it into FG. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? And in the absence of information, you can always take direct expense as 0. Generally, direct expense, unless and until it's specifically given in the question, don't take it. Are you clear? So that's why in global parlance, what they call it is conversion cost is equal to direct wages plus POH, because there is no concept of direct expenses only. Even in a study material for conversion cost, they have used only like this. So let's also follow the same. If they give direct expenses, then use that also. Are you clear with this? Don't worry too much about it. The cost incurred to convert your RM into FG is called as conversion cost. Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? So what is your conversion cost formula? Your entire manufacturing cost except your raw material, or in other words, you can say direct labor plus direct expenses plus production overheads. Generally, direct expense will not be there for these kind of sums. I have passed the trend, that's how it is. So generally what they will do is conversion cost, you can even write direct wages plus your production overheads. Are you clear with this? Know the meaning, don't mug up, know the meaning. Cost incurred to convert my RM to FG, exclude the RM cost, that's all. Are you clear with this? Yes guys, simple. So now if they give you a sum like this, production overheads is 40% of conversion cost, and they have given the direct wages value. Can you find out the value of POH? They have given this and they have given this. Can you find the value of POH? Huh guys? What? They have given you that production overheads is 40% of 2 lakh plus POH. Frame an equation. This is nothing but 80,000 plus 0.4 POH. This gives you a production overhead value of 1,33,333. Do the calculation. Is it correct? I'm not sure. Please do the calculation. Pick your calculator and do it, guys. That's very important. Pick your calculator up and do it, guys. Please. Yeah. Yeah, is it matching, guys? Is it matching? Everyone, participate, please. Yeah, you guys are getting it? You guys are getting it? Yes, you guys are able to follow this. So conversion cost, if they give, don't worry, it's nothing great. Your whatever cost you incur to convert your RM to FG, just remove the RM cost. Are you clear with this? If at all they ask, this was actually one adjustment in a full-fledged problem. That's why full-fledged problem we will be doing it. We will be doing it. I'm just talking about a handful of adjustments, because the full-fledged problem I will be doing it. Beautiful sums, 2 beautiful sums we have that we will be doing it in the classroom. Excellent sums. These are the models where their institute is testing. So that the 2 sums are actually lined up. Don't worry about it. But these are some small areas. So we saw the format of cost sheet, correct? Then we went on to see the valuation. When will valuation methods be invoked? Come on. How many conditions? Huh? How many conditions? 2 conditions. What are those 2 conditions? Guys, come on. Multiple lots of receipts, each valued at multiple rates. Correct? Clear with this? Either use FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. Question is silent. Either use FIFO or weighted average. Are you clear? You know how to do it. Correct? Then we went on to see the simultaneous equation, presence of mind question. Presence of mind question, nothing to do with your cost sheet concept, presence of mind question, but it has some cost sheet element also. That's why I parked it here. Anyways, you need to know this. Correct? And then we went on to see what do you mean by conversion cost. Why? Because production overheads at times may be expressed as a percentage of conversion cost. With this, you should not be trying to figure out what this question is. Conversion cost is nothing. It's nothing but your cost incurred to convert your RM into FG. Just remove your RM cost. Are you clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Fine. Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Fine. Now let's move to the next part. Just a minute. Mouse is actually. Okay, fine. Let's move to the next part. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. This is going to be a participative session. Now, this nothing great. You need to do it here. If at all there is something required, you just need to mark it in your book. That's all. Follow this. Follow this. Special items treatment. I'll just tell you a few items. You tell me where it should come in your cost sheet. You know cost sheet format? Should you mug up? Should you mug up? Even at midnight, if someone wakes you up, just visualize the flow of cost inside the factory. You will get it. You will get it. No one can take it away from you. That's the power of conceptual learning. That's the power of conceptual learning. You should never lose it. Clear with this? Fine. Audit fees. Which place it is incurred? Corporate office. So it is AOH, administrative overheads. Next, scrap sales. What should you do? Now, you have a separate line item. 4 addition, 1 deletion. No? 4 addition, 1 deletion. Correct or not? 4 addition, 1 deletion. That 1 deletion is what? Revenue from credit for recoveries. Revenue from scrap sale. Yes, scrap sale. Now, there are 2 types of scraps. Now, just for you to understand, don't worry too much about it. Some students have really bothered a lot about this. So, they have had sleepless night. Sir, I am not convinced. I don't know why they have done it like this in one sum in the study material. They have done it differently in another sum in the study material. I will tell you. There are two different types of wastages that can happen. One, I purchased the raw material. That raw material got kind of destroyed, and I am scrapping the raw material as such without even it entering into my factory. Correct? Correct, factory shop. Correct? Number two, I purchased the raw material. It was good. I put it into my machine. At the time of processing, some defect happened and all. Have you seen in this printing and all, in printer, if you put that paper inside, it gets torn and all, something like that. That is a processed loss. That is a processed loss. Correct or not? See, I would have added the entire material, and on top of this, some labor overage would have also been gone, but it is not marketable. So, what I do? I just scrap it off then and there. Correct? Now, this processed material, whatever scrap income that you generate, you will park it in that separate line item. But if it is a raw material sold as such, you have an alternative of reducing it from your material cost itself. That is, raw material consumed. The formula is what? Opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock minus scrap income of your cost of raw materials. You can do that also. So, you can adjust it provided it's a as such without being processed. If the raw material is scrapped off, you can do it. Two alternatives are there. Institute material is not very clear about it. Certain sums they have done it on the top, certain sum they have done it on the bottom. So, you just decide. This is the logical reason. Okay, you read the question, whether if you feel it's a process loss, park it as a separate item, else park it above. Okay, whatever you write, put a note. That's all. No one can touch your marks. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Foolproof method. What to do? I know there are certain lacunas. I myself will show there are certain lacunas in whatever has been given in the study material. Don't worry too much about it. I'll tell you how to fix that. Best way, you write your assumption and leave it there, best possible. But you can't write assumption. For example, they are asking you to use only FIFO. Now, you can't write an assumption saying, I have assumed to do it only under weighted average. No, that is not an agree. When there is an ambiguity, you can do it. Are you clear with this? So, you can either reduce it from your direct material consumed, or you can show it as a separate line item. Correct, guys? Then, quality control expenses. It's a separate head. Ideally, it should not be a factory overhead. It's a separate head. Plug it and remove it. Remove it and plug it as a separate line item. 4 addition, 1 deletion. Clear with this? Next, royalty. Direct expenses. Correct. Next, lab testing cost. Testing R&D. Okay. If it is related to production, separate head. Next, abnormal losses are not considered. What is that? We have a separate discussion. I will tell you. Process costing, I will tell you at that point of time. Even if I tell you now, it will not be that much of use. You just understand abnormal losses are not considered. What is it? I will tell you later. Director's fees. Where will he sit? Corporate office, right? Next, amortization of jigs. Jigs and fixtures meaning what? Some small plant and machinery. Amortization is nothing but kind of depreciation. Correct? So, jigs and fixtures, where will it be present? Factory. And depreciation on that is a cost only, no? Correct? So, it's incurred inside the factory. Indirect or direct? Indirect. So, you park it under POH. Correct or not? Simple, no, guys? Simple, no? Yes. Special frame for manufacturing. For that particular job alone, I purchased this frame. After that job is over, I will not use it for anyone else. Correct? So, this is a direct expense exclusively for a particular client or job. Are you clear with this? Next, research and development expenses, you guys know, is a separate thing. Next, very important, very, very important. Material handling. Material handling. What is this? Material handling cost. What is this? Come on, guys. Come on, participate. Tell me. What is material handling cost? What can you make out of this? Come on. It's okay. Attempt, no? Exactly. Material handling cost will never form a part of your raw material consumed. Material handling, the cost incurred to handle the material from stores, I need to take it to my factory shop. Correct or not? Material handling has nothing to do with raw material cost. It's an indirect expense incurred inside a factory, production overheads. Students make a mistake here. Repeatedly, they make mistake. Guys, don't forget it. Please don't forget it. Many students make this mistake. Please don't forget it. So, material handling cost is a POH. This forklift trucks and all you have seen inside the factory, from one place they will move to another place. These costs are all indirect costs related to production. For production only they are moving it. So, very good. It's only a production overheads. Are you clear with this? Next, Bad debts, income tax, dividend and interest expenses. Now, you should know one thing. You should know one thing. In our subject, what we have done is, this cost sheet format we have done, no? All this material, labor and all these things we have just removed. Now, basically your sales, from your sales we have removed the expired cost, you know. Expired cost, what all it has? Expired cost. Manufacturing cost to the extent of cost of goods sold, then the entire admin, entire selling, correct or not? So, now apart from this, can a company incur any other expense? Yes, something like bad debts or something like income tax, dividend. Did we see anywhere? No. So, basically the profit that I am arriving in my cost sheet, this is not net profit. This is called as operating profit. Why? The profit that I have generated out of my operations. Meaning what? In other words, this is nothing but my EBIT. EBIT in your FM, no? Yes, that's why earlier costing and FM were in the same paper. Your FM starts when your costing ends. Okay, in your costing you will not consider interest and finance charges because that is exclusive subject matter of FM. Please note it down somewhere. This is your operating profit and not your net profit. So, any kind of non-operating expenses, that is any finance related costs and all these things will never be considered in our subject. What will you do, sir? Ignore. What will you do? Ignore. Then you are not arriving at the right profit. Who said? I am arriving at only at operating profit. No. From operating profit, remove all the non-operating expenses, you will arrive at net profit. Net profit that financial accounts will only do. I am cost accounts only, no? Correct or not? So, it is not a subject matter of study in our discussion. Are you clear with this? Entire subject, have this in your mind. Any kind of non-operating expenses like penalties, ask yourself this question, is this required for my operation? These three places am I incurring? Factory, admin office and sales depot. These three will only hit my cost sheet. If not, it will never come. Are you clear? Now, you might be having a doubt. Sir, bad debts, how can you say, sir, non-operating? Bad debts, sales related, no? How many of you have this doubt? Honestly, tell me how many of you have this doubt? No, no one has a doubt. Okay, so everyone is completely satisfied that bad debts is always a non-operating expense? Guys, answer something, no? No or yes? This is yes, this is no. Okay, you're satisfied. So tell me why is it that bad debts is a non-operating expense? Related to debtors. So debtors is related to sales, no? Now, what do you mean by bad debts? It shows your inefficiency in collecting the money, correct? Will I say, only if I incur bad debts, I can make sales in Solvena. Having made the sale, I have incurred bad debts, correct or not? So, it is not an expense that I need to incur to make a sale. It is post-sale expenses, correct or not? It has nothing to do with our subject. That is the reason. It's all, there is a concept called factoring in FM. That has something to do with your bad debts. Forget that. Bad debts is not a subject matter of discussion in costing because it's a non-operating, it's a finance item. Are you clear with this? It's a non-operating expense. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear? Now, obviously, your income tax and all these, what do you call? The income tax, dividend and all, it's all some finance area. EBIT minus interest, EBT minus tax, you get all these things. That's all a subject matter of your financial management. So, that will not be considered in our subject. Clear? Clear, guys? Next, cost of website maintenance for online sales. This was present, this adjustment was present in your latest RTP for your attempt. This was there. You tell me, where should it come? Where should it come? Where should it come? They have clearly given for online sales. Don't say that, sir, physically sales depot, inside that only I should incur. No. That is for your visualization example I gave. Any sale related expense will only be your SOH, selling and distribution overheads. Are you clear with this? This is quite important. I am expecting this adjustment in this attempt because this has appeared in your RTP, and RTP questions generally, last 3 RTPs generally it comes once in a while in your exam paper. So, that is a trend that I have analyzed that everyone can see. If you notice it carefully, you yourself can see. This is for all the subjects. If you notice it carefully, you yourself can see. It is easy. Who said clearing CA is difficult? If you ask me, covering the entire syllabus is difficult? Yes. But don't tell me that clearing CA is difficult. It's not difficult. It's certainly not difficult. You just need to be little observant. You can automatically see what to do. So I am not saying this because, had this been you can ask my regular batch students. The first strategy I shared with you, I will discuss only in the last class, because if I discuss it in the first class, they will not come for those balance 8 chapters. So I know that. So here I am telling it because we are doing it in 10 days. So we have to strategize and do it. So I am telling you that it's easy. So let's do it. That's all. Only then you will have that inclination to do it, because it is actually easy and it's achievable. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Next, canteen expenses. Where is the canteen present? Factory? Yes. Fine. It's simple. Now I can also have a canteen. Yes, you are right. I can also have a canteen in my corporate office. Fine. If the canteen is present in the corporate office, it's an AOH, admin overheads. If it is present in my sales depot, it's an SOH. Simple. Location is only important. Canteen, generally nothing is given. You take it as POH. That is generally in factory only many workers will be there. So that's where the need of canteen is very much required. Physical labor also is there. So generally, reasonably you can assume. So canteen expense POH. Primary costing. Primary packing cost. Guys, answer. Everyone answer, no? Yes. Then fringe benefits. Fringe benefits means it's something, it's a part of your pay package. Something like your rent-free accommodation, HRA. You would have seen, 17(2), your income tax, or the components of income. So many things are there. Perquisites the fringe benefits. If they are pertaining to direct workers, it will be what? Direct wages. If they are pertaining to indirect workers, it will be POH. If they are pertaining to salesmen, SOH. Are you clear with this? No rocket science. Simple. Identify the location and park it there. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Next. Okay, fine. So that's about the different heads of this particular cost sheet. Now, any doubts here? Any doubts here? Yes, please ask me. Oh, wait. GST, I'll tell you. Yes, next. Reserve that for the next sum. Next. Apart from GST, any other doubt? Any other doubt? Now, one more thing, material cost, guys, material cost, what all forms part of your raw material purchase costs? All the costs that you have incurred to bring the raw material from the supplier's location to your stores, to your location, meaning what? Carriage inwards will be a part of your raw material cost. Are you clear with this? Carriage inwards will be a part of your raw material cost. Then why, sir, carriage outwards alone? You said production overheads. Now, carriage outwards is what? You are returning it back. Yes. Should you return back? Necessarily should you incur that? See, you are returning back. It means you are not holding some raw material only. No. Are you incurring that cost to keep it in the location or throwing it away? Throwing it away. But it needs to be accounted because it's related to your production. So that's why I said carriage outwards can come under your POH. But carriage inwards, don't take the same logic. It is a cost that is incurred to bring your raw material in the current location. Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Everyone? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Now, someone asked me about GST. So what happens with GST? Now, let's say I purchase raw material worth 100 rupees. Let's say I pay a GST. Generally, it's 12% for goods. Let's say it's 12 rupees is the GST. Now, this 100 rupees, is there any doubt? It's always a purchase cost, correct or not? The question is, how am I going to deal with this 12 rupees? Correct? Correct. Now, have this in your mind. Now, there is a concept called ITC. Yes, you guys know that. Obviously, group 1, same group only. Yes, concept called ITC. What does it mean? Indian Tobacco Company. Huh? Input tax company? Karma is a boomerang. Okay, fine. So, input tax credit, right? Input tax credit, correct, guys? Now, if you are eligible for an input tax credit, basically it's an asset for you. That is, you pay it to your supplier, you will recover it back from your customer. Correct or not? That concept you know. Let me not get into GST. Let me not get into GST to explain all that. Yes, if credit is allowed, then it is not a cost. It's an asset. It should not even enter into your cost sheet. Suppose credit is not allowed. Cases where credit is not allowed, can there be? Can there be? Example, the 17.5 in our section, your blocked credit and all. Yes, in that cases, or somewhere they are giving you are a non-registered person. Simple. Why should you go into 17.5? You are a non-registered person. You have purchased from a registered person. He will invoice it only with GST, no? Then for you, this 12 rupees will also be a cost because I can't pass it to anyone. I only have to bear it. Ultimate recipient. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, the moral of the story is simple. If credit is allowed, don't take it as a cost. If credit is not allowed, you should take it as a cost. Are you clear with this? Done, guys. Done, guys. With this backdrop, let's go to the next sum. Let's go to the next sum. Question number 1. This question was, this type of question was tested as a 10-mark question. Now, don't think that the sum is big and all. Please don't ever think that the sum is big. Please don't ever think that the sum is big. They have given everything and they just want you to plug the figures and prepare a cost sheet. No stock valuation, nothing is there in the sum. Nothing is there in the sum. Just you need to know which to classify under what head. Are you clear with this? Shall we do it? Now, what we will do is, guys, what we will do here is, now I will read the line item. You tell me where it has to go. You guys know the format of cost sheet? We need not do it. I have already given this printed solution at the back because waste of time. Again, doing it is waste of time. Valuation question, yes, we will do. Don't worry. This is waste of time. So they have already given it. What we will do is, don't look at the solution. Whenever we are reading line item, you tell me where it appears and I will say whether it is correct or not. Shall we do it? Easy, guys. Shall we do it? Fine. Now let's get started with this. First, raw material purchased. Direct material consumed. You have a separate line item for this. Correct? Fine. So raw material purchased, separate line item. GST paid. You tell me first, will it be a cost or not? Cost or not? Who all say yes? Own your answer. It's okay. Who all say no? Even if it is 1%, it's okay. Who all say it's no? No. It should not form part of cost. Okay. Why? You tell me it's okay. Tell me why. No problem. Tell me. Don't look at the percentage. Please don't look at the percentage. It's 5%, I think. That's okay. Don't look at the percentage and all. Oh, inverted tax. Please don't get into GST. Blow deep. Simple. Tell me whether this 10 lakh is eligible for credit or not. No. Now you're changing your answer. This 10 lakh, if it is eligible for credit, it should not be added to my material cost. If it is not eligible for credit, it is my cost. Correct? This 10 lakh, my question is, don't look at the tax rate and all. 10 lakh by 5 crores, no, don't do all that. My only question is, this 10 lakh, is it eligible for credit? No. This 10 lakh is not eligible for credit. Why? This GST is paid under composition scheme. Correct or not? And what does your composition scheme tell you? No credit can be taken or passed on. First of all, you can't even issue a GST invoice. Tax invoice itself cannot be issued. You can only issue what? Fine, forget. Right? You can only issue a bill of supply. Fine, guys, forget that. Fine. Are you clear with this? Look at how they are interlinking your GST provisions here. Composition scheme, you should at least know that composition scheme is not eligible for ITC. So this will be added to your cost. Look at how beautifully they have given it. This current attempt RTP, again, this adjustment also I am expecting. Mark this as important. This should form part of your cost. Why? Composition scheme. How do you know? Composition scheme. The GST legislation says that it is not eligible for your credit. Correct or not? Yes, that section 10 and all, they have the entire section, they have all these things only. Correct, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, are you understanding? Next, come on, freight inwards. Raw material purchase, very good. Trade discount received. Subtracted from the raw material cost, no. Maybe this is the MRP from which you reduce what net amount you pay to the supplier. That alone you need to consider, no. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Yes or no? So, I will say, I will knock off this. So, can I say these 4 are raw material related? That is raw material purchase plus GST paid under composition scheme plus freight inwards minus trade discount. Correct or not? Yes, guys. No one needs to tell you that all these things should be done. If you know the concept, you will know what has to be added and what has to be reduced. Are you clear with this? Easy? Fine. Let's go to the next one. Wages paid to factory workers. Where it will come? Where will it come? Direct labor. Okay, fine. Very good. Next, contribution made towards employees' PF and ESI. Now, it depends, this PF and ESI, whether it is for a direct worker or it is for a supervisor. If it is for a direct worker, you park PF ESI component also under direct labor. If it is for an indirect worker, park it under POH. Now, what they have assumed, assumption also is not written in the exam. Since here they have given, fifth point is what? Wages. Immediately sixth point is PF. So they have assumed that this is relating to direct wages and direct laborers, and hence they have classified it as your direct laborers. Sir, should I also assume? I don't have an answer because institute, I don't know what they have done. Better, my suggestion, write a note. Follow the same thing, write a note. Simple, close. Deal close, because if you ask me, I don't have the answer because I don't know what the institute is going to tell for this. Simple, this is what institute has done. You also do it, as simple as that. Clear? Let's not worry too much about it. Marks veduma. That's all. Fine. இதெல்லாம் நம்பினா தான் சாப்பாடு போடுவாங்க. So something like that. Okay, fine. Right, so your PF and ESI contribution assumed to be direct workers. Correct, guys? Guys, yes. Next, production bonus paid to factory workers. Workers has been given. So even these three are all direct labor. Correct or not? Yes, guys. Are you clear with this? Next, fee for technical assistance. Fee for technical assistance. Sorry? Administration, okay. Direct expense, okay. Direct expense, okay. Who all says direct expense? Okay. Any other answer? Who all say admin expense? Admin expense. Okay, right. So administration expense is wrong. So direct expense is only correct. So wait, what is this? Fee for technical assistance. So basically, at times what they will do is, for a specific project, they will hire some scientists or not. They will avail their services. It's only for a specific project, because if it is required for all the projects, they themselves will have an in-house team. Correct or not? If they have an in-house team and they pay them, it's called as direct labor. But if it is for a specific job and these guys are outsourced, it is only called as a direct expense. It is only for that job. Are you clear with this? So mark this as important. Students generally make a mistake here. I know that students generally make a mistake. Sir, then you didn't tell this fee for technical assistance. This was not included in direct expense, whatever you gave. That list is not exhaustive. If you see that, last always our institute has this. Any other expenses, in that other expense category only this came. Okay, wa? Fine. So yes, I know this is a bit confusing, but that's why I'm discussing in the classroom. So fee for technical assistance, they have classified it as direct expenses. Let us also do the same thing. Okay, the assumption is this. Are you clear? Here you don't put assumptions and all. You can't write assumption and say I am assuming this to be an indirect nature. No assumptions. Please, certain areas you can make assumptions. This is not such an area. So make peace with it. Whether you like it or not, just do it. Are you clear with this? Fine. Certain areas I have to necessarily say this. Certain areas are conceptually good. So fine. Let's actually accept it. That's all. Next, amount paid for power and fuel. So power and fuel, basically, more the number of hours you run the machine, more will be the power consumption. Correct or not? So that it's a direct cost, but it's neither a material nor a labor. So I will call it as direct expenses. Fine. Next, job charges paid to job workers. What does it mean? Okay, fine. So classification. Direct expense. Why direct expense? Oh, perfect. Specific job inga kuduthirukangala. Oh, they have given job charges paid to job workers. Okay, I'll tell you what job workers is. Simple. If you use your own workers and if you pay them money, it's called as direct wages. Sometimes you might not be having your own workers, but immediately you need to make an order. What you will do? You will outsource it from outside. Maybe some other factory guy will give you their workers. Correct? If you pay him, you will not pay the workers directly. You will pay that fellow. He will pay it. He will keep some margin and all. Correct or not? That is called as a job charges. Or if you outsource your in-house work to an outsider, and if you pay some money, it's called as a job worker. So job work charges are generally direct expense in nature, because they are as good as your labor costs, but they are not your own employees. They are not on your rolls. That is the reason you're paying an outsider for your own labor requirements. It's called as a job charges. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Fine. Next. Fine. Stores and spares consumed. Stores and spares consumed. Where does it come? Stores and spares. Lubricants. Indirect expense. Indirect expense is not a separate line item. All your indirect material plus labor plus expense, indirect material. So your lubricant is an indirect material. It gets classified under what? Under what? POH. Are you clear with this? It's an indirect material, but you don't have a separate line item. I told you all indirect material under one bucket. Remember? Remember? Fine. So these are direct expenses. Now this is going to be your production overheads. Guys, are you clear with this? If you couldn't figure out something, mark it as important. Mark it as important. What do you mean by important? If you don't know something, that's important. As simple as that. That's what I believe in. That's what I believe in. If you don't know something, you should know it, then it's important. Are you clear with this? Fine. Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes, everyone? Getting it? Next, depreciation on factory building. Come on, everyone. This is simple, guys. Vanilla. Nothing is there here. Tell me how much is it? What is this? What is this? On factory building, POH. On office building, on office building. Where is the office located? Corporate office. What is that? AOH. Plant and machinery, POH. Now don't ask me, sir, plant and machinery, if I keep it in my office, generally you will keep it only in your factory. So please don't take such wild assumptions and all. This is okay. Are you clear with this? Shall we move to the next one? Next, salaries paid to supervisors. Why POH? It is indirect wages, correct? Indirect wages, correct? Supervisor, what will he do? Just, yes, that's all he will do, correct or not? Remember, so this comes under what? This comes under what? POH. See guys, we are linking whatever we studied initially. I told you, it will be easy right now because we did that concept. Next, repairs and maintenance paid for. Number 1, plant and machinery. No rocket science, very simple. POH, sales office. SOH. Vehicles used by directors. Vehicles used by directors. One student in one batch said drawings. Said, sir, inga drawings, directors is using for office purpose. Fine. First of all, in a corporate setup only director will be there. In a company, how can you have drawings? I don't know. But anyways, this is what? AOH. Because these guys, where do these guys sit? Corporate office. Now don't tell me, sir, what if he is visiting a factory and all from his corporate office? Please don't make such. No, I am telling this all. It is not my own creativity. Students have asked me this. I am telling you, don't go too much into it. First, we will see this. This is enough. This is more than enough for your exam. Clear? Fine. Next, insurance premium paid for plant and machinery. POH. Your factory building. POH. Next, expenses for quality control check activities. 4 additions, separate line item, correct? This comes as a separate line item, correct guys? Quality control. Next, research and development costs paid for improvement in production process. Separate line item, another separate line item. Next, expenses paid for administration of factory work. So, administration overheads related to production, separate line item. Guys, getting it? Getting it? Look at this. If you present it properly, that's all they are giving you marks. What more do you need? Next, salary paid to functional managers. Under that, first production control. POH. Any other answer? What separate line item? Production control manager. Separate line item. New line item you are introducing. But he was right actually. It comes under separate line item. Your production overheads related to, administration overheads related to production. I told you, no. If a guy is present inside a factory, but if he is sitting inside an AC room, it should come under admin overheads related to production. Correct or not? And who is this guy? He's a functional manager. And where will he sit? Where will he sit? Guys, I am making this so fancy and all because this is all there in the study, your RTP. If you சொன்னதா you will remember in the exam. That's why I am telling you, if you just go to the RTP, you will not. I know you will not first. If at all you go through, you will happily miss all this. That's why I am telling you all these things. Guys, production control, this comes as a separate line item. This is what? Admin overheads related to production. This is admin overheads related to production. This is how institute has done it, and this is how they expect you to do it. No assumptions here. You can't take your own assumption. Are you clear with this? So, functional manager, production related. Correct? So, where will it come? administration overheads related to production. Very good. Next, finance and accounts. Functional manager salary. AOH. Don't say finance charges. This guy's salary only they are paying. No, where will he sit? Where will he sit? Corporate office. So it's a AOH. Next, sales and marketing. SOH. Next, salary paid to general manager. General manager. Nothing is mentioned. It is AOH. Are you clear? Are you clear? Similarly, if they give only administrative overheads, take it as general administrative overheads, not related to production. Okay, that SOH, AOH, non-manufacturing cost, you take it. So this is going to be your AOH. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Next, packing cost paid for. Packing cost paid for. Primary packing necessary for. What did you say? Sorry, come. 4 items. Okay, I thought overheads. Okay, those 4 special items. Primary packing, your Coca-Cola bottle, not the crate. Coca-Cola bottle. It is done inside the factory. Correct or not? So this comes under separate head. Correct, guys? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Packing for redistribution of materials. Selling and distribution for distribution purpose. If you see this 10 rupees, 12 rupees bottle, no, glass bottle, you will drink it and you will have to give it back to them, no? These kind of things, the tray will be under rotation, no? The tray will be under rotation between the distributor and the retailer, correct? So is this required for primary packing? No, but the glass bottle is only required for primary packing, correct or not? So the primary packing cost, the glass bottle cost will form part of your product cost. That is a separate line item. Whereas your crate, for the crate, that cost will come under your selling and distribution. Are you clear with this? Yes. Next, interest and finance charges for usage of non-equity fund. First, wait. Whether it is non-equity or equity, interest and finance charges will not be considered in our subject. Why? It's a subject matter of what? Financial management. So this should not be included. This should not be included. Now what they have done in the study material, if you look at the solution, they have added it as a separate line item at par with SOH, AOH and one separate line item called interest and finance charges. Sir, why have they done it? Okay, God only knows. Fine, even I don't know. Fine, I don't know. Satyama theriyadu. But for some reason they have done it. But in the latest RTP, they have removed this from the question itself. So what they have done, suppose if they include it in the question and they say specifically excluded, it's okay. They have realized the mistake and they have removed this from the question and hence it is not there in the answer. So now I don't know whether you should do it or not. I am telling you, please don't do it. Because the intention of the institute is they have realized the mistake, they have realized that there is some mistake, interest and finance charges should not come. Why am I saying this? Because, interest and finance charges. Why am I saying this? Because today I will be giving you some questions and all for practice. In that, interest and finance charges will be as per what study material they have done, but you don't include it, okay? In that they would have included, but they have realized the mistake, so they have omitted this in the question itself. So don't worry. Sir, suppose in my attempt they asked this question, please ignore it. If you ignore it, you should not say ignore and leave it there. You should write a note saying why you are ignoring it. That is very important. Clear, ignore na, don't say they will give marks for granted. You should clearly tell them that I have ignored it. I have excluded it. Ignore is not the right word. You have considered it and excluded it. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Right, I'm not saying that it's a non-operating expense, finance charges, it's not a part of my subject. Okay, clear? I mean, not in literal words, but you build your own language. Okay, clear with this, guys? Fine. Next, fee paid to auditors, legal advisors, independent directors, all these are AOHs. Payment of maintenance of website for online sales. For online sales, SOH. Now, if you ask me, they didn't give anything like online sales. Our own website is there, landing page and all is there, no? So they don't make any sales from that, but general page, sir, if you ask me logically, it will come under AOH. It is an administrative related thing. Specifically, they have given, they have not asked it like that till now, either in RTP or exam question. Here specifically they have given for online sales, which means you directly take it. Sales word in the just take it as your selling related overheads. SOH. Are you clear with this? SOH means selling and distribution. Even the distribution part comes in. Are you clear with this? Next, performance bonus paid to sales staff. SOH, no rocket science. To whom you have paid? Sales staff. That's all. So it is an SOH, correct? And then value of stock they have given as on 1st April and 31st March. What will you do? Opening stock and closing stock respectively. You saw the 3 places inside a factory. So in the stores, you will have opening stock, closing stock of raw material. In your factory shop, you will have opening and closing stock of WIP, and in your warehouse, you will have opening and closing stock of FG. All these were merged in your cost sheet format, correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. And don't just do this and stop. They have given one small line. Look at this. Sweet mala vechi vedi adila vechirukanga. Look at this, what they have done. Amount realized by selling the waste generated during manufacturing process 66,000. This has to come under 4 addition 1 deletion. That deletion you need to do. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So what they have given, waste generated during manufacturing process. So this will come only as a separate line item and not as a reduction from your material cost. Okay, fine. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So from the above data, prepare the statement of cost, that is cost sheet of Impact Limited for the year, showing the prime cost, factory cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold, and cost of sales. That's about it. That's about it. So now you know where to do what. I think the difficult part was, of course, this interest and finance charges. This one was there. Then this was top of the world actually. This production control, correct. This one was good. And then where in a something else. Oh yeah, stores and spares, and these direct expenses related items, please just look at it carefully, because it would not be given in the theory part in even your study material. While solving the sums only, you will get a hang of it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Now this has been prepared in such a way that you can cover many questions. See, in this model itself, 4 attempts they have tested. In this model, if you cover this, it is as good as covering 4 attempts exam question. That's why we spent a lot of time in this. So let's do some smart working here. Instead of solving 4 sums together, we will discuss this and we will finish off what are the important points where you can drop a mistake. Are you clear with this? And that's why I asked you to take a hard copy of the book. You highlight or do whatever you want. Never forget it. Never miss this. The day before your exam, all the red ink items, you just have a look at it. Why? Because these are the places that originally you went wrong. And the very same person is only sitting for the exam. You are prone to commit the mistake in exam. If you watch out for that, then that mistake can be avoided. Are you clear with this? That is the logic for this color coding and all that I'm going to give you. Clear with this, guys? Fine. Are you clear with this? This one 10-mark question is done and dusted. Any doubts in this question? Any doubts in this question? Guys, any doubts? Any doubts here? Any doubts? Any doubts? Done? Done? Yeah, tell me, ask me any doubts. Solunga, it's okay. Solunga, any doubts you have? Okay, good that you asked me this doubt. What will happen when I receive a cash discount? You tell me what will happen. What do you think will happen? It's okay if it is wrong. You tell me, no? Hey, come on, don't be like that. It's okay. Fine. What do you mean by a trade discount? Guys, come on, please. What do you mean by a trade discount? What do you mean by a trade discount? For the quantum, if you buy in bulk, he will give you a trade discount. It is related to my production activity or material related activity, correct or not? What do you mean by a cash discount? I have purchased it. If I promptly pay it within 1 month or 2 months, then he will give me some discount. That's called as cash discount. Basically, why is he giving this? He is incentivizing you to pay money earlier, correct or not? Correct, or why is he doing that? So that if he has the money with him, he can rotate it for his other use. Else he should have borrowed a loan and used it, no? Correct or not? So basically, the supplier is trying to save on his finance cost, which he is basically passing it on to you. So your cash discount, very good question. It's a very good question. Cash discount is a finance charge. Please write it down somewhere. Cash discount is a finance charge, should never be deducted. It should never be deducted. Cash discount is in the nature of finance charges. Why? It is not a discount that he is giving because you are purchasing. It is a discount that he is giving because you are making an early payment. Are you clear with this? It is payment related. It is for the time value of money or concept you would have studied, no? It's for time value of money. Early you pay, that guy saves some interest. He makes some money out of whatever you have paid. So he's passing on the benefit to you. So cash discount, very good questions. Please ask me these kind of questions. Whatever questions, let it be the most silliest questions. It's okay, but don't go home with a doubt in your mind. Any other doubts? Please tell me, guys. Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Okay, done. Till now it's okay. Till now it's okay. Sure. Shall we proceed to the next one? We will move to the next sum. We will finish it and then we'll take a break. Is that okay? Is that okay, guys? We'll finish the next sum. With the next sum, we are finishing the chapter itself. That's about it. I'll tell you. Yeah. Go on. Okay. So notes, when should we give? So when should you give notes? when there is an uncertainty in the question. For example, this was a clear example for giving notes. Contribution made towards employees PF. That employees could be your direct worker or indirect production worker or an admin worker or a selling worker. It could be anyone. So this is very ambiguous. This is very vague. In this case, you have to give an assumption. Whereas fee for technical assistance and all you can't give. So wherever you get doubt, you cannot give. Wherever it is actually ambiguous. That's why. How will I know, sir, whether it is my original doubt or it is really vague? That comes by practice only. That comes only by practice. That's why we are solving all this in the classroom. Are you clear with this? Yes? Any other doubts? Guys, any other doubts? Madam? Doubts? Yeah? Done? Shall we move to the next sum? Next sum is a brilliant sum. Again, a past exam question. Endha sum ittalu brilliant sum dana solranga. Yes, I am saying only because only we will be discussing brilliant sums in the classroom. Fine, this is a crash batch, so it will be such. Yep. Yes. In-house the build, so okay, you are saying if I incur some costs for building my own maintenance by my own website, how will it come under R&D? R&D related to production will only come there. See, this type of cost, what will happen is they will be having their own administrative staff. In-house marketing team will just sit in the factory. In-house marketing team will only prepare the website, no? Where will they be sitting? Corporate office, AOH, done. Okay, clear? So whatever salary you pay them, that comes under AOH. Are you clear with this? And one more thing. Very interesting part. Interest and finance charges, what should you do? Ignore. Bank charges, what will you do? You answered it correctly in regular batch. You didn't remember, I remember. What will you do with respect to bank charges? Bank charges comes under AOH. I'll tell you the logic. Bank charges come under AOH. Please note it down somewhere. I'll tell you the logic. It's not illogical. This is logical, no assumption. What do you mean by bank charges? Now, every year from your bank account, they will deduct some 150 rupees for annual maintenance, AMC, debit card and all, no? For businesses, they don't have SB account, savings account, they have current account. And for them to operate a current account, they will periodically charge. The bank's major revenue comes out of these business accounts only. Clear? Now you tell me, this is related to finance or related to administration. Everyday business I do, only without my bank account, what can I do? Every financial transaction, whatever it is, purchase, sale, everything, my money, parking, everything I will do it here only, no? So, the bank charges is not finance related. It is a charge that the bank is charging you because they are providing you a facility or a service. Are you clear with this? Hence, the moment we look at bank means borrowing means finance means interest means you are non-operating. This is how we think. No, bank charges are not for your borrowings. Bank charges are for your account maintenance, and hence it will come. This was also once tested or was present in your RTP. So bank charges will come only under AOH. Please write it down somewhere. So these are some small areas. If you be very careful here, 10 marks you can't lose at all. Anywhere you can't lose. Now this question, you tell me what was there in this. It was looking big. If you know the format using that flow of cost concept, you just have to plug it and get the marks. As simple as that, no? It's like a plug and play model. This is some very easy thing. Stock valuation was also not there. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Shall we proceed forward? Shall we proceed forward? Now let's go to question number 2. This question we will be solving it. Yes, you have a doubt? No. Okay, so this question we will be solving it. We will be solving it in the classroom. So I will be doing this question in the classroom. So this sum has to be done only like that. And again, this was tested in November 20 for 10 marks. This question again was tested in November 20 for 10 marks. This question alone stood apart. Generally, cost sheet what they will test. Format, correct? Or this FIFO weighted average at this I told you, FIFO weighted average. Or using the cost sheet concept, they will ask for missing figures. There is no value addition I can make in the classroom. I will give it to you by question for practice. You do it. It has to come from the bottom to top. You need to do some missing figures will be given. Or they can also give you the simultaneous equation equating x and all 0.5x, 0.3x, 0.2x, that type of questions. Or they can also test you this conversion cost related adjustments and all that. But in one attempt, they tested this question which stood apart. So I have picked this question because we are not repeating anything that we did already. So that's why I'm picking this question. What is unique in this question? I want you guys to figure out. If I tell everything, no use. no use. If I tell everything no use, you figure out and you commit a mistake, mark it in a red ink and then correct it, you will never forget for a lifetime. That is what real learning is. Okay, clear? You are spending your time today, ensure that it's absolutely worth your while. Ensure that it's absolutely worth your while. Do it. Please do it this way. These are all some time tested techniques. Time tested techniques. We are just looking into the important concepts from an exam point of view. Fine. Once we finish this milestone, 10 marks in your pocket, provided you finish all the questions for practice that I will be giving you. Clear? Done, guys? Shall we get started? Next question. Okay. Now, question number 2 on whatever page number 7. Right. Easy Feet Shoe Company manufactures 2 types of shoes, A and B. Production cost for the year ended 31st March where direct materials 15 lakhs, direct wages 8 lakh 40, production overheads was 3 lakh 60,000. Clear? Yes, there was no work in progress at the beginning or at the end. So, in that cost sheet format, opening, closing WIP is not that. Meaning what? Your gross works cost equals your net works cost. Correct or not? Bypass pannaala. Or if you want, you put gross works cost, add opening WIP nil, closing WIP nil. If you want, you do that. Or if you omit that, it's okay. They have clearly given WIP is not there. Fine, one headache is over. Clear? Clear? Read the question carefully. Next, direct material in type A shoes. So, the company is dealing in how many shoes? How many shoes? How many products the company has? How many products? 2 product or 1 product? 2 product. What are the 2 products? Shoe A, shoe B. Fine, shoe A, shoe B. Let's say black or brown shoe, or let us say some men's shoe or lady shoe, whatever it is. 2 different types of shoes. Fine. Now, one more thing I wanted to ask. Now, the company has produced, example I am telling you, the company has produced 1000 A shoes and 5000 B shoes. Example I am saying. Can you say that company has totally produced 6,000 shoes? Huh? I am saying I have 4 monkeys and 3 donkeys. Can you add the 2 and say I have 7 what? Dinosaurs, huh? Huh? Can you add dissimilar items? Can you add dissimilar items? It can never be done. So, when you are in a multi-product situations, say 1000 units of X remains 1000 units of X. 2000 units of Y remains 2000 units of Y. You can't add 1000 units of X with 2000 units of Y and say 3000 units of something. Never possible. Never possible. Have this in your mind first. Clear with this? With this background, let's get started. Let's get started here. Now, there was no opening, okay fine, there was no work in progress both at the opening and at the end. Direct material in type A shoes consists twice as much as that in type B shoes. Okay. The direct wages for type B shoes were 60% of those for type A shoes. Okay. Next, production overhead was same per pair of A and B types. Okay. Next, admin overheads for each type was 150% of direct wages. Next, selling cost was 1.5 per pair. Production during the year was type A 40,000 pair, out of which 36,000 is sold. Type B 1,20,000 pairs, of which 1 lakh were sold. The selling price was rupees 44 for type A and rupees 28 per pair for type B. Clear? Clear? Prepare a statement of cost and profit for each pair of each type. I'll give you solid 60 seconds. Solid 60 seconds. Read the question once, process it, and then whatever you need to do, just scribble it on the side. Whatever you need to do. Presentation, we will do it together. But I want that thinking capacity on your own. I want you to think on your own. Assume this question has appeared in your exam. You are sitting in an exam hall. Now, I keep on telling this to my students. Wait. Now, you don't know swimming. Assume you don't know swimming. Don't say I know swimming, sir. Assume you don't know swimming. Someone is taking you to the mid-sea and dropping you. Will you say I don't know swimming, so I give up? Will you say that? Will you say that? That survival instinct within you will keep doing something so that you stay alive for you take that breath, correct or not? Put yourself in the same position. You are in an exam hall right now. This question has come. Will you give up? Will you give up? 6 months is no joke. 6 months is no joke. I'll tell you, the 6 months, if you delays right now, your final clearing will become, it gets delayed by 6 months. Correct or not? Every month, assume minimum salary will be 60,000. 60,000 into 6 is 3,60,000. That is your opportunity cost for not doing this sum right now. So, you better do it. Please do it, guys. Please do it. Please do it. Come on, do it. 60 seconds from the moment I finish this sentence, I will give you. No disturbance from my side. So, get started. Come on. Come on, come on, give it a shot. You can do it. Definitely you can do it. Done. Guys, have you read the question once fully? So you know what to do. You know what to do. Fine. Now tell me. Fine, guys. We will discuss now. Time's up. We will discuss now. It's okay. We don't have that much amount of time. So let's quickly discuss. I've given you the time to digest the facts. So you've read the question properly. Look, always remember the first step towards solving any kind of problem or anything in your life. I'm telling you, the first thing that you need to do is listen carefully or read carefully. In our exam, reading the question, more time you spend on the question, lesser will be the time you spend on the answer. Even in cricket, if you see, the batsman, if he wants to hit the perfect shot, he reads the ball of the ball. He reads the way the bowler, releases the ball. Correct. That's why Sunil Narayan actually he hides his hand and all like this, so that the batsman doesn't read his ball. So what I'm trying to say is, read the question first carefully. See, what we do is first 3-4 lines we will read. We will come to a conclusion that the rest of the question would have asked only for this. So we answer something and they ask for something else. Please don't do that mistake. Read it carefully, word by word, process the facts. One look and you should be done with the question. Now you should only think about how to solve. Solution and approach the problem is all that you need to think. Now, tell me what is different in this question, guys. What is different in this question? First, what is different from the previous questions, what all we've seen? What is different in this question? First, basic thing. Very good. You have two products, multi-product cost sheet scenario. Correct or not? So what, sir? Multi-product scenario. Very simple. Instead of preparing a single cost sheet, I will add one more column and have one more cost sheet. Correct or not? Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Next, what is the next part? What is the problem here? What equations? Now, they have given the company has incurred how much? 15 lakhs of direct material for producing A or B? For producing A or B? 15 lakhs is for A or B? Both. Fine. 8,40,000 A or B? Bowling or fielding? Both. It's both, right? And production overheads is also for both. Basically, they have given you the figure. Overall cost incurred, you need to split it between the products. Correct or not? Correct or not? What is the big deal? They have given the ratio, the manner of apportioning the material cost, wage cost, production overheads cost and all has been given. Correct or not? Easily can be done. What? No. No? Okay, fine. So tell me, first you tell me, let's pick this material cost. Let's pick this material cost. You tell me, how much is the total material cost incurred with respect to A and B? How much is the material cost incurred with respect to A and B? How much is the material cost incurred with respect to A and B? Oh, sorry. No, they have given A consists twice as much as the materials contained in B. Correct or not? So what you will do? You will apportion this in the ratio of 2:1. Correct? Correct, or 2x or 1x, whatever it is. Correct? 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 So if I keep asking correct 4 times, you will know that somewhere you've gone wrong. No, like that and all you can't do. You should know where you've gone wrong. Wait, okay, fine. Wait, okay, fine. Now, it is not that simple. I'll tell you what. I'll give you an example. If you already know this example, I know you would have never forget. If you have already attended my regular batch, you would have never forgotten this example. But let me just give you this example. I hope you won't forget it. You won't forget it. Yes, that example only. Right. Now let's say, guys, it's important. Please, I will hype a bit and all. It is only for your, even movies, if they take it without any hype, it will be of no use. If they hype only, you will remember, it stays with you. Anga irukra hype, we will use it productively for our exam. Okay, we will use it productively for our exam. Now, I have an elder brother. Okay, guys, please listen, it's quite important. I'm telling you, I'm not deviating even for a second. Please don't worry about it. It's a crash batch. I know we are on a timer. Okay, now I'm telling this only for your benefit. Now, let's say I have a brother at my home. Let's say I really have a brother at my home. Fine, elder brother. Now what happened? Now, okay, so let's call him as big and I'm small. Fine, I'm not taking names. So let's call it as my big brother and myself. We two are the guys. Now what happened is, I actually love a sweet called Kaju Katli. You know this Kaju Katli? Yes. But the problem is, my brother also likes that sweet. So every time my mom actually brings home that sweet dabba and all, no? We both have a fight. Okay, not really, it's all imagination. Now what happened? One day, my mom knows that her kids, that is me and my brother, we all like this Kaju Katli. So to surprise us, she bought 1 kg of Kaju Katli, kept it in the kitchen in the night. Okay. Next day morning, she came to surprise us. But what happened? She got surprised. The entire dabba was gali. The entire dabba was empty. Why? We guys entered the kitchen and we saw this. Obviously, who will leave it? Now, my mom wanted to know who is the culprit. Obviously, don't say both. See, who is more culprit, you should know, no? Correct or not? That always has to be done. Because if you ask my brother, he will say I am the culprit. If you ask me, I will say he is the culprit. Same thing happens everywhere in the house, no? So my mom was very clever, or at least she thought so. So what she did was, she didn't ask. Next day, she again bought 1 pack of Kaju Katli, but this time on her way back home, she went to an electric shop to buy 1 CCTV camera. And she fixed it on top of the kitchen, and it's like, the rat trap only. So trapping the rat, they will put some puri and all, no? Like that she has kept, it seems. And now she went into the other room. She was looking at the system and monitoring this on a real-time basis. First, what happened? My brother entered the kitchen. Now, why my brother? Yes, okay, fine. My brother entered the kitchen. He took 3 pieces. He took how many pieces? 3 pieces. And he went away. Now, I entered the kitchen. I took only 1 piece. Now, you tell me who is the culprit? Huh? So, who is the culprit? That's okay. Rendu per yaar more culprit? Huh? Your brother, my brother, correct. But actually, I forgot to tell you one more thing. He entered the kitchen only 2 times, but I entered the kitchen 15 times. So, now totally you tell me he has consumed only 6. Whereas I have consumed how much? 15. Now who is the culprit? You. This alone you will tell quickly, no? Yes, I am only the culprit now. The problem is the same thing here. What you did, you only considered the raw material consumption per unit, but you didn't consider the number of units that got produced. Now, in our example, what they are saying, type A shoes and type B shoes are there. Correct or not? Every unit of A uses 2 times the raw material that every unit of B consumes. Correct or not? But the number of units they produced, B would have been more, no? So basically, you should not take into account only the consumption ratio, even the production ratio, number of times I visited the kitchen, that should also be considered, no? Correct or not? Here if you see, 2x is the consumption, but I have produced only 40,000 units of product A, whereas B consumes only X per unit, but I have produced 1 lakh units of B. Correct or not, guys? So it should be a function of both your consumption pattern as well as your production pattern. Are you clear with this? That is the reason why I took this example. It's not just the number of pieces you take per visit, it's also the number of visits that matters. Correct. It is not just the consumption of raw material that matters, even the number of units that you produced using that raw material is all that matters. Are you clear? So when I arrive at a ratio, what I need to do is I should consider both I should consider both. So what I will do is, this is how much? 80,000 x, correct? This is how much? 1 lakh x, correct or not? So this is nothing but what ratio is this? 4:5, yeah? What ratio is that? 2:3, yeah? Fine, whatever it is, 2:3. So whatever it is, 2:3, whatever it is. So basically, you should consider both the consumption pattern as well as your production pattern to arrive at the weighted ratio, and using this ratio, you can now apportion what? Your 15 lakhs, correct or not? Are you clear with this? So this 15 lakhs should not be done directly in the ratio of 2:1. Why? Because 2:1 is only your consumption ratio. To that consumption ratio also mix your what? Production ratio and arrive at a weighted ratio. This has to be considered for apportioning your common cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? But for this, the entire sum is easy. Trust me, but for this, the entire sum is easy. Now, the same format of cost sheet you need to put, but in this sum, what you need to do it, every time you do, let's say direct materials, come down, write a working note, how this calculation has to be done. Then labor, come down, write a working note. Similarly, you need to pass on working notes. You need to do a lot of working notes for the sum. Every single figure should be populated. Are you clear with this? Shall we quickly do it now, or you want to take a break and then do it? Your wish. Huh? We will do and leave. We'll do and take a break. Yeah, sure. Fine. So let's do this question quickly and then we'll go for a break. Fine, guys. Clear with this? Are you all clear with this? There is one more additional point in this question. Let me see if someone is able to identify that. If someone is doing that, excellent, excellent, hats off to you. Fine. Let me see if someone is able to, make out what that hidden point is. Apart from this, there is some point that I have not discussed. I will be discussing. That is the reason why I have kept this sum. Okay, shall we do it, guys? Shall we? Yes. Shall we? Yes. And one more thing you should remember: till your cost of production, it is tied to your units produced. I showed that, no. If you want to calculate the per unit cost, it has to be tied with unit produced, correct? Now, after this cost of goods sold, admin, selling and all, these are tied to your units sold, correct or not? Because these are all expired costs. You guys know that? You guys know that? Guys, I just told you, no? I just told you here, I put this bracket and all, I told you. This is tied to units produced. This is tied to units sold and all, I've told you, no? Yes, you remember this? Fine. This will come in handy. This will come in handy for this sum. Let us see how many of you are, I've actually given away. Let us see how many of you are able to crack this. Fine. Shall we get started? Shall we get started quickly? Let's do the sum, guys. Shall we do it? Fine. So let's do this sum. Let's do this sum. So it's on the last sum that we have here. Question number 2. Okay, fine. So please take your notebook. Let's do this. Question number 2. What page number is it on? What page number? What page number? Page 7. Okay, page number 7. Question number 2. Clear? Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Now, first write down. Take a green ink. And write down cost sheet. So I told you all headings will be in green ink. Cost sheet of Easy Feet Shoe Company Limited, whatever is the name of the company. Now what you do is, first write down on the top itself, production A is equal to how many units of A they have produced. Look at the question. 40,000. Yes, ready referencer. Put it on the top. It's very much required. Then B, how many units? 1 lakh or 20,000. Okay. So 1,20,000. Just a minute. Yes, 1,20,000 units. Correct, guys? Yes. Next, units sold. A, how much? 36,000. B, how much? 1 lakh. Fine. So put it on the top. Why, sir? Because you will have a ready reference. You should also calculate cost sheet, total amount and per unit column. So what we will do is cost sheet particulars we will do. Then product A, total per unit. then product B, total per unit. So single cost sheet, multiple column. If you want, you can again copy paste and repeat the cost sheet, time waste. Same particulars only, no? Same particulars. Why do you want to do it twice? Exam, you don't have that much amount of time and all. So multi-columnar cost sheet is accepted. Are you clear with this? And the per unit, remember, till your cost of production, unitize it with your unit produced, and after that you should unitize it with your unit sold. Are you clear with this? Have this in your mind. So let's get started. Let's get started. Now first, let's prepare the format of the cost sheet. Let's not fill the figures. We will not fill any figures. We will prepare the format of the cost sheet. Why? We will not fill the figures. Once we prepare the format of the cost sheet, you will know the space required. After that, you can come and write down the working note. These are some small things. Follow it in the exam. You will actually find it easier. Else, first if you do the working notes, you can also do it that way, but you will not know how many working notes you need. Planning the space that requires again some efforts. You better do it like this. Okay, clear with this? Fine. So now let's get started. I'll take a black ink. Okay, fine. So now write down particulars. I hope my handwriting is not that bad. Okay, okay, fine. Then you have type A shoes. Guys, in exams, don't write units. In this question, they have given it as pairs, Use the same thing, pair. For classroom discussion, I'm using it as unit. You just write it as pair in exam. For that, if they reduce marks, it is not nice. So let us not take the chance. Then you have another type B. Correct, guys? Hello, everyone, please participate. Let's finish it off quickly, Yes, guys, shall we do it? Fine. Now have these two columns. Per unit, smaller column, amount, slightly a bigger column, then per unit, smaller column, amount, slightly a bigger column. Yep. Guys, done? Done, guys. Please don't do this clumsy and all. I'm forced to do it like this. I don't have any of the scale and all, but you do it properly, okay? You do it properly. Examiner, please don't do it like this. Whatever I'm doing on the board is just for your understanding, okay? Presentation, please take care of it. This way you present, but neatly you do it, okay? Fine. Right. Now, next, fine. So, first write down direct material costs or direct materials consumed. Now, do you know the figure ready-madely? Is a figure available ready-madely? Yes, sir. You have the figure ready-madely. You only have the bulk figure, no? You need to segregate it between A and B. That comes by way of working note. So, write a working note reference. Working note number 1. Then and there you write it. Fine. Next, direct wages, guys, please, come on, participate, come on. Direct wages is the next one. Yes. Fine. So, that's not readily available. Fine. Working note number 2. Then, do you have any direct expense in this question? Do you have direct expenses? No. So, you need not write, or if you want to write direct expense dash, you put. I don't see a point in writing it. If something is not there, you need not write it. Now, if you add this, what do you get? Prime cost. Format of cost sheet should be maintained. Prime cost is just a subtotal. So, you need not worry about it. To which you will add what? Production overheads, also called as factory overheads, also called as works overheads. Any ways you want, you can call it. Clear? Factory overheads or production overheads. Correct? In this sum, have they given those 4 items and all? No. So, don't worry about all that. Now, if you add this POH, what do you get? Gross works cost. Now, gross works cost, from that you will adjust your WAP, no? In this question, do you have WAP? No. So, here my gross works cost is also equal to my net works cost. Correct or not? Then, now net works cost, 4 addition, 1 deletion, no? 4 addition, 1 deletion, you will get what? Cost of production. Do I have any of those 4 addition, 1 deletion? Do I have 4 addition, deletion? What admin overheads? How do you know it's relating to production? Exactly. Very good. Excellent. Guys, this is another catch beautifully hidden in the question. They have not given it anywhere in the study material. It directly came in your exam. This is where I'm telling you conceptual learning will help you. This administrative overheads is administrative overheads related to production, not an assumption. Can anyone tell me how? If you've already answered, please don't answer. Can anyone tell me how? Look, they have given generally administrative overheads will be a percentage of your overall cost of production or a percentage of sales or something like that. But look at this, administrative overheads here, they have represented it as a percentage of a prime cost component, correct or not? In that case, it is fair on your part to assume it is always the case that this admin overheads is incurred inside the factory. That's why they are trying to establish a relationship between admin overheads and direct wages, correct or not? Had it been incurred outside the factory, why would they represent it as a percentage of direct wages? Where is direct wages incurred? Factory only, no. Correct or not? So, if the absorption rate or if the percentage for admin overheads is given as a percentage of any of your prime cost components, always consider that as admin overheads related to production. Beautifully hidden in this question. Many students went wrong. Examiner's comments. Many students went wrong. Past exam question. November 20 exam question. This is what you should watch out for. Are you clear with this? Brilliantly hidden. So first thing that you need to do is this weighted ratios of apportionment. Having done that also, they have kept one more speed breaker for you. One more check they have kept, that is by way of admin overheads. Clearly given in your RTP also, suggested answers also, clearly it's given. Since it is established as a percentage of a prime cost component, it is only related to production. They have given it no assumption here, no assumptions. Are you clear with this? So there are two ways of finding out whether admin overheads is related to production or not. One, it will be given, or number two, if it is established as a percentage of your prime cost component. Are you clear with this? Study material, they have not given it as such, but they have tested in exam. Why sir, how sir, we will know. Logically, if you understand, that's how you need to do. Of course, it requires some presence of mind. It came in RTP and then only it came in your study material. That's why I'm telling you, RTPs, that's the one, it came in your RTP and then only it came in your exam. So RTPs are equally important. That's why I'm asking you to solve all the RTPs. Clear with this, guys? Fine, are you all clear with this? Excellent. Now, prime cost plus POH gives you what? Come on guys, tell me, it's okay. Gross works cost. Now I don't have opening closing FG, it's also equal to my net works cost or factory cost, correct or not? Now from this, those four items, so one item is there, no? Take a red ink, please take a red ink. Everyone, even if you got it right, take a red ink. Please take a red ink. You should never forget it. The day before your exam, when you scan through the page, this red ink will pop up and you will never miss it. That's why I'm asking you to write a red ink. Fine, write down AOH within bracket related to production. How do you know it's related to production? Because it's a percentage of your prime cost component. Are you clear with this? Related to production. Are you guys clear with this? Yes guys, are you all clear with this? Now if you do, what do you get here? If you total this, what is it called? Come on, you guys know it already. Yes, cost of production. Now from your cost of production, what should you do? Add opening FG and minus closing FG. In this question, I don't think there is an opening FG, so we will just put a dash. So when you don't have an opening FG, what is the implication? No stock valuation. Multiple lots of receipts are not there, no? Correct. Only when you have opening FG and current year production, multiple lots of receipts, check for multiple rates, go for FIFO weighted average. When opening FG is not there is only one lot of receipt. Guys, this is where it should strike you. Are you clear with this? Fine. And if you adjust for this, what do you get? Yes, cost of goods sold, correct? And from this cost of goods sold, what will you add? General admin overheads, if any. In this question, is there anything? No. Do you have selling? Yes. So add SOH, you get what? You get your cost of sales. Are you clear with this? Have they asked for profit also? So add profit, that will ideally be your balancing figure. Add profit, you get what? As simple as that, sales. Now each and every line item, we will go with working notes. Each and every line item, we have just prepared the skeleton. Of this cost sheet. What we need to do right now is fill it up. Completely we need to do the working notes and all that. Shall we get started, guys? Hello? Shall we get started? Shall we guys? Now, if you do this, first if you do this, you will at least get a comfort that you've got it. You've got the whole sum, the structure of the sum, you've got it. Look at this AOH related to production. Again, another beautiful rider, they have kept it in the sum. I absolutely love this sum, and somehow, I don't know, don't ask me and all, my gut feel, somehow my gut feel says that this question might come for your exam as such, or maybe something related to this multi-product cost sheet. I feel I might be wrong as well. I feel I might be wrong as well. Somehow, based on the past trend that I've been analyzing, somehow I feel that this question might come in this attempt. I'm not sure about that. Of course, I am not the guy who's printing the exam paper and all. Fine, so I didn't get in touch with the printer and all, printing press and all. Don't worry. But anyways, I'm telling you, my gut feel, somehow it says that, you know, I feel that this question might be tested. So watch out for the sum. Definitely watch out for the sum. Anyways, we are just picking up the important areas and doing it. So all these areas you should anyways be focused on. But have one, you know, watch out for this question. Just watch out for this question. Somehow I feel it might be tested. I was actually expecting this in the last attempt itself. It didn't come. So this attempt, I feel it might get tested. Fine. Just a gut feel. That's all. It might be wrong also. Clear? Shall we get started with the working notes, guys? Shall we get started with the working notes? Shall we? Shall we? Let's make it quick. Let's make it quick and close it off. Now, first, what's your working note number 1? Just write all your working note number in green ink. Headings, no? Write it in green ink. I am writing it in a black ink. Please use a green ink. Working note number 1. Write down apportionment of direct material cost. 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 Yep. Done? Done? Now, write down particulars A is to B. Just write down particulars A is to B. You will understand. Once we proceed, you will understand. Once we proceed, you will understand. Now, first write down consumption ratio. Consumption ratio. What is the consumption ratio? Guys, what is the consumption ratio? Every visit or every unit, what is the consumption ratio? 2:1, correct or not? If A consumes 2 units of raw material, B will only consume 1 unit. This is per unit only, correct? But the number of units produced should also be considered, correct or not? Correct or not? Next, write down production ratio. Production ratio. Production ratio is going to be how much? How much? How much is it going to be? Come on, guys. How much is it going to be? 40,000 is to, write it fully. 40,000 is to 1,20,000, correct? 1,20,000. So, what is your weighted ratio? What is your weighted ratio? This is the ratio that you use to apportion it. What's your weighted ratio, guys? Come on. 80,000 is to 1,20,000, correct or not? Simplify it and tell me how much is this? How much is this? How much is this? Simplify and tell me. 2:3, correct or not? 2:3, yes, just go up, just go up, just go up. So, working note number 1, if you have a place, just squeeze it here, 2:3, 2:3. Now, what's your total cost, guys? 15 lakhs, yes, 15 lakhs is there. So, 15 lakhs divided by 5 into 2 into 3, how much and how much? Come on, come on, apportion it, 2:3 ratio, you know how to apportion, right? You know how to apportion, you know how to apportion, guys, you all know how to apportion. Divided by 2 plus 5 into 2 is equal to write down, into 5 is equal to write down. Apportionment you all know, 2:5, yes, so tell me how much and how much? 6 lakhs and 9 lakhs, correct? 6 lakhs and 9 lakhs. Now per unit can you find out? 6 lakh divided by 40,000, correct? Correct, how much is it? 15. That's your material cost per unit. 90,000 divided by, 9 lakhs divided by 36,000. How much? 90,000 divided by 1,20,000. How much is that? How much is it? 7.5. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? I am dividing this by with the respective units produced. 40,000 and this I am dividing it with 1,20,000. Why? The cost sheet component, still your cost of production, is tied up with your units produced. Correct or not? Correct or not? Is everyone getting this? Guys, sure you guys are getting it? You guys are getting it? Perfect, right? You have a doubt? Right. Yo, you guys are getting it? Fine. Next. Go to working note number 2. Let's go to working note number 2. Write down, guys. Come on. Working note number 2. What's working note number 2? Green ink. Working note number 2. Green ink. Apportionment of what? Apportionment of what? Direct labor or wage cost. Is everyone writing it? You guys finish it, Okay, fine. Right. Apportionment of direct labor. Similar thing, write down. Particulars A is to B. Now, what's your consumption ratio? Guys, consumption ratio. Hello? What's your consumption ratio? What have they said? 100 is to 60, or you can also say 1 is to 0.6. Whatever you want, you can do it. Multiply with 10 on both the sides, 100 on both sides, gives you the same result. Yes, guys. Yes. Next, what's your production ratio? Why am I doing production ratio also? Kaju Katli example. Your how much you take per visit alone is not relevant. It should be relevant along with the number of times you visited. Similarly, per unit consumption alone is not enough. You also need to consider the number of units of a product produced. Are you clear with this? So tell me, what's the production ratio? Come on, guys. How much is it? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. Correct? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. This is not going to change. Fine. So now tell me, what's the weighted ratio? Weighted ratio, how much is that? Tell it to me fully, no? It's 40,000 is to 72,000. 72,000. Simplify and tell me how much is it? This is going to be 5 is to 3. 5 is to 3. Correct or not? Illaya, it's wrong. Sorry, 5 is to 9. My bad. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. So this is going to be 5 is to 9. I'm taking the figures from you guys. Please tell me. 5 is to 9. It's correct. Okay, I somehow I think I heard 5 is to 3. I put it 5 is to 3. 5 is to 9 is correct, no? Yes, 5 is to 9 is correct. Everyone. Correct. Now what you will do? Immediately go up. So populate this. This is going to be what? 5 is to 9. This is the ratio. 5 is to 9. So what is the total amount of labor cost? What's the total amount of labor cost? So you have 8,40,000. So apportion it in the ratio of 5 is to 9. How much and how much? Come on. Sorry, 3 lakhs and 5,40,000. 3 lakhs and 5,40,000. Correct? 5,40,000. 5,40,000. Fine. Per unit, you unitize and tell me how much and how much. This is 7.5 and this is going to be 4.5. Okay, so 4.5. Right. So now prime cost, add it up. Tell me, guys, how much is it? 9 lakhs and 14,40,000. Correct or not? 14,40,000. 14,40,000. Are you clear with this? Per unit, you can add these two per unit. 22.5 and 12. Correct or not? Next, what are they given with respect to POH? Production overheads, guys. What have they given? Okay, fine, just a minute. Okay. Now, what have they given here in production overheads? Same per pair, which means 1:1 ratio. 1:1 ratio. No, the consumption ratio is only 1:1. Still, you need to consider the production ratio. Correct or not? Take a working note for POH. Come on, guys. Are you all understanding? Guys, is everyone understanding? Please stop me if you don't understand anywhere. Please stop me then and there if you don't understand. Get your doubts clarified. Clear? Fine. So this is going to be what? This is going to be working note number 3. Yes, guys. Working note number 3. So can I just scroll down? Yes. Working note number 3. So what's your working note number 3? Apportionment of POH, correct? Apportionment of POH. So now the same thing, particulars A is to B. Now tell me, first consumption ratio. Tell me, guys. Hello. 1:1. Then production ratio. How much is it? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. So how much is it? If you multiply the two, it's actually in the production ratio only. So 40,000 is to 1,20,000. That's going to be how much? 1:3. It's going to be 1:3. Yes, it's going to be 1:3. Are you clear with this? So go above POH, you already have the consolidated figure. So 1:3 ratio, you just apportion it. So what is the overheads figure you have in total? What is it POH figure you have? So 3,60,000 divided by 4, whatever you do, into 1 is equal to, into 3 is equal to how much and how much? Huh? So it's going to be 90,000 and 90,000 and 2,70,000, 2,70,000 per unit cost. Divided by number of units produced, so it's going to be 2.25 and 2.25. Another check for you. They said per unit it will remain the same. Correct or not? See, it's remaining the same. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Per unit it's remaining the same, no? For type A and type B. Both are 2.25 only, no? Correct or not? Another check for you. You can do that. Clear? Next, subtotal this. Subtotal this. Tell me how much is it? There's going to be 1,80,000. Sorry, 9,90,000. Sorry. 9,90,000. This is the problem if you don't use the digits properly. Next, so like this you should not do. That's why I demoed. Okay, fine. Next. 17 lakhs. The other one is 17 lakh 10,000, right? So 17 lakh 10,000. Now, what's your per unit cost? 14, huh? It's 22.75, no? Sorry, 24.75, huh? 24.75 and 14.25. Guys, are you all doing it? Are you all doing it along? Any issues here? Have I committed any mistake? Look, calculation, I am picking it from you. Calculation, I am picking it from you. Conceptual knowledge is what I am trying to do it here. Calculation, pick your calculator, do it. Exam, all these things you need to do. Someone will not be next to you, sitting next to you and telling you the answers and all. Please do the calculation. Pick up that speed. Fine. I will also share with you that calculator trick and all. When we are going to overheads chapter, I will tell you there is a trick to use the calculator a little fast and efficient. I will tell you that when we move into overheads chapter. Okay, this one is done. This one is done. Yes, guys. Next, what have they given? What have they given? AOH. How much is AOH? 150% of direct wages. So what you will do, directly apply this 150% amount column la apply 150%. So what you can do here is within bracket you can put it as 150% of direct wages. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? 150% of direct wages. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? And of course, guys, in exam, please write a note. You should write a note saying that since your AOH is given as a percentage of direct wages, it is administrative overheads related to production. Don't write AOH and all, write administrative expenses or administrative costs related to your production. Are you clear with this? How did you get 150% of your direct wages? Come on, tell me how much is it? 3 lakhs into 150% is going to be 4,50,000. And here it's going to be, sure, correct, 8,10,000, correct? And now unitize it, divide by units produced. 11 point, this one for A, 11.25, and for B, 6.75. Okay, very good. Now tell me the cost of production, total it, very important. Per unit is 36, and here? Okay, 14 lakh 40,000. Guys, I am going by your figure. Please, everyone cross check. Is it correct? Next. Exactly 31. 21. Round figure. Okay, fine. 21. I myself don't understand my handwriting. Okay, fine. This is 0.25. Okay, how much is this? 25 lakh 20,000. Please bear with my handwriting, guys. I myself am finding it very difficult to use this setup. Anyways, it's legible or you can understand, no? If you have any issues, please ask me. You should not note down the wrong answer, say that I only did and all. Please ask me. That's why I'm actually narrating and I'm only doing it. Okay, clear? Fine. Now, opening FG, how much is given? Nothing is given. So, life is simple for us. Already they have made our life miserable by keeping some other riders. So, in this sum, they are not keeping any your opening stock and all. Now, closing FG, can anyone tell me closing FG? So, now closing FG will be valued fully using current period cost of production. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, can I say this will also be 36 and 21? Correct or not? Correct or not? Closing stock valuation. Closing stock valuation, when you don't have multiple lots of receipts and all, you will value only at current period manufacturing cost. What is the current period manufacturing cost per unit? 36 and 21. Correct? Now, just imagine had you considered this AOH as not related to production, your entire answer will change because of stock valuation. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And they will strike off and give you 2-3 marks maximum out of a 10-mark question, despite the fact you would have done all the apportionments correctly. Watch out for this. That's why I'm telling you, where you put just sir instead of top only for presentation, no, it impacts your stock valuation. If your stock value gets impacted, unexpired cost changes. If your unexpired cost changes, balancing figure is only expired costs, correct? And what is your profit? Sales minus expired costs. So this in turn affects your profit, correct or not? Correct or not? One line item if you skip, it impacts your profit. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Such is the importance of this adjustment. That's why I'm reiterating it once again. Clear, guys? Are you all clear with this? This is exactly how they have done in the study material. So now, how many units of closing FG are there? Let's say for product A, 40,000 they have produced, out of which 36,000 only they have sold. Meaning what? 4,000 units remains unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So somewhere we can maybe write it here itself. A will be 4,000 units into 36. Correct? And B will be how many units? B will be how many units? They have produced how many units? They have produced 1,20,000, out of which they have sold only 1 lakh. So it's going to be how many units? 20,000 units. Each valued at 21. Correct or not? Correct or not? Value the figure. Tell me how much and how much? 1,44,000. Then 4,20,000. Is it correct? Is it correct? Is everyone getting it? Is everyone getting the same answer? Is the answer correct, guys? Is the answer correct? Yes? Fine. Now don't forget the bracket, because it's a closing stock, it has to be removed. You remember that warehouse area and all, opening FG plus current year production minus closing FG. Net off you do only, you will get what? Your COGS. Fine. So tell me what's your cost of goods sold? Tell me what's your cost of goods sold? So tell me what's your cost of goods sold? Now this will also be 36 and 21. Please don't do 36 minus 36. This is per unit. Per unit. Correct? Per unit cost of goods sold will also be same only. No, every unit sold and unsold will be valued similarly. No, because when you don't have a stock, correct or not? Correct or not? So when you don't have an opening stock, both your units sold and your units unsold will be valued at the same rate only. No, there is no question of stock valuation. So tell me what is the value here? You can just subtract this and tell me how much is it? 12 lakhs? 96,000 and 21 lakhs. Correct? Correct, guys? Yes. Now, what have they given with respect to SOH, selling and distribution? What have they given? What have they given? What have they given? 1.5 per pair. Okay. So here you first fill what? Unit column 1.5 per pair, whether it is A or B. So tell me the figure. How much is it? 54,000. What is 54,000? What is 54,000? What is 54,000? Now, SOH per pair means what? Per unit means what? Per unit sold. Per unit sold. No assumption. They need not give you, because your expired costs, non-manufacturing costs are always tied to your units sold. Correct or not? I told you that bracket and all I showed and told you. If you see here, this bracket I showed and told you. This bracket I told you, no. I asked you to, I have actually given this bracket by myself. I told you till this figure, it is tied with units produced. And after this cost of goods sold, it is tied with units sold. I told you, no. If you are unitizing it, correct or not, see how it is helping us here. Are you clear with this? Why, sir? Because it's an expired cost. These are all expired costs. Correct or not? Expired cost gets knocked off against your sales revenue only, no? Correct or not? If at all you want to present it in a unit format, anyways it will not enter into my stock valuation. If at all you want to present it in a unit format, you divide it by units sold, because it entirely gets knocked off with your sales. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Take a red ink. Please take a red ink. Please take a red ink and write it here. Write it here. Take a red ink and write. This is another good thing, good adjustment here. This is going to be 1.5 into how much? A evlo? Sold? 36,000. Okay, 36,000. And B is how much? 1.5 into 1 lakh. Okay, so 1 lakh. Please write this in a red ink. Please write this in a red ink. Should never forget. Better if you write only this 36,000 and 1 lakh in a red ink. It's better. And if you have written everything, it's okay. It's okay. So tell me how much and how much? 54,000. Oh, a round of 54,000. Huh? Okay. And then this is 1,50,000, right? So 1,50,000. So if you do this, now you get your what? Cost of sales, right? So how much is it? So this is 37.5. This is how much, guys? 13 lakhs? 15,000. Huh? Okay. 13,50,000. 13,50,000. Here? 22,50,000. Are you clear with this? Now, do you know the sales figure? Do you know the sales figure? You have the units sold, you have the selling price. Just populate. Tell me the selling price per unit for A and B. 44. B? 28. Now, 44 into 36,000, how much? 15,84,000. 28 into 1 lakh is how much? That I will do. 28 lakhs. Thank you. 28 lakhs. Fine. 28 lakh. So the balancing figure will be what? The balancing figure will be your profit. So in your profit, write down B/F. B/F per unit. How much is it? For A, 6.5. 6.5 only. Correct. And this is what? What happened? 5.5. Okay. And in terms of amount? 2,34,000. And here? 5,50,000. Fine. Take a pencil, circle this. Pencil circle clearly means that this is a balance figure. These are all some accounting hygienes you need to follow even in your accounts. All pencil figures, all the balancing figure, take a pencil, circle it. If you take a pen and circle it, they themselves will think that you have written the answer and you have also done the correction. Their work also you have done, don't do it. Take a pencil, put a pencil circle and write B/F. B/F stands for balancing figure. Clear with this? Clear with this? And with this we are done with the sum. Are you clear with this? Now in the sum, what did we learn? A few things that we learned in the sum. Number one, a multi-product cost sheet. A multi-product cost sheet. Then the manner of apportionment is not your simple ratio, it's a weighted ratio. That is, it is both your consumption ratio as well as your production ratio together. Correct or not? Next, whenever admin overheads is given as a percentage of any of your prime cost components, it should be treated as administrative expenses related to your production. That is those 4 items, one item. Clear? Fine. And finally, the selling overheads was given per unit. It is always per unit sold. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? And just to sum up the entire discussion, cost sheet is done. Cost sheet is done. So just to sum up the entire discussion of cost sheet. So first we went on to see what is expired cost versus unexpired cost. To understand what is expired, unexpired, we went on to see what is product and period. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas period cost expires fully. Now, what do you mean by a product cost? It's nothing but your manufacturing cost. What is your period cost? It is nothing but your admin and selling. Now, what are the, if you incur any non-operating cost, like your bad debts, interest, dividend and all, it should not be considered. However, your bank charges should definitely be considered because it is your admin expenses. It is for maintenance of your bank account. Are you clear? This is what we have seen. Next, now manufacturing cost can be broadly classified into 2. That is a prime cost component. You know what it comprises of: direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses. Then POH. What POH comprises of? Indirect material plus indirect labor plus indirect expenses. That need not be mentioned as such. You can just write down POH. Clear with this? Now with this I showed you the flow of cost, and from the flow of cost we went to the format of cost sheet. Now come on, one last time I want you guys to tell me the format of cost sheet. Don't look anywhere. Tell me the format of cost sheet. Come on. Opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material gives you what? Direct raw material consumed, to which you will add direct labor, then direct expenses, subtotal prime cost, add POH, those 4 and 4 addition, 1 deletion, park it separately. You will get what? Gross works cost. Why is it gross? Because you have to adjust for WIP, add opening WIP minus closing WIP. You get what? Net works cost or simply works cost or factory cost. From this, 4 addition, 1 deletion. What are those 4 addition? Quality control costs, R&D costs related to production, admin overheads related to production, and your primary packing costs. Remember that. Primary packing cost, and minus what? Any scrap income, I told you, if it is a processed scrap income, remove it here. If it is a raw material scrapped assets, you have an option whether to do it here or to remove it from your material purchases from that for computing your RM consumed. Fine. Okay, if you do this net off, what will you get? Cost of production. Now from this, what will you do? You are in your FG area. Add opening FG minus closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold, to which you add what? Selling and admin. General admin. If nothing is given, take it as general admin. Are you clear with this? Admin overheads and selling overheads. You get your cost of sales. Cost of sales nothing but your expired cost. Add profit, you get your sales. Clear? Then we went on to see when will stock valuation issue come? FIFO, weighted average LIFO. When will it come? Two cumulative conditions. What are they? When you have multiple lots of receipts and each lot is valued at different price. Correct? Are you clear with this? Then what did we see? We saw that one sum where they had given the simultaneous equation solving x and all equal to x, 0.5 and all we saw. You remember that? You remember? Yes? You guys remember that? This sum, we saw it, right? This sum, this illustration 1, this sum we saw. Nothing but a little presence of mind will do the sum. Next we went on to see what is a conversion cost. What is a conversion cost? All the manufacturing cost excluding your material cost. That is a cost incurred to convert your RM into FG. Ideally, it will be your direct wages plus direct expense plus POH. If wages is not given in the question, take it simply as direct wages plus POH. Are you clear with this? Then we went on to see some special items treatment and all. I told you this material handling is quite important. It's not material related costs. It's the POH. Then cost of website maintenance. I told you it's again your online sales for your online sales. It's your SOH, correct or not? Fine. And then your fringe benefits and all I've already told you. Then we did one format question in which there were some catches. For example, this production control, this functional manager production control salary and all is admin related cost, and watch out for all the direct expenses. They were different, little bit different. And then finally we went to the last sum wherein we saw a multi-product cost sheet that had its own complications like this weighted ratios and all, and that's about it. This entire chapter of cost sheet is over. In terms of conceptual learning, that's about it. Now, sir, will this be enough? This is enough for you to do sums on your own. If you don't do the sums, it is not enough, definitely not enough. So I am just enabling you to be self-reliant. That's what I am trying to do. That's what you want, right? Because if you do 100 sums without knowing the concept in exam, they will ask 101st sum only. Because we are in a CA exam, so obviously a professional exam will be concept driven. So that's about the concept. 10 marks in your pocket. That's about it. Use these concepts. Now I'll give you the sums by tonight. Once the class gets over, I'll give you the sums. Go home. Yes, maybe tomorrow in the morning or whatever it is time convenient for you. You solve the sums before you come to the class. Clear with this? Fine. So we'll take a small break now. Yeah, shall we take a break? Fine. So the time is 6:10. So we'll take time break till 6:30. Fine. We'll take break till 6:30. Then maybe we'll have 1 hour session and then we'll close off. 7:30 we'll leave. Is that okay? 7:30 if we leave, is it okay, guys? Is it okay for you? We'll start with overheads. After the break. Okay. So be back at 6:30. 1 hour session we will have and then we will break. We will close for the day. Are you clear with this? Tell yourself 10 marks is over. Work out on it. Work out the problems that I give you. Past 5 RTPs, past 5 exam questions. If you can even start opening the suggested answers and doing it, it's absolutely fine. Anyways, I will give you, it's all one and the same copy paste. I've given it in a single format. That's all. Chapter wise I've done it. No great value addition. Okay, guys. So thank you all so much. I'll meet after the break. The class is not over. Yeah, fine. Okay. 1 hour more to go.
மாதிரி செட் பண்ணி வச்சேன்.
I think you guys also have this BCom exam the day before or costing exam. Huh? What are you going to do? Better actually, no problem. Don't worry too much. In fact, you guys have 30 papers, no? Totally. Or a semester 5 papers. So 1 year has 2 semesters, no? Earlier it was not like that. For distance education, what? Huh? For us it was only 5 papers per year. So I wrote all the 15 papers together in the end, third year. That's what I did.
நல்லா போயிட்டு அவரேஜ் ஆவரேஜ் கரெக்டாக போயிட்டு டெய்லியும் வந்து ஃபுல்லாக டவுன் ஆக முடியாது, பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தாங்கன்னா டென்னுக்கு கீழே போனால் தான் நம்ம ஏதாவது யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். அதெல்லாம் மேக்ஸிமம் 10-15 மேலே கொஞ்சம் பெர்மனெண்ட்டாக பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. அது வந்து 15 வரைக்கும் எப்படின்னு நம்ம அட்லீஸ்ட் 0 போகலாம். வீடியோ ஸோ ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஒரு 50 பேரை மேலே இந்த உட்காந்து பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கலாம்.
Good, very good. shall we begin? Shall we get started? Okay, just a minute. I think I'll have to plug this in. Okay. Oh. Okay guys, shall we get started? Right? Okay, cool. Right. So, welcome back. So, let's get started. Now guys, please settle down quickly. Yeah, done. Shall we start? Okay. So before we start, just one small appeal. So I do understand that this 1 to 8 timing is it's kind of weird, or it's not the normal time for a class. I do understand, but because of the availability of this place, that was the reason why we had to fix this timing. Else we would have we had originally planned only for 10 to 5, but because the place was is not available, there are other classes happening in the same venue. That's the reason we are actually keeping this as this 1 to 8. I know some people are coming from long distances. I know it's going to be a huge inconvenience for you. So really sorry for that, but we had tried to exhaust all possible options, and only then finally we resorted to this. We finally had no other option but to do this. So just in case you wish to start early, if you want to start early, because if you are staying somewhere long back, maybe you can start early and you can have the watch it online while you travel, or maybe a video backup. You can ask them, whatever it is, but ensure your safety is very important. So please take care of that. Definitely there no compromise in that. In case you feel that starting at about 8 o'clock from here is going to be difficult, you start early. It's absolutely fine. I will not say anything, you can just leave. It's absolutely no problem. You can have the backup and you can watch it, whatever it is, fine. Or if you wish to stay back, nothing like it. Obviously, if you wish to stay back, you're always welcome. Clear? Yes, guys. Just wanted to tell you that. Of course, even this timing and this is the first time taking in this slot, because I wanted to definitely take this batch. So that was the reason why whatever time was available, I agreed to it. So fine, that's about it. So shall we start? Shall we move to the next chapter, guys? So tell yourself that you finished one chapter that actually carries 10 marks. Okay, that actually carries 10 marks. Please go home and maybe tomorrow morning you just wake up early, do it fully. Whatever sums you do, please do it properly. Have any doubts, mark it, get it clarified then and there. Tomorrow itself get it clarified. Okay, clear with this, guys? Fine. So let's move to the next important chapter called overheads. Now overheads, we've seen that overheads and ABC put together, it got tested each of the 6 attempts. The last 6 attempts, it got tested in each of the 6 attempts, and it got tested at least for 15 marks. Overheads and ABC put together, and ABC is just an extension of overheads. So if you understand overheads, it's going to be an easy thing for us to learn ABC. So ABC is basically your activity based costing, not that ABC analysis in your materials. Fine. So now we will start with overheads. This is one chapter that I generally take for about 30 hours. This chapter alone I take for about 25 to 30 hours in my regular class. Now then, sir, what are you going to do here in this crash batch? I will take the important concepts, I will give the background, and then we will solve. We will do this. We will do the questions. The important concepts alone we will be doing, because if we start doing everything, it will take a lot of time. And right now at this point of time, that's not required. So what we can do is, we will strategize, we will strike a balance. The important areas that in my opinion have been coming the past exam trends, I have taken that, and those concepts I will give you a proper background, and that we will do similar to what you've seen in your cost sheet. Yes, similar to what you've seen in cost sheet. So, you guys have any suggestions, like the model in which we worked in cost sheet, was it good enough, or you want me to give even more background or things like that? Yeah, was this good enough? Was this good enough? Fine, okay, right. So, we will be working on the same similar model. So, this overheads chapter also I will be giving you a background, and the important concepts, never miss concepts, we will definitely touch upon. We will go deep into it, and then we will solve the sums. Okay, clear with this, guys? Shall we get started? Shall we get started? Fine. Now, I have given a chapter overview. So, this is basically what this chapter contains. So, semi-variable overheads, they have something. It's actually there in, as per the study material, it's there here. Ideally, it should have been a part of your flexible budget area. So, because segregating it into variable portion and fixed portion, it actually comes under budget area. But anyways, as per your study material, the semi-variable overheads is included in this chapter. So, we will touch upon that. Then primary, secondary distribution, absorption, a concept called capacity determination, and Meshner rate problems. On a bird's eye view, this is all the chapter has. This is all the chapter has. But inside every concept, there are a lot of sub-concepts that you will need to know. So, whatever is relevant for the important concepts, that I will do. That I will do in our crash batch. So, this is what we are going to strategize. Of course, you can't cover everything because this is not the only subject for you. Fine, let me make this a honest truth. This is what it is. But from an examination viewpoint, we will cover whatever is the important area. Okay, guys, clear with this? Clear with this? Fine. Now, let's get started with this. First, semi-variable overheads. So, you guys know what it is. Anyways, I will just classify. We will classify cost based on behavior. Now, if you see, if you classify costs based on behavior, you can either, it can either be a fixed cost or a variable cost. A cost can either be a fixed cost or a variable cost. What do you mean by a fixed cost? It is that cost that doesn't move in proportion to the volume, correct or not? For example, let's say factory rent. Factory rent. Now, whether I produce 1 lakh units or 1,20,000 units, the amount that I pay my landlord will be one and the same, correct or not? Now, does it have any bearing with my output? Will the rent cost increase proportionately in the increase in volume? Will that happen, guys? Will that happen, guys? No. So, basically the characteristic of fixed cost is nothing but it remains constant in total, correct or not? Correct or not? Whether I produce 5 units or 500 units or 5 lakh units, the rent that I pay him will be same, correct or not? Correct or not? One example for fixed cost is going to be your factory rent or any kind of rent. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, what is a variable cost? Yeah, what is a variable cost? You guys know this, no? Basic things, yes? It remains constant per unit. That is, let's say I have produced 100 units. Let's say I produce 100 units. The cost per unit, variable cost per unit is 2. The variable cost per unit is 2. The cost you have incurred is 200. Now, only if I produce that 101th unit will I incur this extra 2 rupees, correct or not? That is, the cost that I incur in proportion or in tandem to my volume is called as variable cost, correct or not? And the characteristic of variable cost is what? It remains constant per unit. On a unit level, it remains constant, but totally it varies in proportion to my volume, correct or not? Correct or not? What is a characteristic of fixed cost? It remains constant in total. It remains constant in total. Are you clear with this? Now, there is a third category of cost that is called as semi-variable costs. Meaning what? Very simple. If you see this type of cost, it is neither constant in a total level, nor is it constant on a per unit level. It is neither constant on a total level, nor is it constant on a per unit level. Sir, what can be these kind of costs? Example, the repairs and maintenance and all is there, no? Repairs and maintenance. The more you use your machine, you will have more repairs, but that repair will not be proportionate to the volume that you produce, correct or not? So, in a way, more the production, repair cost will increase, but it is not in proportion also, correct or not? Correct or not? Can I say for every 100 units, one repair cost of 100 rupees will incur? No, I can't come up with this kind of a conclusion, correct or not? So, it is neither variable nor fixed, it is a separate category of cost altogether. Are you clear with this? So, what is a fixed cost? Remains constant on the total basis. What is a variable cost? Remains constant per unit. and a semi-variable cost is that component of cost that is neither constant on a total level nor on a per unit level. Now, why are we seeing all this? This type of sums have also been tested in exams. Now, they have included this either in budgeting chapter or separate 5 mark sums I have also seen in overheads chapter. So, that is why one small concept will just knock it off. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Shall we proceed? Shall we proceed? Fine. Now, how will we segregate semi-variable cost? Now, you tell me, if you have a cost, it has to be either classified into fixed or variable. Only then it makes sense. Semi-variable cost cannot be dealt with as such. Why? Because fixed cost has a pattern. What pattern? It is constant in total, no? Correct? Variable cost also shows a pattern. What pattern? It is constant per unit, no? Correct or not? Whereas semi-variable cost, does it show any pattern? No. So, semi-variable cost has a fixed component as well as a variable component inside it. So, what you need to do is, whenever you have a fixed cost, whenever you have a semi-variable cost, first it has to be segregated into the variable component and fixed component, and now life is simple. Once you have segregated it into variable and fixed, now you know how to deal with it, correct? Because you know how to deal with variable cost, it is constant per unit, fixed cost, it is constant in total, correct? So, whenever you see something called as a semi-variable cost, the first thing that you need to do is segregate it into variable component and fixed component. Are you clear? Now, how are we going to do that is what the subject matter of study in this leg of discussion. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Fine. Now, first, conditions to be met. Fixed cost must be constant in total, variable cost must be constant per unit, and 2 activity levels should be given. 2 activity levels should be given. So, what is this? Don't worry, I will take an illustration and explain. Now, let's say a company, they have said repairs and maintenance, they have incurred 24,000 rupees when the output is 5,000. Okay? They have incurred 24,000 rupees when the output is 5,000. And next they are giving, when the output increases to 8,000, they are incurring how much? They are incurring how much? 36,000. 36,000. Correct? Correct. First you tell me, is it a fixed cost? Is it a fixed cost? Why? Because I have given a heading called semi-variable cost. That's why, yeah? Huh? Is it a fixed cost, guys? Come on, tell me. No, please participate. No, why is it not a fixed cost? It is not constant in total, no? When the volume changes, this changes. It is not constant. Correct or not? Okay, then. See if it is a variable cost. Is it a variable cost? How will you know it's not a how will you see if it's a variable cost? Calculate the cost per unit. What is the cost per unit? Here it is 4.8. Here how much is it? Pick your calculator and do it, guys. Please pick your calculator and do it. Please do it. Please do it. So, this is going to be how much? 4.5. Correct? Now if you see, this is not constant on a per unit level. This is not constant on a total level also. Correct? So, what is this called as? What is this called as? Semi-variable cost. Meaning what? Semi-variable cost has some component of fixed in it, some component of variable portion in it. Now, how are we going to segregate this? How are we going to segregate this? Now, they have given one formula. The formula is variable cost per unit is equal to delta cost by delta units. Now I am telling you one thing, mark my words. In this subject, there is not even a single formula that you need to mug up. In this subject, there is not even a single formula that you need to mug up. I am not saying there is not a single formula. I am saying there is not even a single formula that you need to mug up. Fine. Every single thing is conceptual. If you know the concept, that at the back of your mind, remembering formula, that problem itself will not be there. Automatically on the spot, if someone tells you something, you will know how to arrive at the answer. That's how the subject is full and full logical. Now, what have they said? Now you tell me, 2 activity levels are given. Correct? Guys, come on, participate. 2 activity levels are given. 2 cost levels are given. Correct? Now, logically you think and tell me, my cost increases from 24,000 to 36,000. Correct? It increases by how much? How much is the figure? 12,000 rupees. Now, it increases by 12,000. Why it increases? Because my output increases from 5,000 to 8,000. Correct or not? How many units is this? 3,000 units. Now, you tell me, semi-variable cost has fixed as well as variable element inside it. But if there is an increase in the semi-variable cost, it is purely on account of the variable component. Correct or not? only the variable component will increase, no? Or in other words, can I say this 12,000 rupees is nothing but purely the variable cost that I incurred for this extra 3,000 units? Correct or not? Correct or not? So what is the variable cost per unit? What is the variable cost per unit? What is the variable cost per unit? Rupees 4. Correct or not? Now pick any one activity level. Pick any one activity level. The total cost is 24,000. Correct? So can I say 24,000 is equal to some portion of fixed cost plus variable. What is variable cost? 5,000 units into 4. Correct or not? So this is going to be 20,000. Correct, guys? So 24 minus 20 is going to be 4,000. Correct or not? Now you found out the fixed component inside it. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now what you need to do, I am repeating once again, when you are getting problems with the semi-variable cost, what you need to do is definitely they will give you 2 volume data. Without that you can't do. 2 is enough. At times they will give 3 also, but you can take any 2 volume level, that is enough. Are you clear with this? 3 is not required, 2 is enough. What you will do is delta cost divided by delta units is nothing but my variable cost per unit. Correct or not? How? Just now I told you the logic. Correct? That's what they have given here. Variable cost per unit is delta cost, total cost divided by delta units. You get the variable cost per unit. Substituted in any of the level, you can arrive. The balancing figure will be the fixed cost. Correct or not? Because total cost is equal to fixed plus variable. If you know the variable and total, you can't find out the fixed, is it? It's very easy to find out the fixed, right? Balancing figure. Correct, guys? And now you know how to deal with this cost. So you will know that fixed portion is so much, variable portion is so much. So now for any given activity level, you can just use these figures to manipulate and arrive at the answer. Are you clear with this? So variable cost remains constant per unit. Now if you have these 2 figures, that is variable cost is how much? 4 per unit, fixed cost is 4,000, correct? Now suddenly they are saying calculate the cost for 1,000 units of volume. You can find out, no? What will be the answer? 1,000 into 4 plus 4,000, correct or not? You can arrive at it. Whereas had you not segregated this into variable and fixed, you couldn't have come up with this kind of an answer. Are you clear with this? So this is the test here. This is the test here. Are you clear with this? This is called as high-low point method. High-low. That is, high is one activity level, low is another activity level. In your study material, they have called it as high-low point method. This is nothing but using this method only, delta total cost divided by delta units is your variable cost per unit. That formula they have arrived at it. Are you clear with this? Suppose in exam if they use this high-low method or not, it's nothing but this only. Are you clear with this? No rocket science, very simple. Clear? Guys, clear with this? Clear with this? Fine. Next, you have this simultaneous equation. This is another method of doing it. What? Now pick this one. Pick the first one. Now 24,000 is the total cost. Correct or not? Can I say this is equal to variable cost remains constant per unit? No. Let us say variable cost per unit is A. Can I say it is 5,000 A plus B? What is B? Fixed cost. Correct or not? Now the second equation will be for the next level of quantity. Can I say 36,000 is equal to 8,000 A plus B? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now you have 2 equations. You can solve this, subtract that, oh, B gets cancelled and all. You can solve and you can get the A value and B value. This is another way of doing it. This is another way of doing it. I would generally prefer this way because 2 equation solving and all, it takes time. When you have another method, and this is also conceptual method, you can easily do it and crack it. Are you clear? Yeah. If 3 volumes are given, for any 2 volumes you do. Generally what they do is, let's say they have given, every answer Maru. How will they answer? Can you give me an example? Okay, so what you are saying is, so it will not be in the same proportion between multiple volume levels. Yes, there is a concept called step fixed cost that is not there for you in your intermediate. There is a concept called step fixed cost. Only if you have a step fixed cost, it will become like that. See, up to one point the cost will be in one level, then after it will change and it will again be on the same level. That concept is not there for your intermediate. That concept is not there for intermediate, but correct. That's a subject matter of discussion. Your entire CA final, there's a chapter called CVP, cost volume profit. Your marginal costing talks about all the assumptions, whatever we've seen in whatever we'll be seeing in your intermediate. They will break every assumption one by one and we will see it in your final. That is not there. Please don't worry about it. Yes, your question is right. There is a possibility of that happening, but no, that's not there for you. Are you clear with this? Fine, that has to be dealt with separately. Step fixed cost, the concept itself is different. The range wise you need to do something, that's not there for you. Clear with this? So this is how they will ask. This is how they will ask, and you need to do it this way. Clear? Yes? Any other doubts? Any other doubts, guys? Any other doubts? So let's say they are giving for 5,000 units, 6,000 units, and let's say some 8,000 units they are giving. What you do is, since we are following this high-low method, what they will say is one should be high, one should be low. So take this these two data and do it. You can ignore the 6,000 data and do it. So that way also you can do it. High-low method, no, that's what. Take the highest volume and lowest volume and analyze these two. This is what is called as high-low method. Yes, you can do it that way. Are you clear with this? That's about your segregation of your semi-variable cost into variable and fixed. Now this is one small area. Instead of giving it as units, at times they can give it in terms of capacity. That is, if I am operating at 30% capacity, the total cost is 23,000. If I am operating it at 70% capacity, the total cost is 43,000. Then what will be the cost if I operate at 95% capacity? Nothing great here. You say let 100% be equal to 100 units, then 30% capacity will be 30 units, 70% will be 70 units. You have converted into the previous step sum, correct or not? Now do it as such. That is, variable cost per unit will be delta total cost divided by delta units. Calculate the variable cost per unit, substitute in the equation, find out the balancing figure as your fixed cost, and life is simple. Are you clear with this? Instead of units, at times they can also give it in terms of percentage. That way also you should know how to solve. Easy, simple concept, guys. Simple concept. Yes? Yes or no? You guys are understanding this? Yes, you guys are understanding this. Ideally, this shouldn't be a part of overheads chapter, but anyways, they have kept it. So let us also do it as per the study material pattern. Are you clear with this? This is why I didn't want to do any sums, in writing. I have just given it by way of illustrations. Is this understandable? Is this understandable? Sure, guys. Fine. Shall we proceed to the next part of this? Shall we proceed to the main core part of our discussion? Shall we, guys? Yes? Okay, fine. Now, please catch up running notes. It's quite important. See, I will only give the introduction and I will leave you guys. Okay, I will give you the introduction and I will leave, because if we get into the problems and all, it will take a lot of time. Anyways, I have told you I will leave you at 7:30. Before that itself, I will try to leave some this Vinayak Chaturthi procession and what's going on. Anyways, I will leave you. Today we will leave early. Fine. Now, just listen here. Now, so we are in the chapter called overheads, right? Fine. Now, you guys tell me, just now we have seen entire cost sheet chapter. I have given you introduction and all. I have given you. Every unit of a product is valued at, come on, participate, please participate, is valued at manufacturing cost. What does manufacturing cost comprise of? So it has direct material, direct labor, direct expense and production overheads, correct or not? Now these three are called as what? Prime cost. This is called as obviously your production overheads. Indirect expenses, correct or not? Now I told you, for you to segregate the cost into cost of goods sold and expired and your closing stock, first thing that you need to do is find out the cost per unit, correct or not? Correct or not? Why? Only if you find out the cost per unit. If you multiply it with units sold, you get COGS. If you multiply it with units unsold, you get closing stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? And what is this cost? Manufacturing cost. Correct? Correct. So basically, you need to find out the manufacturing cost per unit. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, these components, that is the prime cost components, which comprises of direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, these costs are ready-madely available on a per unit level. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can I say for every 1 unit of car, I need to purchase one engine that costs rupees 10,000. For 1 unit of cost, I need 500 labor hours, each costing 10 rupees, 500 to 10, 5,000. I can come up with this kind of a relationship. Now the problem is with respect to overheads. I told this to you before itself. Overheads, these are some costs that are actually present in bulk, no? That is example, factory rent, supervisor salary, repairs and maintenance. These are some costs that I will be having in total, correct or not? In total. Now I need to convert this into per unit, no? I need to convert this into per unit. Total, which I can't do anything. Keeping this total, I can't do anything. This has to be necessarily converted into per unit. Why? Only then you can find out the manufacturing cost per unit. Why should you find it out? Only then you can segregate your manufacturing cost into your cost of goods sold and closing stock, and only then you can arrive at your profit. So ultimately, for your profit computation and stock valuation, for that objective, first thing that you need to do is value every unit at full manufacturing cost. Inside that manufacturing cost, prime cost component, no problem. Ready-madely it is available on a per unit level. The problem arises only with respect to overheads. Correct or not? Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Now, you might ask me a question. Sir, what is the big deal? Why should we read a separate chapter and all called overheads? What is the big deal? You add all this. So this is what factory rent, and you have supervisor's salary. You had this the depreciation on plant and machinery. Add it up, divided by the total number of units. You will get the overhead cost per unit. No, correct or not? Correct or not? Absolutely correct, provided the company is dealing only in one product. Provided the company is dealing only in one product. Example, I am Titan. You know this Titan, Tata Group company. Titan, you guys know. What business are they into? They manufacture watches. They have this eye gears. You know this spectacles, Titan Eye Plus, eye gears. And they also manufacture wallets. Let's assume, I'm not sure if they really do that. Okay, so they manufacture wallets. Now, let's say the total overhead. So let's say they have manufactured 500 watches, 600 eye gears, and let's say 1000 wallets. So this is a total of how much? 2100. 2100. Now they have incurred a total of 21 lakh rupees. They have incurred a total overheads. What production overheads will have? It has multiple line items, no? Let's say 20, 30 line items. Production overheads is all the indirect costs put together, incurred inside a factory, correct? Indirect material plus indirect labor plus indirect expenses. It can be anything. Factory rent, supervisor's salary, your repairs and maintenance, depreciation on machines. It can be anything, correct? Now, our objective is to what? In this chapter, what should we do? Find out the overhead cost per unit of each of my products. Correct or not? Correct or not? Guys, are you all understanding? Are you all understanding? Why should I do that? Only then. Prime cost components are readily waiting with the per unit cost. If I add production overheads to it, I will get the manufacturing cost per unit. Then my life is simple. I can segregate it into your cost of goods sold and closing stock. Now, I have a total overheads of 21 lakhs. Can I say overhead cost per unit is 21 lakhs divided by 2100? Huh? No. This is like I told you, you can't add monkeys with donkeys, no? Correct or not? Look, 500 watches, 600 eye gears, and 1000 wallets. How can they be added? These are dissimilar items. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, on one side, I have this bulk figure with me. I don't even know what to do. What is my required objective? I need to calculate the overhead per unit of watch, overhead per unit of eye gear, overhead per unit of wallet. This is what I need to find out, no? For each of these, I need to find out separately. Now, you tell me, is it as simple as dividing this numerator with this denominator? Is it as simple as doing that? First of all, denominator itself you will not get. Why? You can't add these three, no? Now, you don't tell me that, sir, apportion it to the ratio of 500 is to 600 is to 1000. No, because this 21 lakhs is not a single figure. It has multiple figures inside it, and each of the components would have been incurred in various proportions and all. Correct or not? So, it is not as simplistic as saying that, now just take the total overheads divided by number of units. No, it is applicable for a single product company, but predominant cases I'll be in a multi-product company. Just imagine companies like ITC, Unilever and all. ITC, they are into what? All this FMCG goods, your Ashirwad Atta, Sunfeast biscuits. They are into so many. ITC is also into the cigarettes. They are also into this one, sorry, hotel industry, and they are also into this apparels and all that. So, literally on what basis can they apportion the common cost or overheads and all? That's a subject matter of study in this chapter. Are you clear with this? So, what is the objective of this chapter? What is the objective of this chapter? What is the objective of this chapter? Huh? To calculate the overhead cost per unit. Why should we find out? Only then you will get the total manufacturing cost per unit. Only then you can segregate your manufacturing cost into COGS and closing stock to find out your profit. Are you clear with this? First basic thing, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Why we are doing this chapter? Yes. Now how at all we are going to do this chapter? Using three steps. The first step is called as primary distribution. The second step is called as secondary distribution, and the third step is called as absorption, and these three put together is only called as absorption costing. It's one technique of costing, and that is the reason why this chapter is such an important chapter. They have been testing this chapter again and again. That's mainly because of this. It's a technique of costing. I'll tell you what technique of costing is when we do marginal costing. In marginal costing, we will be seeing marginal costing versus absorption costing. That comes only in marginal costing. We will do it later. But for the time being, you understand there is a process called as absorption costing. There's a technique of costing called as absorption costing, which involves three-step process: primary distribution, secondary distribution, absorption. What are these three? We will see it tomorrow. But before that, one background alone I will give. One background alone I will give, and then I will leave you guys for the day. Okay? Clear? Now, this is very important concept that many of you, I mean, this is covered only in this subject. Many of you wouldn't have studied it elsewhere because it's covered only in our subject. Now, please note it down somewhere, scribble it, please note it down. Cost versus loss versus asset. Cost versus loss versus asset. This is a concept that is required for you to understand this certain areas inside your overheads chapter. It's a very important thing. It's not given in your study material or not, but this will enhance your understanding. It will enhance your understanding. Trust me, it won't take beyond few minutes, but this will remember, you will retain it with you forever, because this will help you in your understanding of the other complicated concepts. Now just a minute, one sec. Yeah. Now, guys, come up. You tell me, what is the difference between a cost, a loss, and an asset? What could be the difference? Now, I'll tell you one similarity between all the three. All are debit items. Correct or not? All are debit items. Correct or not? Correct. Fine. All are debit items. Then what is the difference between these three? What is the difference between these three? I'm not asking for a theoretical difference. You can tell me whatever comes to your mind. You just tell me. Yep. Tell me. Come on. What happened? Okay, fine. No problem. Let me give you an example. Please note it down. Let's say I purchased 10,000 kgs of raw material. I purchased 10,000 kgs of raw material at the rate of rupees 10. Okay, guys. Yeah, clear? Please, this is a very, very good example. Please just make note of this. Now, I purchased 10,000 kgs of raw material each by paying 10 rupees. Okay, clear? Now, I will tell you how I utilize this 10,000. How I utilize this 10,000 kgs. What happened? Raw material consumed. How many units did I consume? Let us say I consumed 8,000 kgs. Clear with this? I consumed 8,000 kgs. I purchased 10,000. Assume no opening stock of raw material and all. I have how much? 10,000. How did I use it? 8,000. I consumed it. Consumed means what? I issued it to the factory shop. Correct or not? For converting it into FG. Correct, guys? Yes. Now, I have lost, let us say 500 kgs. Meaning what? Some fire happened and I lost it. Abnormal loss. Okay. Fire happened and I have lost it. Clear with this? Now, what is the balance remaining? Come on. 1,500 kgs, 1,500. And what is it? Sorry? What is it? What does this represent? Closing stock. That's all you can have, no? What happened? Any problem? Yeah, tell me. 8,000 we've consumed. See, I have a total of 10,000. I have consumed 8,000. I have lost 500 and I have a balance of 1,500 with me. Okay. Oh, you thought this is 800, huh? Okay, fine. This is 8,000. Okay, fine. Clear. Now, you guys tell me. Now, this 8,000, obviously, everything will be valued at the rate of 10. Okay. Everything will be valued at the rate of 10. No problem about that. Now, I purchased 10,000 kgs. Correct or not? Out of this 8,000 kgs, I have already consumed. Now, you tell me, will this be? You guys tell me. Fine. You guys tell me. Out of these three items, which is cost, which is asset, which is loss? You guys tell me. Huh? Come on. Tell me, no. Okay. So this is okay. Fine. So this is This is, okay, fine. This is cost or? Cost, okay. What is this? Closing stock, balance sheet item, asset. And this is obviously loss. Oh, the same format I followed, that's why you said, that's why you said, you should say no, sir. Okay, fine. Right. Now, basically, why did you classify this as cost? Because this 8,000 kgs you have already consumed. Consumed, ED stands for a past tense. It's a benefit derived. It's a benefit derived, correct or not? So, cost represents BENEFIT, benefit derived. Benefit derived, ED, it's a past tense, correct? Now, this your loss is nothing but benefit lost. Benefit lost. Why, sir? When I purchased this 500 kgs, I thought I will be using it, correct? But suddenly it turned out to be bad, or things didn't work out the way I wanted it to happen, correct or not? Correct or not? Can I say this is benefit lost? Benefit lost. So, and that is the reason I call it as a loss. Then asset 1500 kgs have I consumed? Have I consumed? But this benefit I will derive in the future, no? It is called as benefit derivable. Benefit derivable. Okay, derivable. BLE. Okay, are you clear with this? So, cost represents benefit derived, loss represents benefit lost, and your asset represents benefit derivable in the future. That is the reason why closing stock, we are removing it from the current year P&L and letting it escape to the next year P&L. Are you getting it? Because whenever you realize the benefit, maybe in the next year if you realize the benefit, then it will become the cost of the next year. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And always remember, these two are expired cost. These two are expired cost. Raw material consumed. Does it hit your cost sheet? First item of your cost sheet is not raw material purchased. It's raw material consumed only, no? Correct? Your loss is also, your abnormal loss, we will see, loss is also an expired cost. It will go knock off in your current year costing P&L. We will see it later. Now, this closing stock of raw material is always an unexpired cost. It's always an unexpired cost. Now, don't tell me, sir, it is appearing on the cost sheet. Boss, it is appearing on a cost sheet as a reduction, meaning what? You are removing it from the cost and letting it escape. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So, what do you mean by a cost? Benefit derived. What do you mean by an asset? Benefit derivable. What do you mean by a loss? Benefit lost. Are you clear with this? So, this background alone you keep in your mind before we start tomorrow's session. So, we will start tomorrow's session at 1 o'clock sharp. I am leaving you a little early. So, tomorrow the same timings only will stick. So, 1 to 8 will stick, and whatever it is, the same thing will only continue. So, let us try to finish as much as possible, as effective as possible, and any doubts, please solve the sums. I will share the past exam questions and all. I will share the question bank. Please do it sincerely. Do it sincerely, and then before you attend tomorrow's session, please do it. Preferably before you attend tomorrow's session, do it fully. Only one chapter, no cost sheet. Do it. Maybe 10 to 12 sums will be there. I have not seen how many sums are there. You just do it. You just do it. Right now, it's purely you dedicate your preparation. Now, later on, you will thank yourself for taking this many efforts. Are you clear with this, guys? So, thank you all so much and have a great day ahead in Solomon. Okay, so good night. Fine. So, we'll continue at tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock.